You're probably wondering, how do you survive in a world where the infected only move when you're not watching? And more importantly, how do you sleep? How do you rest? How do you even live when constant vigilance is the only thing keeping you alive? Tonight, you'll discover the answer as we follow Josh and Kiara through abandoned malls and mirror-filled junkyards, where their bond becomes the one weapon more powerful than any gun or blade. This is what happens when survival depends entirely on trust. Though before we get into it, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Please say hello in the comments, let us know where you're watching from, and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Thank you for joining me today. Feel free to bookmark this video, return to it as many times as you need if you don't finish it in one go. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. Audiobook and narration provided by Frostfall Audio. Chapter 1. Your Eyes on the Monster. The shed beam caught my leg on the way down. That's the thing I remember. Not the crack of wood or the way the walls folded in on themselves, but the pressure. Like someone stepped on my shin and forgot to step off. I'm on my back, can't move. The beams got me pinned from knee to ankle, and when I try to pull free, something grinds in a way that makes my teeth hurt. There's an infected 3 feet from my face. It's a woman. Was a woman. Hard to tell now with the way the skin's gone slack around the jaw, but she's wearing a hospital bracelet and one of those floral scrubs nurses used to wear. The kind with cartoon bears. She's frozen mid-reach, fingers splayed like she was grabbing for something and got paused halfway through because I'm looking at her. The rules, simple. They move when you're not watching. Blink, look away, turn your head, doesn't matter. Break eye contact and they sprint, but hold the stare and they lock up like someone hit pause on a video. So I'm staring, my legs screaming. The beam's got enough weight that every breath sends this sharp ache up through my knee, and I can feel where the splinters drove through my jeans into the skin. Blood's warm against my calf. Not a lot, enough to notice. The infected's eyes don't move. They never do. Just this flat, milky stare that goes straight through you like you're not even there. I don't know if they see or if they're working off some other sense entirely, but it doesn't matter. What matters is I keep looking. My neck's already cramping. I hear footsteps. Fast. Someone running through the snow outside, boots crunching with that distinct rhythm of someone who knows how to move quiet but gave up on it. Josh. Kiara's voice cuts through the mess of broken wood and cold air. She's close. I can't see her. Can't turn my head. But I hear her stop just outside the collapsed frame. Josh, don't you dare blink. Not planning on it, I say. My voice comes out tight. The beam shifts when I talk, sends another spike of pain up my leg. She moves into my peripheral vision. Careful. Her steps are deliberate now, each one placed like she's walking through a minefield. She's got her knife out. Always does, but it's not going to help here. You can't stab something that's frozen unless you're okay with it unfreezing the second you stop looking. How bad? She asks. Legs stuck, can't pull it. Can you feel your toes? Yeah. Good. Okay, I'm going to get you out, but you need to keep your eyes on her. Her? The nurse. Keep staring at the nurse. I almost laugh. Almost. The absurdity of it hits me sideways, trapped under a shed, having a conversation about a dead woman in cartoon scrubs, while my leg slowly decides whether or not it's broken. Kiara's circling now. I can hear her stepping over debris, testing her weight before committing. She's good at this. Better than me, if I'm honest, which I'm not usually inclined to be. I'm going to lift the beam, she says. When I do, you pull. Fast. What about, I'll watch her, you pull. That's not how this works. The second she takes her eyes off the infected to lift the beam, the nurse unfreezes. We both know it. But Kiara's already moving, already sliding her hands under the beam, and I realize what she's doing. She's going to keep her face turned toward the infected while she lifts. It's going to wreck her back. Kiara. Shut up and get ready. The beam shifts. I feel the weight start to ease, and my leg lights up like someone poured gasoline on it and struck a match. I grit my teeth. Pull. It doesn't budge. Harder, Kiara says. Her voice is strained now, all the breath pushed out through clenched teeth. I pull again. The pain whites out everything for a second, but something gives. The angle changes, the beam rolls, and my leg drags free. I don't wait. Roll sideways, scramble back on my hands, and one good leg, putting distance between me and the nurse. Kiara drops the beam. It crashes down, loud enough that I flinch, but she's already stepping back, knife still out, eyes still locked. The nurse hasn't moved. We're both panting now. I'm on my side in the snow, covered in splinters and dirt, and Kiara's bent over with her hands on her knees, staring at the frozen woman like she might start moving any second. She doesn't. You okay? Kiara asks without looking at me. Yeah. Can you walk? I test the leg. It holds. Barely. There's a deep ache in the bone, but nothing feels wrong in the way that means broken. Just bruised. Badly. I can walk. Good. She straightens up, still watching the nurse. Her hair's falling out of the bun she tied this morning, dark strands stuck to her forehead with sweat despite the cold. Because we have to move now. I get to my feet. The world tilts for a second, but I lock my knee and it steadies. Kiara's already scanning the area, checking the shadows between the trees, the gaps in the collapsed shed where something could be watching. That's the thing about this rule. It's not just about the one you can see. It's about all the ones you can't. How many are out here, I ask. I saw 2 on my way over, both frozen now, but the noise... She doesn't finish. Doesn't need to. The crash of the shed collapsing would have carried. Anything within a quarter mile that wasn't frozen is going to be heading this way. I take a step. My leg protests but holds. Another step. Better. Where's the cabin? I ask. 1/2 mile northwest. That's too far. I know. We start moving. Slow. Kiara takes point and I follow, keeping my eyes on the ground, the trees, anywhere but her back. That's the other thing you learn fast. You can't just watch the infected. You have to watch everything. Because reflections don't count. Glass, water, anything shiny, if they see themselves in it, they move. We learned that the hard way 2 weeks ago when Kiara checked a car window and the one behind it sprinted 15 feet before we even registered it was there. No mirrors, no reflections. That's the rule. The snow muffles our steps, but not enough. I'm limping now, trying not to put weight on the bad leg, and every time my boot crunches through the crust, I wince. Too loud. Too obvious. Kiara stops. I stop. She's not looking at me. She's staring at something ahead, her body gone rigid in that way that means trouble. I follow her gaze. There's an infected in the clearing ahead. Male. 30s, maybe. Dressed in what used to be a mechanic's jumpsuit, the name patch torn half off. He's standing in the middle of the path, facing away from us, not frozen. Moving. Slow, aimless, like he forgot what he was doing halfway through. His head's tilted at an angle that's just wrong enough to make my stomach tighten. Kiara raises a hand. I freeze. Don't breathe. The mechanic turns. We're not in his line of sight yet, just outside it. If he keeps turning, if he swings his head another 10 degrees, he stops. Looks up at the sky. I don't get it. None of them do this. They don't stop to look at things unless they're tracking movement and the sky's empty. Nothing up there but clouds and gray light. Then I see it. The reflection in the snow. It's faint, barely there. But the sun's hitting a patch of ice near his feet, and his silhouette's bouncing back at him, distorted and dark. He's watching himself. Kiara's hand tightens on her knife. I can see the calculation running through her head. The distance, the angles, whether we can slip past without him noticing. But he's directly in our path, and the snow's too deep to circle around quietly. Back up, she whispers. I do. 1 step. 2. The mechanic's head snaps toward us. He sees us. For half a second, nothing happens. Then his mouth opens. Not to scream, they don't scream, and he moves. Fast. Faster than anything that used to be human should move. Run, Kiara says. We run. My leg's on fire, but I don't stop. Can't stop. The mechanic's behind us, and I can hear him. The wet, rattling sound of his breathing, the thud of his boots hitting the snow. He's close. Too close. Kiara cuts left. I follow. We're off the path now, weaving through trees, and branches whip past my face, catching on my jacket. My boot catches on a root, and I stumble, catch myself, keep going. Behind us, the mechanic crashes through the underbrush. I risk a glance back. Big mistake. He's 5 feet away. Kiara yells something I don't catch. She's stopped ahead, turned around, and her eyes are locked on him. He freezes, mid-stride. One leg forward, arms reaching, mouth open, just stops like someone cut his power. I collapse against a tree, gasping. My legs throbbing so hard I can feel my pulse in it, and my lungs are burning from the cold air. Kiara's still staring at the mechanic. Doesn't blink. Doesn't move. You good? She asks. I nod. Can't talk yet. We need to keep moving. I can't hold him forever. She's right. The second she looks away, he'll start again. But my leg's done. I can feel it. Another sprint like that and something's gonna give. Go, I say. What? You go. I'll keep him frozen. Catch up. She looks at me like I just suggested we set ourselves on fire. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Kiara, we're not splitting up. Ever. That's how people die. I can't. I don't care. Figure it out. She starts walking backward, eyes still on the mechanic. I push off the tree, grit my teeth, and follow. We move like that for 20 minutes. Slow, painful. Kiara walking backward, me limping forward, both of us watching the frozen mechanic until we're far enough that he's just a silhouette between the trees. When we finally lose sight of him, Kiara stops. That was close, she says. Yeah. She turns to face me, and for the first time since the shed collapsed, I see how scared she is. It's in the set of her jaw, the way her hands won't stop moving. Don't do that again, she says. Do what? Get stuck. I can't. She stops, shakes her head. Just don't. I don't know what to say to that, so I don't say anything. We start walking again. The cabin's close now. I can see the roof through the trees, sagging in the middle where the snow's piled up. Kiara's looking around, checking the shadows, and I realize something. I wouldn't have made it without her. Not just today. Any day. The shed, the mechanic, all of it. I survive because she's here. Because she watches when I can't. Because she doesn't leave. I hate that. Hate needing someone. But I'm still walking next to her, and when we reach the cabin and she holds the door open, I go inside without a word. She follows, shuts the door, leans against it. We have to move now, she says. Chapter 2. 2 eyes aren't enough. The cabin's falling apart. I mean, it was falling apart when we got here 3 weeks ago, but now it's committed to the bit. The north wall's got a crack running floor to ceiling, and every time the wind picks up, I hear this groan like the whole structure's thinking about giving up. I'm sitting on the floor near the stove, trying to get feeling back in my leg. It's swollen, not broken. I checked, but the bruise is already spreading, dark purple creeping up toward my knee. Kiara's at the window, looking out through a gap in the boards. She's been quiet since we got back. That's not unusual. Kiara does this thing where she goes internal for a while after something bad happens, like she's running the whole situation through her head again, checking for mistakes. I used to think it was paranoia. Now I think she's just smarter than me. How's the leg? She asks without turning around. Fine. Liar. She's right, but I'm not giving her the satisfaction. I poke at the bruise, wince, and pull my pant leg back down. The cabin creaks again. Louder this time. Kiara glances up at the ceiling. That's new. It's the wind. It's not the wind. She moves away from the window, walks over to the north wall, and runs her hand along the crack. Her fingers trace it like she's reading Braille, and when she reaches the spot where it widens near the floorboards, she stops. This is bad, she says. It's held this long. Yeah, and now it's not holding. She turns to look at me. We need to reinforce it before nightfall. I don't want to reinforce it. I want to sit here and not move for the next 6 hours while my leg figures out whether it's going to function tomorrow. But Kiara's already scanning the room, looking for materials, and I know that look. She's made a decision. There's wood in the shed, I say. The shed you just collapsed? There's still usable pieces. She gives me a look that says she knows exactly how much I don't want to go back out there, and she's not buying my excuse. Fine, she says. We'll use what's in here, but you're helping. I stand. My leg protests, but it holds. Barely. Kiara's already pulling boards off the interior walls, testing them for rot. Half of them crumble in her hands, but she finds a few that are solid, sets them aside. We'll need nails, she says. Toolbox under the sink. She disappears into the back room. I hear her rummaging around, muttering to herself. Something falls. She curses. I lean against the wall and close my eyes. Just for a second. The thing about this place is it was never meant to be permanent. We were supposed to stay a week, maybe two, just long enough to wait out the worst of winter. But winter doesn't end anymore. Not really. The cold just lingers, stretches itself out, and every time you think it's breaking, another storm rolls in. Kiara comes back with the toolbox and a hammer. She drops them on the floor next to the wood. You going to help, or just stand there? She asks. Thinking about it. Think faster. I push off the wall and crouch down next to her. My leg hates me for it, but I ignore it. We start sorting through the boards, separating the good from the useless. Kiara's hands move fast. Efficient. She doesn't waste motion, doesn't second guess. I've always envied that about her, the way she just decides and does. I'm the opposite. I think too much, plan too much, and then I hesitate. That's how people die. Hold this, she says, handing me a board. I hold it against the crack while she lines up a nail. The first swing misses, the second hits dead center, and the sound echoes through the cabin like a gunshot. We both freeze. Outside, something moves. Kiara's head snaps toward the window. I don't move. Don't breathe. The movement stops. How many? I whisper. I don't know. 2, maybe 3. They heard the hammer. Yeah. She sets the hammer down slowly, stands up, and moves to the window. I stay where I am, holding the board in place, and watch her. She's careful when she looks out. Doesn't press her face to the glass. Glass means reflections. Just angles her head enough to see through the gap. 2, she says. Both frozen now. How close? 30 feet. Near the tree line. That's too close. If they were moving when they heard the hammer, they're already closer than they should be. And if there are 2 we can see, there's probably more we can't. Kiara steps back from the window. We need to finish this fast, before it gets dark. I nod. She picks up the hammer again, and we go back to work. The next nail goes in quieter. She's controlling the swing now, letting the weight of the hammer do the work instead of forcing it. It still makes noise, but not as much. We work in silence for a while. Board by board, the crack starts to close. It's not pretty, but it's functional, and that's all that matters. Kiara's sweating despite the cold. I can see it on her forehead, the way her shirt's sticking to her back. She doesn't stop, doesn't complain, just keeps hammering. I hold the boards, try not to think about how much my leg hurts. Why didn't you leave? She asks suddenly. I look at her. What? Back at the shed, when you were stuck. She doesn't look up from the nail she's lining up. You told me to go. I was pinned. You weren't. That's not an answer. It's exactly an answer, but she's not going to let it go. I can tell by the way her jaw's set. I didn't want you dying because of me, I say. She pauses. The hammer hovers in the air for a second, then comes down. Another nail driven home. That's stupid, she says. Yeah, well, you don't get to make that call. Neither do you. She finally looks at me. Her eyes are dark, sharper than they should be, and there's something in them I don't want to name. If you die, she says, I die. That's how this works now. I don't know what to say to that. Don't know if I'm supposed to argue or agree, or just let it sit there between us like the cold. So I don't say anything. We finish the wall as the light starts to fade. The boards are crooked, gaps still showing in places, but it's better than it was. Stronger. Kiara steps back. wipes her forehead with the back of her hand and nods. That'll hold. For how long? Long enough. She doesn't define long enough, and I don't ask. Outside, the wind picks up. The cabin groans again, but this time it sounds different. Less like it's giving up and more like it's settling in. Kiara walks back to the window and looks out. The two infected are still there, frozen in place, watching nothing. We should check the perimeter before dark, she says. You should rest. So should you. I'm fine. She turns to look at me and I see the exhaustion in her face. Not just from today. From all of it. Every day since this started. You're not fine, she says. Neither of us are. She's right, but I don't say it. We check the perimeter together. Slow, methodical, covering the ground in overlapping arcs so we're never both looking the same direction. It's a system we've developed over weeks. Silent communication, hand signals, shared instinct. The two infected are still near the tree line. Frozen. Kiara keeps her eyes on one. I watch the other. When we're sure there's nothing else, we go back inside. Kiara bars the door with a cross, reinforced with nails. It won't stop them if they really want in, but it'll slow them down. Give us time to react. She sits down on the floor near the stove, pulls her knees up to her chest, and just breathes. I sit across from her, my legs throbbing again, but I ignore it. Thanks, I say. She looks up. For what? The shed, the wall, all of it. She shrugs. You'd do the same. I'm not sure I would, but I don't tell her that. Outside, the wind howls. The infected don't move. The cabin holds. For now. Kiara leans her head back against the wall and closes her eyes. We can't stay here much longer, she says. I know. The cabin's not going to last the season. I know. She opens her eyes. Looks at me. So what do we do? I don't have an answer, but I look at her and I see the cracks, not in the walls. In her, in both of us. And I realize something I've been avoiding since the day we met. I can't do this alone. Neither can she. We figure it out, I say. She holds my gaze for a long moment, then nods. Outside, thunder cracks. Loud. Close. The cabin shifts. The north wall creaks, and I hear something snap. A small sound, almost lost under the wind, but unmistakable. Kiara's eyes widen. We both look up at the ceiling. Another crack. Louder this time. Move, Kiara says. We scramble to our feet just as a section of the roof caves in. Snow pours through the gap, followed by a beam that crashes down where I'd been sitting seconds before. We're pressed against the far wall, breathing hard, staring at the wreckage. The cabin's not going to make it through the night. Kiara looks at me. We have to move now, she says. Chapter 3. The walls creak. The hammering's too loud. Every swing echoes through the cabin like we're ringing a dinner bell, and I can feel it in my teeth. Kiara's on her third board, reinforcing the frame around the collapsed section of roof, and she's not slowing down. Outside, I hear them gathering, not moving, just there, frozen in place because we're looking, but present in a way that makes my shoulders tight. How many now? I ask. Kiara doesn't stop hammering. 5 that I can see. Great. Could be worse. How? Could be 10. She's got a point, but I don't give her the satisfaction of saying so. I'm holding a board against the wall while she nails it in place. My arms are shaking from the angle and my legs screaming from standing too long, but I don't move. Can't. The second I let go, the board shifts and we have to start over. Kiara drives another nail home. The sound splits the air. Something shuffles outside, closer than before. We both freeze. Don't look away, Kiara says. I'm not. But I want to. Every instinct I have is telling me to turn my head, check the window, make sure nothing's getting closer. I fight it. Keep my eyes on the board, on Kiara's hands, on anything that's not the window. She finishes the nail and moves to the next one. The shuffling stops. They're just listening, she says. Yeah, we're fine. She says it like she's trying to convince herself as much as me, and I don't call her on it because I'm doing the same thing. We work in silence for a while. The wind's picked up again, rattling the boards we just nailed in, but they hold. Barely. Kiara steps back to check her work. There's a gap near the top where the beam split. but it's small, manageable. That'll do, she says. I lower my arms. They're numb from the angle, and it takes a second for the blood to flow back. I flex my fingers, trying to work feeling back into them. Kiara's already moving to the window. She peers through the gap, careful not to let her face get too close to the glass. Still 5? I ask. 6 now. Where's the 6th? Near the shed, or what's left of it. I want to check, but I don't move. Kiara's got eyes on them, and that's enough. Has to be. She steps away from the window and turns to face me. There's dirt smudged across her cheek, and her hair's falling out of its tie again. She looks exhausted. You almost got squished today, she says. I blink. What? The shed. You almost got squished. I'm aware. Like a bug. Kiara, I'm just saying, if I hadn't shown up, you'd be... Yeah, I know. She's smirking now. Barely, but it's there. This thing she does when she's trying to cut the tension, make light of something that wasn't light at all. I should let it go, but I'm tired, and my leg hurts, and I'm not in the mood. I had it under control, I say. You were pinned under a beam. I was working on it. By staring at a dead nurse, it's called strategy. She laughs. Actually laughs. It's short, sharp, and completely out of place, but it cracks something open in the room. Strategy, she repeats. Right. That's what we're calling it now. You got a better word? Desperation. I open my mouth to argue, but she's already turning away, moving back to the wall to check the boards. The moment passes. I don't know why it bothers me. The teasing. It shouldn't, but there's something under it, something I can't name, and it sits wrong in my chest. Kiara runs her hand along the crack we just covered. This won't hold forever. Nothing does. She glances at me. You always this cheerful? I'm a realist. You're a pessimist. Same thing. She shakes her head, but she's smiling. Just a little. Outside, the wind howls. The cabin creaks in response, and I swear I feel the floor shift under my feet. We should eat something, Kiara says. Not hungry. You haven't eaten since yesterday. Neither have you. That's different. How? She doesn't answer. Just walks to the back room where we keep the supplies and disappears. I hear her digging through the crates, muttering to herself. I stay where I am. My legs throbbing again, and I'm too tired to follow her. The cabin groans. Louder this time. Long and drawn out, like it's complaining. I look up at the ceiling. The patch job Kiara did is holding, but the rest of the roof looks worse than it did this morning. There are dark spots where the wood's rotting, and I can see daylight through cracks I didn't notice before. This place is dying. We're just dying slower. Kiara comes back with 2 cans, no labels. We stopped checking what was in them weeks ago. Food is food. She hands me one and sits down across from me, pops the lid with her knife. Beans, she says, looking into the can. Could be worse. Could be corn. You hate corn. Everyone hates corn. She takes a bite, makes a face, and keeps eating. I do the same. The beans are cold and taste like metal, but they're calories, and that's all that matters. We eat in silence. The wind fills the gaps in conversation, and for a while, it's almost peaceful. Then Kiara stops chewing. What were you going to say? She asks. I look up. When? Earlier. When the shed collapsed. You started to say something, then stopped. I don't remember, or maybe I do, but I don't want to. It was nothing, I say. Didn't sound like nothing. Drop it, Kiara. She sets her can down, leans forward. No. Excuse me? I said no, you don't get to do that. Do what? Start something and then shut down when I ask about it. I put my can down too. I'm not shutting down. You're doing it right now. I'm eating beans. You're avoiding. She's right, and I hate that she's right, but I'm not giving her this. Not tonight. It doesn't matter, I say. It does to me. Why? She stares at me. Her jaw's tight, and there's something in her eyes I can't read. Because we're stuck here, she says. Together. And if you can't talk to me, then what are we even doing? Surviving. That's not enough. The words hang in the air between us, sharp and uncomfortable. I don't know what to say. Don't know what she wants me to say. So I say nothing. Kiara picks up her can and goes back to eating. Her movements are stiff now, mechanical, and I know I've pissed her off. Good. Better that than the alternative. Outside, the shuffling starts again. Closer this time. We both tense. Kiara sets her can down and moves to the window. I follow. We position ourselves so we can see through the gap without getting too close. There's an infected standing 20 feet from the cabin. Female. 40s, maybe. Dressed in a torn winter coat and jeans, she's staring at the window. Not at us. At the window. She sees her reflection, Kiara whispers. I look closer. She's right. The glass is just clear enough to catch the light, and the woman's silhouette is bouncing back at her. She's going to move, I say. I know. Kiara's hand goes to her knife. I don't move. The woman tilts her head, slow, deliberate, like she's trying to figure something out. Then she takes a step, not toward us, toward her reflection. Another step. Kiara grabs my arm. Josh, the woman lunges, not at us, at the window. Her fists hit the glass and the whole frame shudders. The boards we nailed over it hold, but barely. She doesn't stop, keeps hitting the window over and over, driven by something we can't see, can't understand. She's going to break through, Kiara says. The boards will hold. They won't. She's right. I can see it already. The nails are starting to pull free and the wood splintering with each impact. We need to move her, I say. How? Break the reflection. Kiara looks at me. With what? I don't have an answer. The woman hits the window again. This time, the glass cracks. Now, Josh. I grab the nearest thing I can find, a pan from the stove, and throw it at the window. It hits the glass dead center. The crack spreads, spiderwebbing out, and the reflection distorts. The woman stops, frozen mid-swing, her fist inches from the glass. We both stare at her. Don't breathe. Don't move. She doesn't move either. After a long moment, Kiara steps back from the window. That was too close. Yeah. She looks at me. We can't stay here. I know. No, I mean, she gestures at the cabin, the walls, the ceiling. This place is falling apart. The infected are clustering, and we're running out of options. She's not wrong, but I don't say it. The hammering stops. The infected stop. The cabin falls silent. And in that silence, I hear it. A creak. Louder than before. Much louder. It's coming from the wall we just reinforced. Kiara and I lock eyes. Please tell me that's the wind, I say. She doesn't answer. The creak comes again, closer now, and this time it doesn't stop. Chapter 4, What You Didn't Say. I'm watching the wall. Not because I think it's going to collapse right now, though it might, but because if I look at Kiara, I'm going to have to finish the conversation we started yesterday. The one where she asked what I was going to say before the shed collapsed. I still don't have an answer. Or I do, but it's not one I'm giving her. The cabin's quiet. Too quiet. The wind died down an hour ago, and now there's just this heavy stillness that makes every small sound feel massive. Kiara's sitting near the stove, cleaning her knife. She does that when she's thinking. Runs the blade along a cloth in slow, deliberate strokes, like she's trying to erase something. I'm standing by the window, keeping watch. 7 infected outside now. All frozen, all staring at nothing. You're doing it again, Kiara says without looking up. Doing what? Muttering. I didn't realize I was. I close my mouth. She glances at me. What are you muttering about? Strategy. For what? Getting out of here. We're not leaving until spring. Spring might not come. She stops cleaning the knife. What does that mean? It means the cabin won't last that long. So we reinforce it. We already did. It's still falling apart. She sets the knife down and stands up. Then what do you want to do, Josh? Just walk out into the snow and hope for the best? I didn't say that. You're saying something. You just won't finish it. There it is again, that edge in her voice. The one that says she's done with half answers and avoidance. I turn back to the window. I'm just thinking out loud. No, you're not. You're thinking and then stopping, like you're scared of where the thought's going to end. She's not wrong, but I don't tell her that. Outside, one of the infected shifts. Just a fraction. The movement's so small I almost miss it, but I catch it in my peripheral vision. Did you see that? I ask. Kiara moves to the window. See what? The one on the left. It moved. You sure? No. We both stare at the infected. It's male. Mid-30s, wearing a torn jacket and no shoes. He's frozen now, but I swear I saw him twitch. Maybe it was the wind, Kiara says. There's no wind. Then maybe you're seeing things. Maybe. We keep watching. The infected doesn't move again. After a minute, Kiara steps back. You're paranoid. I'm careful. You're paranoid. I don't argue. She's probably right. She goes back to the stove and picks up her knife. Starts cleaning it again. The scraping sound fills the room. What did you mean yesterday? She asks. I don't turn around. About what? When you said attachment gets people killed. I close my eyes. Kiara, I'm not letting this go. You should. Why? Because it doesn't matter. It does to me. I turn to face her. She's staring at me with that look again. The one that says she's not moving until I give her something real. I had someone before, I say. Who? My brother. The words come out flat, empty, like I've said them so many times they've lost their weight. Kiara's expression softens. What happened? He got bit. That's not what I'm asking. I know what she's asking. She wants the details. The moment. The thing that broke me. I don't give it to her. He died, I say. That's what happened. Josh, drop it. Her jaw tightens. No. Kiara, you can't keep doing this, shutting down every time I ask about something real. I'm not shutting down. You're doing it right now. She's right. I am. But I don't know how to stop. I turn back to the window. The infected are still frozen, still watching nothing. I hesitated, I say quietly. Kiara doesn't respond, just waits. When he got bit, I hesitated, thought about what it would mean, what I'd have to do, and in that time he turned. The room goes silent. So yeah, I say, attachment gets people killed because when you care, you hesitate, and hesitation is death. I don't look at her, can't. Behind me, I hear her set the knife down. That's not your fault, she says. Feels like it. It's not. I don't respond. She walks over to the window, stands next to me. We're both staring at the same frozen infected, and for a while, neither of us says anything. Then Kiara speaks. My group died while I slept. I look at her. It was before I met you, she continues. We were in a house, thought it was secure. I was exhausted, so I let someone else take watch. She pauses. When I woke up, they were all dead. That wasn't your fault either. Feels like it. We stand there, two people carrying weight they shouldn't have to carry, pretending they can handle it alone. We're a mess, I say. Yeah, but we're still here. She looks at me. For now. The window rattles, just a little, enough to make us both tense. I lean closer to the glass, trying to see what caused it. That's when I see the reflection. It's faint, almost invisible, but the light's hitting the window at just the right angle, and I can see our silhouettes in the glass. Mine and Kiara's, and behind us, standing in the cabin, is another silhouette. I freeze. Kiara. What? Don't move. Her eyes flick to the window. She sees it too. We both turn. Slow. There's an infected standing in the doorway to the back room. Male. Older. He's wearing what used to be a flannel shirt, and his mouth is open like he's mid-breath. He's frozen. But he wasn't a second ago. How did he get in? Kiara whispers. I don't know. We both scan the room. The door's still barred. The windows are intact. There's no way he should be inside. Then I see it. The back room window. The one we boarded up last week. One of the boards is missing. He came through the back, I say. Kiara's hand goes to her knife. We need to move him. How? The second we look away. I know. We're stuck. If we turn to check the back room, he moves. If we keep watching him, we can't secure the window. And if there's one, there could be more. I'll watch him, Kiara says. You check the back. That's not. Just go. I don't move. Josh, go. I back toward the doorway, keeping my eyes on the infected as long as I can. When I'm close enough, I turn and move into the back room. The window's open. Not fully, but enough. The board we nailed over it is lying on the floor, and there's a gap big enough for something to climb through. I grab the board and start nailing it back in place. My hands are shaking, and the first nail goes in crooked, but I don't care. I just need it secure. Behind me, I hear Kiara's voice. Josh, hurry. I'm trying. Another nail. This one goes in straight. He's shifting, Kiara says. What? I think he's shifting. I drive the last nail home and turn back to the main room. Kiara's staring at the infected. Her knife's out, but she's not moving. Is he? I start. The infected's head turns. Slow, deliberate, toward Kiara. Run, I say. We move. Chapter 5. Reflections. Lie. The infected's fast. Faster than he should be. Faster than anything that used to breathe. Kiara's ahead of me, clearing the doorway in 2 strides, and I'm right behind her, my bad legs screaming but somehow keeping pace. The infected crashes through the back room door, what's left of it, and I hear the wood splinter. Window, Kiara shouts. She's already at it, tearing at the boards with her bare hands. 2 come free. I grab the third and yank. It doesn't budge. Behind us, the infected's footsteps stop. We both turn. He's frozen. Standing in the doorway, one arm reaching forward, fingers splayed, because we're looking at him. Out, Kiara says. Now. She climbs through the window first. I follow. I hit my leg catching on the frame as I pull myself through, and then we're outside in the snow. The cold hits me like a fist. 7 infected, all frozen, all positioned in a loose circle around the cabin. We're surrounded. Eyes on them, Kiara says. We move slow. Back to back, keeping our heads turning so there's always someone watching each of them. Where do we go, I ask. Away from here. That's not a plan. It's all I've got. We take a step, then another. The snow's deep enough that each step is deliberate, slow, and I can feel my leg threatening to give out. One of the infected, female, young, dressed in what used to be running gear, is directly in our path. I'll watch her, Kiara says. You walk. I start moving. Kiara walks backward, her eyes locked on the runner. We're 5 feet away when I hear it. A crack, not from the cabin, from somewhere else, close. Stop, Kiara says. We freeze. The sound comes again, sharper this time, like something breaking. Glass, I say. Kiara's head snaps to the left. The shed, what's left of it? I follow her gaze. The collapsed shed is 20 feet away, and the ground around it is covered in debris. Tools, metal, and glass, car windows shattered and scattered across the snow. Reflections, Kiara whispers. I see them now, dozens of them. Every piece of glass catching the light, throwing back distorted images of the infected around us. And in those reflections, they're moving. We need to get out of here, I say. Which way? Any way. Kiara starts moving. I follow. We're still back to back, still keeping eyes on the frozen infected, but the reflections are everywhere now, and I can feel my focus splitting. One of them moves. The runner. She's no longer frozen. She's sprinting toward us, her reflection in a shard of glass pulling her forward like a string. Kiara, I see her. Kiara spins, locks eyes on the runner. She freezes mid-stride. But now my back's exposed. I turn just in time to see another one, male, older, missing half his face, closing the distance. I stare at him. He stops. This isn't working, Kiara says. I know. We're stuck in a deadly rhythm. Watch one, another moves. Watch that one, the first moves again. The reflections are feeding them, giving them permission to sprint whenever we're not looking directly at them. We need to break the glass, I say. How? I don't know. Behind me, Kiara curses. The one on the right's moving again. I turn. Lock eyes, he freezes. We're losing ground. There, Kiara says, pointing with her free hand. I follow her gesture. There's a cluster of tools near the shed. A shovel, a hammer. Anything we could use to smash the glass. Too far, I say. It's the only option. She's right, but doesn't make it a good plan. I'll cover you, I say. You run. Josh, just go. She hesitates. Just for a second, then she moves. She's fast, faster than I expected. She hits the tool cluster in 4 strides, grabs the shovel, and swings it at the nearest piece of glass. It shatters. The runner moves again, sprinting toward Kiara. Kiara! She spins, locks eyes. The runner freezes. Keep going, I shout. She does. Another swing. Another piece of glass gone. But there are too many. Every time she breaks one, another reflection bounces off a different shard and the infected shift and lurch like puppets on broken strings. One's getting close to me now. Male. 30s. He's frozen, but barely. His fingers are twitching, and I can see the muscles in his legs tensing like he's about to bolt. Kiara, we need to move. Almost done. She swings again. The shovel connects with a large shard near her feet, and it explodes into dust. The effect is immediate. 3 of the infected stop moving. Just stop, like someone cut their power. Kiara stares at them. The reflections. They need them. Then break them all. She doesn't need to be told twice. She moves through the debris like a storm, smashing every piece of glass she can find. Each swing sends shards flying, and with each one, another infected freezes in place. I keep watch, keep my eyes moving between the ones still active and the ones that might start again. Kiara's breathing hard now. The shovel's bent from the force of her swings, but she doesn't stop. Finally, she drops it. The snow's covered in glittering dust. The reflections are gone. The infected are frozen. All of them. Kiara walks back to me. She's covered in sweat despite the cold, and her hands are shaking. "That was close," she says. "Yeah." We stand there for a moment, catching our breath, staring at the circle of frozen bodies around us. "The cabin's not safe anymore," I say. "I know." "We need to leave." "I know." She looks at me. "Where do we go?" I don't have an answer. The snow starts falling again, light at first, then heavier. It covers the shattered glass, the debris, the frozen infected. And somewhere in the distance, I hear more of them coming. "Away from here," I say. Kiara nods. We start walking. The sound of glass crunching under our boots follows us long after we've left the cabin behind. Chapter 6, No More Shelter. The rain sounds wrong. Not heavy. I've heard heavy. This is sharp, insistent. It hammers the remaining sections of roof like it's trying to dig through. Each impact sends a tremor down through the walls, and I can feel the whole structure shift under the weight. The cabin's been groaning all morning, but now it's speaking in full sentences. Long, creaking complaints that mean things are coming apart. Kiara's standing near the window, peering through the gap where we'd boarded it up 2 days ago. Her fingers tap against the wood. 1, 2, 3, pause. Repeat. She does that when she's working through something. "How bad?" I say. "The east wall's sagging." She doesn't look at me. "Roof's pulling away from it." I know. I've been watching the same crack spread across the ceiling for the last hour. Started as a hairline fracture near the stove. Now it's wide enough I can see daylight through it, which means water's coming next. Then the whole thing goes. Outside, through the window gap, I count 3 of them. Standing in the clearing like statues. One's facing the tree line. Another's got its head tilted back, mouth open to the rain. The third is looking directly at the cabin, but it hasn't moved in 20 minutes. As long as we keep eyes on them, they stay frozen. The second we look away, we need to reinforce it, Kiara says. I'm already shaking my head before she finishes. "Won't hold." "It will, if we..." "It won't." I move to the other window, checking the 2 infected near the woodpile. Still frozen, still watching. "That roof's got maybe 6 hours before it collapses. Less if this storm keeps up." She turns now, and there's something tight in her expression, not anger, something under it. "So what, we just leave?" I'm saying reinforcing it buys us nothing. It buys us tonight. Her voice sharpens. "Which is more than we've got if we're out there when the sun goes down." She's not wrong. Moving in daylight with infected around is manageable, barely. At night, when you can't see them clearly enough to keep them frozen, it's a coin flip whether you make it 10 feet. But staying here while the roof caves in isn't exactly better odds. The crack above us spreads another inch. I hear the wood groan, a sound like a tree about to snap. "All right," I say, "what do you need?" Her shoulders drop half an inch. Relief, maybe, or surprise that I didn't fight her on it. The support beams in the shed, the ones we didn't use. Shed's got 4 of them standing outside. I know. She's already moving toward the door, pulling her jacket tighter. "I'll watch. You grab." That's the thing about this. Everything's a negotiation between what we can see and what we can reach. I can't watch my own back while I'm hauling beams. She can't carry them and keep her eyes up at the same time. It's always both of us or neither. I check my boots. Still damp from this morning, but they'll hold. Stay on the porch. Don't lose sight of them. I won't. She says it like a promise, like she hasn't already proven she's better at this than I am. The rain hits harder the second I step outside. Cold enough to sting. Kiara's on the porch, positioned so she's got a clear line to all 6 infected now. 3 in the clearing, 2 by the woodpile, 1 near the shed entrance. That last one bothers me. It's too close to where I need to be. I've got the one by the shed, she calls. Don't look at it. Right. If I look, she loses her angle. If she looks away, it moves. I keep my head down and move fast. The beams are stacked against the far wall under a tarp that's half shredded. I grab the first one, feel the weight, heavier than I expected, but manageable. As I lift it, I hear Kiara's voice, sharp and immediate. Freeze. I do. Don't turn, don't shift my weight. Just stop. One by the woodpile stepped forward, she says. Her voice is steady, but I can hear the effort it takes. Okay, move. Slowly. I drag the beam toward the cabin, trying not to think about how exposed my back is, trying not to picture the one by the shed closing the distance while I'm not watching. The rain's loud enough that I wouldn't hear footsteps even if they were running. But they don't run. That's not how it works. They're either frozen or they're already on you. I make it back to the porch, drop the beam, and Kiara exhales. Didn't realize she was holding her breath. 3 more, I say. Yeah. Her fingers start tapping again. 1, 2, 3, pause. By the 3rd beam, my shoulders are burning and the rain's soaked through my jacket. The infected by the woodpile has moved again, closer now, maybe 10 feet from where it started. Kiara's tracking it, her eyes locked on its face. I can see the strain in the way she's holding herself, perfectly still, barely blinking. You good, I say. Fine. She's lying. I've seen her do this before, push past her limit because admitting she's tired feels like admitting she's weak, which is stupid because we're both running on fumes at this point. I grab the last beam and haul it toward the cabin. Halfway there, I hear a crack. Not from the roof this time, but from somewhere behind me. A branch snapping, maybe, or something stepping on loose wood. Josh. Kiara's voice is low, urgent. Don't turn around. My hands tighten on the beam. How close? Close. Keep moving. I do. 1 step, 2. The porch is maybe 15 feet away, but it feels like a mile. I can feel it behind me, whatever it is, however close it is. The space between my shoulder blades prickles, and I have to fight the urge to look. Almost there, Kiara says. Her voice is tight now, controlled. 10 feet. The beam drags through the mud, catching on something. I yank it free, stumble forward. 5 feet. Okay, she says. Okay, you're clear. I drop the beam on the porch and turn. The infected that was by the shed is now standing at the edge of the clearing, maybe 20 feet from where I'd been. Its head is tilted, like it's listening. Kiara's still staring at it, unblinking, her jaw clenched. You can stop now, I say. She doesn't. Not for another 10 seconds. Then she blinks, shakes her head once, and looks away. The infected stays frozen. Let's get these inside, she says. Her hands are shaking. The beams won't save the cabin. We both know it, even as we wedge them into place, bracing the sagging wall and trying to reinforce the section of roof that's pulling away. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken bone. Might hold for a few hours, might not. The rain keeps hammering, and every gust of wind makes the whole structure shudder. Kiara's on one side of the beam, I'm on the other, and we're trying to angle it so it catches the roof's weight without collapsing the wall further. It's slow work, the kind that makes your arms ache and your back scream. Higher, she says. I adjust. The beam shifts, grinds against the wall. Somewhere above us, I hear another crack, smaller this time, but sharp enough to make us both freeze. That's not good, I say. It's fine. She's already moving, grabbing the next beam. We just need to. The wind picks up, a massive gust that shakes the entire cabin, and I hear the roof tear. Not the crack and groan of wood splitting. This is fabric ripping, metal shrieking. A whole section of the roof peels away, and suddenly there's rain pouring in through a gap the size of a door. Kiara stumbles back, shielding her face. I grab her arm, pull her toward the far wall where there's still some cover. The water's already pooling on the floor, spreading fast. We need to go, I say. Not yet. She's staring at the gap, at the rain pouring through. Her face is set, stubborn. We can patch it. With what? I don't know. Tarp, boards. Kiara, I don't raise my voice, but something in my tone makes her stop. It's done. She looks at me, then at the cabin, then back at me. Her fingers start tapping again, faster now. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We don't have anywhere else, she says quietly. I know. The rain keeps pouring in. Another gust hits, and I hear more of the roof shift. The crack above us spreads wider, spider-webbing across the ceiling. It's not a question of if anymore, just when. We wait until first light, I say. Then we move. She doesn't argue, just nods once and turns toward the window. Outside, the infected are still there. Still frozen. Still watching. Inside, the walls creak. We spend the rest of the afternoon shoring up what we can, moving supplies away from the leaking sections, stacking anything useful near the door so we can grab it fast when we leave. Kiara works in silence, methodical, checking and rechecking everything. I let her. It's easier than talking about what happens next. By the time the sun starts dropping, we've done all we can. The cabin's still standing, barely, but I can feel it shifting under us. Every step makes the floor groan. Every gust of wind makes the walls shudder. Kiara's near the window again, watching the clearing. There are more of them now, 7, maybe 8. Hard to tell in the fading light. They've clustered closer to the cabin, drawn by the noise of our work, maybe, or just drifting. We're going to have to move through them, she says. Yeah, in the dark. Not if we leave at dawn. She glances at me. You really think this place lasts until dawn? I don't answer, because she's right, and we both know it. The wind picks up again, and this time it's not just a gust. It's sustained, howling. The kind that doesn't stop. I hear the roof groan, then a sharp crack, and suddenly there's more rain pouring in. A whole new section just gone. Kiara moves fast, pulling our packs away from the water. I grab the beams we'd used for reinforcement and wedge them against the door, not to keep infected out, but to keep the door from collapsing inward if the wall goes. Josh, I look up. She's standing by the window, staring out into the clearing. Her face has gone pale. What? They're moving closer. I cross to the window, look out. She's right. The cluster of infected has tightened, and they're all facing the cabin now. Not moving. Not yet, but the distance has shrunk. They're maybe 30 feet away. Close enough that if we step outside, we're in the middle of them. They heard the roof, I say, or they're just waiting. Waiting. That's the word that gets me, because that's what they do. They don't hunt, don't chase. They just stand there, frozen, until you look away, and then they're on you. Another gust hits, another crack. This time, the whole east wall shifts. I can see it. The way the boards pull away from the frame, the way the ceiling sags further. We've got minutes, maybe less. We can't stay, Kiara says. I know. So what do we do? I look at her, at the fear she's trying to bury under the practicality, at the way her fingers are tapping against her leg, faster now, almost frantic. We go, I say. Right now. She doesn't argue, just grabs her pack, slings it over her shoulder, and moves toward the door. I do the same, checking the straps, making sure everything's secure. Outside, the wind howls. The rain hammers. I pull the beams away from the door, and Kiara positions herself so she's got a clear line to the clearing. I've got the 3 on the left, she says. You take the right. Got it. I push the door open. The wind rips it from my hand, slamming it against the wall. The rain hits us immediately, cold and sharp. I step onto the porch, scanning the clearing. The infected on the right are frozen, 2 of them standing maybe 20 feet away. As long as I keep looking, they won't move. Go, Kiara says. We step off the porch together, moving in sync. I keep my eyes on the two infected on the right. She's got the left. The space between them is maybe 10 feet wide, enough to slip through if we're fast, if we don't look away. Behind us, I hear it. A final, massive crack. The sound of the roof giving up, of the walls collapsing inward. The cabin folds in on itself, and the noise is deafening. Wood snapping, metal shrieking, water rushing. The infected don't move. They're frozen, staring at us. But the sound, the collapse, it's drawing more. I can see them now emerging from the tree line, stumbling into the clearing. Dozens of them. Josh, Kiara says. Her voice is tight. I see them. We keep moving. Fast, but not running. Running means losing sight, means looking away. We weave through the cluster, keeping our eyes locked on the ones closest to us. My legs burn, my chest aches. Behind us, the cabin is gone. Our home base, what little we had, is just rubble now. And ahead of us, the road, exposed, open, nowhere to hide. Kiara stumbles, catches herself. I grab her arm, steady her, and she nods once. We're clear of the cluster now, maybe 50 feet from the cabin. I risk a glance back just for a second and see the infected standing there, frozen, watching. Don't look back, Kiara says. I don't. We keep walking. The rain keeps falling. And behind us, the cabin, the last piece of shelter we had, is nothing but broken wood and memory. Chapter 7. Nightfall. The road's worse than I thought, not the surface. That's just mud and broken asphalt, same as everywhere else. It's the exposure. No buildings, no cover. Just open space stretching in both directions, with the tree line on one side and a steep drop on the other. Every step feels like we're walking across a target. Kiara's ahead of me, moving fast but careful. Her pack's weighing her down. I can see it in the way her shoulders hunch forward, but she doesn't slow. We've been walking for maybe an hour, and the light's already fading. Not sunset yet, but close enough that the shadows are stretching long. We need to find somewhere before dark, she says. I know. I mean it, Josh. We can't be out here when... I know. She stops, turns to look at me. Her face is set, jaw tight. Do you? Because it feels like you're not. I'm looking, I say, cutting her off. But there's nothing. It's true, the road's empty. No buildings, no cars, nothing we can use for shelter. Just trees and mud and the infected scattered along the roadside like discarded mannequins. I've counted 12 so far. Most of them are far enough away that they're not a problem, but a few are close, 10, 15 feet from the road. As long as we keep them in our peripheral vision, they stay frozen. But when it gets dark, that doesn't work anymore. In the dark, you can't see them clearly enough to keep them locked in place. They just move. Slowly, maybe, but inevitably. Kiara starts walking again, faster now. I follow, scanning the trees for anything we can use. A shed, a car, even a ditch we can hunker down in. Nothing. The sun drops lower. The shadows thicken. There, Kiara says, pointing. I follow her gaze. About 100 feet ahead, just off the road, there's a cluster of boulders, big ones taller than me. They're grouped tight enough that there's space between them, maybe a gap we can squeeze into. Not ideal, but better than nothing. Let's check it, I say. We move toward the boulders, and as we get closer, I see the problem. There are 3 infected standing near the base of the rocks, not moving, not looking at us, just standing there, frozen in place. They're blocking the gap. Can we go around? Kiara asks, not without losing sight of them. She stares at the infected, then at the gap. Her fingers start tapping against her leg. 1, 2, 3, pause. We need that space, she says quietly. Yeah. So we move them. I glance at her. How? We keep eyes on them and walk past, slowly. If we don't look away, they won't move. And if one of us blinks wrong, she doesn't answer, because there's no good answer. If we lose visual contact for even a second, they move. And if they move, we're too close to run. But we don't have a choice. The light's almost gone. All right, I say. I'll take the 2 on the left. You take the 1 on the right. Got it. We move together, slow and deliberate. I keep my eyes locked on the 2 infected near the gap, a man in a torn jacket and a woman with half her face missing. They're both staring at nothing. perfectly still. Kiara's watching the third one, a younger guy slumped against the rock. We're maybe 10 feet away when I hear it. A low, wet sound, like something shuffling through mud. I freeze, and Kiara does the same. "What was that?" she whispers. I don't know. The sound comes again, closer this time. From the trees, maybe, or from behind the rocks. I can't tell. "Keep moving," Kiara says. We take another step, then another. The infected don't move. The sound doesn't repeat. We're 5 feet from the gap now, close enough that I can see the space between the boulders, narrow, but wide enough for us to fit through if we go single file. "You first," I say. Kiara hesitates, then nods. She slips past the infected on the right, keeping her eyes locked on it the whole time. I watch the two on the left, making sure they don't move. My heart's hammering and I can feel the sweat on my palms despite the cold. She makes it through the gap. I follow, squeezing between the rocks, feeling the rough stones scrape against my pack. The infected stay frozen. We're through. Kiara exhales, sharp and fast. Okay. The space between the boulders is smaller than I thought. Maybe 6 feet wide, 8 feet deep. Enough room to sit, but not to lie down. The ground's damp, covered in dead leaves and mud. Not comfortable, but defensible. The rocks are high enough that we've got cover on 3 sides, and the gap we came through is narrow enough that we can watch it without much effort. "This'll work," I say. Kiara doesn't answer. She's staring at the gap, at the 3 infected still frozen just outside. Her fingers are tapping again, faster now. "Hey," I say. "We're fine. For now." "Yeah, for now." She looks at me, and there's something in her expression I can't read. Fear, maybe, or exhaustion, or both. "We need to take shifts," she says. "One of us watches, the other rests." Agreed. "I'll take first watch." "Kiara, I'll take first watch," she says again, firmer this time. "You've been hauling beams all day. You need to rest." I want to argue, but she's right. My shoulders are screaming and my legs feel like they're made of concrete. I nod, drop my pack, and sit against the rock. The cold seeps through my jacket immediately, but I ignore it. Kiara positions herself near the gap, her eyes fixed on the infected outside. The light's almost gone now, just a thin strip of orange on the horizon. In another 10 minutes, it'll be full dark. "Wake me if anything changes," I say. I will. I close my eyes, but I don't sleep. Not really. I can hear her breathing, steady and controlled. I can hear the wind rustling through the trees. And under it all, I can hear the infected, dozens of them, scattered along the road, waiting. I don't know how long I'm out. Could be 20 minutes. Could be 2 hours. When I open my eyes, it's full dark. The kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. The only light is from the moon, and even that's muted by clouds. Kiara's still by the gap, but her posture's different. Slumped forward, head tilted. She's asleep. "Kiara," I say low. She jerks awake, her hand going to her knife. "What?" "I'm up. You fell asleep." "No, I didn't. I was just..." "You did." Her face hardens. "I didn't mean to." "I know." She looks out at the gap, then back at me. "How long?" "Don't know. Just woke up." She exhales, sharp and frustrated. "I'm sorry. It's fine." "It's not fine. If something had..." "But it didn't," I say, cutting her off. "We're fine." She doesn't look convinced. She turns back to the gap, staring out into the dark. I can't see much from where I'm sitting, but I can hear them. Shuffling. Dragging. The sound of something moving just outside the rocks. "There's more of them," Kiara says quietly. "How many?" "I don't know. Can't see them clearly enough." I shift closer to the gap, peering out. She's right. I can make out shapes, dark silhouettes against the slightly lighter sky, but I can't tell if they're infected or just trees. And if I can't tell, I can't keep them frozen. "We need to stay awake," I say. "Yeah, both of us." She glances at me. "For how long?" "Until dawn." She doesn't argue, just nods and settles back against the rock. I do the same, positioning myself so I've got a clear view of the gap. The shuffling continues. Sometimes it's close, sometimes it's distant. It's impossible to tell. "Josh," Kiara says after a while. "Yeah." "What if we don't make it?" I don't answer right away. because I don't have a good answer. The truth is, we might not. The cabin's gone, we've got no shelter, and we're surrounded by infected in the dark. Every decision we make from here is a gamble. We'll make it, I say finally. You don't know that. No. But we're still here. She's quiet for a long time. Then, my group, the one before you, they didn't make it. I know this. She's mentioned it before in passing. Never details, just fragments. But something about the way she says it now feels heavier, like she's admitting something she's been holding on to. What happened? I say. I fell asleep. Her voice is flat, detached. We were in a warehouse, thought it was safe. I took watch and I fell asleep. Kiara, they were gone when I woke up. All of them. Just gone. I don't know what to say to that, so I don't say anything. I just sit there, listening to the shuffling outside, feeling the weight of her words settle between us. I'm not letting that happen again, she says. It won't. You don't know that? I do. I look at her, even though I can barely see her in the dark. Because you're not alone this time. She doesn't respond. Just keeps staring at the gap. Her fingers start tapping again. 1, 2, 3, pause. Outside, the shuffling gets louder. Closer. I shift forward, trying to see through the gap, but it's too dark. I can hear them maybe 5 feet away, maybe 10, but I can't see them. Josh, Kiara whispers, I hear it. What do we do? Nothing. We stay quiet. We don't move. And if they come through the gap, they won't. How do you know? I don't. The shuffling stops. The silence that follows is worse, thick and heavy like the air before a storm. I hold my breath, listening. Kiara does the same. Neither of us moves. Then I hear it, a low, wet sound, right outside the gap, so close I could reach out and touch it. Kiara's hand finds mine in the dark. Her grip is tight, almost painful. I squeeze back and we sit there frozen, waiting. The sound doesn't repeat. After what feels like an hour but is probably only a minute, the shuffling starts again, farther away this time. Moving past the rocks, heading down the road. Kiara exhales and her grip loosens. That was too close. Yeah, we can't do this all night. We don't have a choice. She pulls her hand away and I hear her shift against the rock. This is going to get us killed. Maybe. You're not helping. I'm being honest. She laughs, short and bitter. Great. Honesty. I don't respond. Because she's right. Honesty doesn't change the fact that we're trapped in a gap between rocks with infected all around us and no plan beyond don't die. But it's all I've got. Outside, the shuffling continues. Sometimes close, sometimes distant. A rhythm I'm starting to recognize. Kiara's breathing evens out after a while, and I think she might be falling asleep again, but then she speaks. Josh? Yeah. Don't let me fall asleep. I won't. I mean it. If I start to drift, wake me up. I will. She's quiet for a moment. Then, promise? Yeah, I promise. She settles back and we sit there in the dark, listening to the infected shuffle past. The night stretches on, endless and cold, and somewhere deep in the trees, something lets out a low guttural sound that doesn't quite sound human. Kiara's fingers start tapping again, faster this time. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 8, Don't Look Away. My eyes burn. Not from smoke or dust, just from being open too long. I've been staring a gap between the rocks for hours now, watching shadows shift and reshape. Every time I blink, I hold my breath, waiting to see if something moves in that half second of darkness. Nothing does, but that doesn't mean nothing will. Kiara's still awake beside me. I can tell by the way she's breathing, too controlled, too deliberate. She's fighting it, same as me. Every few minutes, her head dips forward, then snaps back up. She mutters something under her breath, shakes herself awake. You need to sleep, I say. So do you. I will, after you. That's not how this works. Then how does it work? She doesn't answer, just shifts against the rock, repositioning herself so she's got a better angle on the gap. Her fingers tap against her knee. 1, 2, 3, pause. Outside, the shuffling has stopped. It's been quiet for maybe 20 minutes now, which is somehow worse than the noise. At least when I could hear them, I knew where they were. Now they could be anywhere. Think they left? Kiara asks. No. Yeah, me neither. The moon's higher now, casting just enough light that I can make out shapes beyond the rocks, trees, the road, and between them, silhouettes that might be infected or might just be my eyes playing tricks. I stare at one of them, a hunched figure near the edge of the road, and watch for movement. It doesn't move, but I can't tell if that's because I'm looking at it or because it's not real. Josh. Yeah. How long until dawn? I glance at the sky. Still dark, but there's a faint lightening on the horizon. Maybe an hour. Maybe 2. Not long, I say. You're lying. Little bit. She laughs, quiet, more breath than sound. You're bad at it. I know. We fall into silence again. My legs are cramping and my back's gone numb from sitting against the rock, but I don't move. Moving means shifting my angle, means losing sight of the gap for even a second. Can't risk it. Kiara's head dips forward again. This time it stays down. Her breathing slows, deepens. Kiara, I say, low. No response. Hey, I reach over, tap her shoulder. You're falling asleep. She jerks awake, blinking hard. I wasn't. You were. I was just resting my eyes. That's called sleeping. It's not. She stops, rubs her face. Okay, maybe a little. You need to actually rest. So do you. I'll rest when you do. She looks at me, and even in the dim light, I can see the frustration in her expression. This is stupid. We're both exhausted. One of us needs to sleep, or we're going to make a mistake. And if I fall asleep, who's watching? I am. You just fell asleep for 2 seconds. It only takes 1. Her jaw tightens. Then what do you want me to do, Josh? Sit here and stare at nothing until I pass out? If that's what it takes. That's not. She cuts herself off, shakes her head. You're being an ass. I'm being realistic. No. You're being stubborn. She's not wrong, but I don't know how to explain that the thought of her falling asleep while I'm out makes my chest tighten in a way I don't have words for. Because if she falls asleep and something happens and I'm not awake to stop it, I'm not going anywhere, she says, quieter now. I know. Do you? Because it feels like you think I'm going to disappear the second you close your eyes. I don't answer. Because that's exactly what I think. She sighs, shifts closer so our shoulders are almost touching. You can't do this forever. I can try. And when you collapse from exhaustion, what then? Then you take over. Jesus, Josh. She sounds more tired than angry now. Why is it so hard for you to just trust me? I do trust you. Then prove it. Close your eyes. Kiara, 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. 5 minutes. I look at her, at the exhaustion etched in her face, the dark circles under her eyes. She's as wrecked as I am, maybe worse, and she's asking me to trust her. Not because she's confident she can stay awake, but because she needs me to believe she will. Fine, I say. 5 minutes. Thank you. I lean back against the rock, close my eyes. The darkness behind my eyelids is immediate and heavy, and I feel myself start to drift almost instantly. My body's begging for sleep, pulling me down toward it. I fight it, try to stay on the surface, but it's like treading water in a riptide. Josh, Kiara says softly, still awake. Liar. I open my eyes and she's watching me. Not the gap. Me. Her expression is unreadable. You lasted 30 seconds, she says. That's longer than I thought. You're terrible at this. I know. She shifts, turning so she's facing the gap again. Get some sleep. I've got this. You sure? No, but I'm going to try anyway. I want to argue. Want to tell her that trying isn't good enough, that we need guarantees, that I can't afford to trust anyone because everyone I've ever trusted has ended up dead. But the words don't come, maybe because I'm too tired, or maybe because she's right. All right, I say. But if you start to drift, I'll wake you. I promise. I close my eyes again. This time I let myself fall. I don't know what wakes me. Not a sound. There's no sound. Just the absence of it. A silence so complete it feels like pressure against my eardrums. I open my eyes, and it's still dark. But lighter now. The kind of pre-dawn gray where shapes start to emerge from the shadows. Kiara's still by the gap, her back to me. Perfectly still. Too still. Kiara, I say. She doesn't respond. Hey! I reach over, touch her shoulder. Kiara! She jerks awake, gasping, her hand going to her knife. What? What happened? You fell asleep. Her face goes white. No, I didn't. You did. She turns toward the gap, staring out at the road. How long? I don't know. Just woke up. Shit. She scrambles forward, peering through the gap. Did they? I don't know. We both stare out at the road. The light's just strong enough now that I can make out shapes, trees, rocks, and between them, the silhouettes of infected. I count 4 of them, maybe 5. Hard to tell if they're closer than before. I'm sorry, Kiara says. Her voice is shaking. I didn't mean to. It's fine. It's not fine. I promised I'd stay awake and Kiara. I grab her arm, make her look at me. We're still here. We're fine. But what if we weren't? What if But they didn't. She pulls away, presses her palms against her eyes. I can't do this again. Do what? Fall asleep, lose people because I wasn't paying attention. There it is, the thing she's been carrying since before I met her, the weight she can't put down. You didn't lose anyone, I say. Yes, I did. My group. That wasn't your fault. You don't know that. I do. I shift closer, lower my voice. Because I've seen you. You don't stop watching. You don't stop trying. If your group died, it's because this world is impossible, not because you failed them. She's quiet for a long time. Then, you really believe that? Yeah. Why? Because you haven't let me die yet. She looks at me and something in her expression shifts. Not quite a smile, but close. You're an idiot. I know. And you're stubborn. Also true. And you don't trust anyone. I trust you. The words come out before I can stop them, and I realize as I say them that they're true. I do trust her. More than I've trusted anyone in a long time. Maybe ever. She stares at me, and for a second I think she's going to argue. Instead, she says, I'm scared you're going to stop. Stop what? Caring. About this. About me. I don't know how to respond to that because the truth is I'm terrified of the same thing, that one day I'll wake up and whatever fragile thing we've built will be gone, and I'll be alone again. I'm not going to stop, I say. You don't know that. I do. How? How? Because I'm more afraid of losing you than I am of dying. The words hang in the air between us, raw and unguarded. She stares at me, and I can see her processing them, turning them over. Then she nods just once and turns back to the gap. Okay, she says quietly. Okay? Okay, I believe you. Outside, the light's getting stronger. The infected on the road are clearer now. I can see their faces, the way they're standing. None of them have moved. We're still safe, for now. Kiara's fingers stop tapping. She takes a breath, lets it out slowly. We should move soon. Yeah. Before it gets too light. Agreed. Neither of us moves. We just sit there, side by side, watching the infected, waiting for dawn. And for the first time in a long time, I don't feel like I'm waiting alone. Chapter 9, Road to Nowhere. The sun's up, but the cold hasn't left. It clings to everything. The rocks, the road, my hands when I pull them out of my pockets to adjust my pack. Kiara's already moving, checking straps and redistributing weight. She's been quiet since we woke up, and I haven't pushed her on it. Ready? She asks. As much as I'm going to be. She glances at the gap, then back at me. Same formation as last night? Yeah. I'll take left. You take right. Got it. We slip through the gap one at a time, keeping eyes on the infected scattered along the road. There are more of them now, 8, maybe 9, but they're spread out enough that we've got space to move, as long as we're careful. Kiara steps onto the road first, her gaze locked on the cluster to the right. I follow, scanning left. 2 of them are close, maybe 15 feet, but they're frozen, staring at nothing. I keep them in my peripheral vision and start walking. The road stretches ahead of us, empty and gray. No buildings, no cars, just trees on one side and open air on the other. The drop's steep enough that if you slipped, you wouldn't stop until you hit the bottom. I don't look down. Where are we going? Kiara asks after a while. Away from here. That's not a plan. It's the only one we've got. She doesn't argue, but I can feel her frustration in the silence that follows. She's right. It's not a plan. It's survival instinct dressed up as decision-making. But the cabin's gone, and we don't have another option. We just keep moving until we find something better, or until we don't. There was a town, Kiara says, about 10 miles east. I passed through it before I found the cabin. How long ago? 4 months. What was it like? Empty, but there were buildings. Some of them still had walls. Most were collapsed, but a few looked stable. I glance at her. You didn't stay? No. Why not? She's quiet for a moment. Then, too many of them. Right, because towns mean people, and people mean infected. More of them than we've seen out here on the road. More than we can keep eyes on. We'll figure it out, I say. Will we? We always do. She doesn't look convinced. By midday, the road's gotten worse. Not the surface, though that's bad enough, riddled with potholes and chunks of missing asphalt, but the exposure. The trees have thinned out, leaving us in full view of anything watching from the forest. And there's always something watching. I've stopped counting the infected. There are too many now, scattered along both sides of the road. Some are standing in clusters, others are alone, slumped against trees or sitting in the dirt. None of them move, but their presence is enough to make my shoulders tight. Kiara's ahead of me, setting the pace. She's moving faster now, like she's trying to outrun something. I don't blame her. The longer we're out here, the more exposed we are, and exposure is the thing that gets you. We need to find shelter, she says, without looking back. I know. Before dark. I know. Then why aren't you? Because there's nothing, I say, cutting her off. Look around. What do you see? She stops, turns to face me. I see a road, and trees, and a whole lot of nothing. Exactly. So what, we just keep walking until we collapse? We keep walking until we find something, and if we don't, then we figure it out. She stares at me, and I can see the anger building in her expression. Not at me, at the situation, at the world. At the fact that we've been walking for hours and haven't found anything resembling safety. I hate this, she says quietly. Me too. Then why do you sound so calm? Because panicking doesn't help. Neither does pretending everything's fine. I'm not pretending. I'm just, being realistic? Because from where I'm standing, realistic looks a lot like giving up. The words hit harder than I expect. I open my mouth to respond, but she's already turned and started walking again. I follow, and we don't speak for the next hour. The sun's starting to drop when I see it. Just a flicker of movement in the trees, too deliberate to be wind, too fast to be an animal. I stop, scan the forest, but I don't see anything. Josh? Kiara's voice is sharp. Thought I saw something. Where? Trees. Left side. She turns, follows my gaze. I don't see anything. It's gone now? You sure it was real? No. We stand there for a moment, staring at the forest. The wind rustles through the branches and a few leaves fall. Nothing else moves. Could have been infected, she says. Could have been. Or it could have been nothing. Yeah. She looks at me, and I can see the question in her expression. Do we keep moving, or do we check? We keep moving, I say before she can ask. You sure? No. But standing here isn't going to help. She nods, and we start walking again. Faster this time. The trees feel closer now, pressing in on both sides of the road. Every shadow looks like a threat. Every sound makes me tense. Josh, Kiara says after a while. Yeah? What happens if we don't find anything? We will. But what if we don't? I don't have an answer for that, because the truth is, I don't know. The cabin was a fluke, a half-collapsed structure we'd stumbled into by luck. Before that, I'd been moving from place to place, never staying long enough to call anywhere home, and before that, I don't think about before that. We'll find something, I say again. You keep saying that, because it's true. How do you know? I don't, but I'm going to keep saying it until it is. She laughs, short and humorless. That's not how this works. Then how does it work? I don't know, but pretending we're okay doesn't make us okay. I'm not pretending. Then what are you doing? Surviving. She doesn't respond. Tat just keeps walking, her shoulders tense, her hands balled into fists at her sides. The light's almost gone when we see it. Not a building, just a shadow in the distance, blocky and unnatural. Kiara sees it first. There, she says, pointing. I follow her gaze. It's hard to make out in the fading light, but it's definitely man-made. Maybe a warehouse, maybe a gas station. Hard to tell from here. Think it's safe? She asks. Only one way to find out. We move toward it, and as we get closer, the shape resolves into something more defined. It's a gas station, or what's left of one. The roof's mostly intact, but the walls are crumbling. The pumps are gone, just concrete pads where they used to be. And surrounding it, standing in a loose circle, are infected. Dozens of them. Kiara stops. We can't go through that. We don't have a choice. Yes, we do. We can keep walking. To where? There's nothing out here, Kiara. This is the first structure we've seen in hours. And it's surrounded, so we go around. There are too many. Then we wait until they move. They don't move, Josh. You know that. She's right. They don't move. Not unless we look away. And if we wait, it'll be full dark soon and we'll be stuck on the road with no cover. We need to try, I say. And if we can't get through, then we keep moving. She stares at the gas station, then at me. This is a bad idea. I know. And you want to do it anyway? Yeah. She exhales, sharp and frustrated. You're going to get us killed. Maybe, but we're already dead if we stay out here. She doesn't argue, just adjusts her pack and starts moving toward the gas station. I follow, and as we get closer, I realize the problem. The infected aren't just standing around the building, they're clustered near the entrance, blocking it completely. We're going to have to move through them, Kiara says. Yeah. All of them. Yeah. You ready? No. Good. Me neither. We step off the road and into the clearing. The infected don't move. Not yet. But I can feel them watching, their frozen stares tracking us as we weave through the gaps between them. Kiara's ahead of me, her eyes locked on the cluster to the right. I'm watching the left, keeping my gaze steady, trying not to blink. We're halfway through when I hear it, a low, guttural sound. Not quite human. It's coming from somewhere behind us, but I don't dare turn to look. Keep moving, Kiara says, her voice tight. I do. 1 step. 2. The entrance is maybe 20 feet away now. We're close. So close. And then I see them, not the infected we've been navigating, new ones. Emerging from the tree line behind the gas station, moving toward us in a slow, deliberate line. There are dozens of them, maybe more. Kiara, I say. I see them. We need to move. Now. I know. We break into a run. Not because we want to, because we have to. The infected behind us start moving, their frozen postures shattering as we lose sight of them. I don't look back, just focus on the entrance, on Kiara's back, on the space between the infected still blocking our path. We're 10 feet away when one of them steps forward. Not fast, just a single shambling step. But it's enough to block the gap. Kiara doesn't slow. She shoves past it, and I follow, feeling the brush of its hand against my shoulder as I slip through. We're inside. The infected are still outside, clustering near the entrance now, their movements slow but relentless. Kiara slams the door shut, or what's left of it, and wedges a piece of debris against it. That won't hold, she says. I know. We both stare at the door, at the silhouettes of infected pressing against it, and beyond them in the distance more shapes emerging from the trees. Too many to count. We're trapped, Kiara says. Not yet. Josh, not yet. She doesn't argue, just sinks to the ground, her back against the wall, her chest heaving. I do the same, and we sit there in the dark, listening to the infected outside. They're shuffling. They're breathing. The sound of too many bodies in too small a space. And all I can think is, we can't stay here. Chapter 10. The stakes rise. The gas station smells like rot and gasoline. Not fresh gasoline, the kind that's been sitting in puddles for years, evaporating into something thick and chemical. It coats the back of my throat when I breathe. Kiara's got her sleeve over her nose, but it doesn't help much. We need to check the building, she says. I know. See if there's another way out. I know. She looks at me. Then why are you just sitting there? Because I'm tired. So am I. But we don't have time to rest. She's right. The infected are still outside, clustered near the entrance. I can hear them shuffling, their bodies pressing against the door. The debris we wedged against it is holding, for now, but it won't last. I push myself up and Kiara does the same. The gas station's interior is small, maybe 20 feet by 30. Most of the shelves are empty, their contents long since looted or rotted away. There's a counter near the back, its surface covered in dust and broken glass, and beyond that, a door marked Employees Only. Think it leads outside? Kiara asks. Only one way to find out. We move toward the door, stepping carefully over debris. The floor's slick with something I don't want to identify. Kiara reaches the door first, tries the handle. It doesn't budge. Locked, she says. Can you break it? Give me a second. She pulls out her knife, wedges it into the gap between the door and the frame. The wood's old, warped by moisture and time. It doesn't take much force before the lock gives way with a sharp crack. The door swings open and we're hit with a blast of cold air. I step through, Kiara right behind me, and find myself in a narrow hallway. There's another door at the end, this one with a small window. Through it, I can see the forest. And between us and the trees, maybe a dozen infected. There's our exit, Kiara says. There's also a dozen infected. Better than the 50 outside the front. She's not wrong. We'll have to move fast, I say. Keep eyes on them the whole time. I know. And if one of us loses sight, I know, Josh. I nod. All right, let's do this. We move down the hallway, slow and deliberate. The infected outside are frozen, some facing the building, others turned toward the trees. As long as we keep watching, they stay that way. Kiara reaches the door first, pushes it open. The hinges scream, and every infected in the clearing snaps their heads toward the sound. But they don't move. Not yet. Go, she says. I step outside first, my eyes locked on the cluster to the left. Kiara follows, watching the right. We move in sync, weaving through the gaps between the frozen bodies. My heart's hammering, and I can feel the sweat on my palms despite the cold. We're maybe 10 feet from the tree line when I hear it. A crack, sharp and sudden, like a branch snapping. I freeze, and Kiara does the same. What was that? She whispers. Don't know. The sound doesn't repeat, but the infected have shifted. Not moved, just shifted, like they're leaning toward us, waiting. Keep going, I say. We take another step, then another. The trees are close now, maybe 5 feet. So close I can smell the pine and damp earth. Almost there. And then the door behind us slams open. I don't turn to look. Don't need to. I can hear them, the infected from the front of the building pouring through the gas station and into the hallway. They're not frozen anymore. They're moving. Fast. Run, Kiara says. We do. Not carefully, not strategically, just full-on sprinting toward the trees. The infected behind us are gaining, their footsteps heavy and uneven. I don't look back. Don't need to. I can feel them closing the distance. We hit the tree line, and I grab Kiara's arm, pulling her to the left. There's a path, barely visible, overgrown with roots and weeds, but it's there. We follow it, weaving between trees, ducking under low-hanging branches. Behind us, the infected are crashing through the forest. Slower now, hindered by the terrain, but still coming. We need to lose them, Kiara says, her voice breathless. I know. How? I'm working on it. We keep running, and the path starts to narrow. The trees are denser here, their trunks so close together that we have to turn sideways to squeeze through. The infected are falling behind. I can hear the gap widening, but they're not stopping. There, Kiara says, pointing. Ahead, the path opens into a small clearing. And in the center of it, half hidden by overgrowth, is a rusted-out truck. The kind with a flatbed and a cab barely intact. It's not much, but it's cover. We run for it, and I dive into the flatbed first, pulling Kiara up after me. The metal's cold and sharp against my back, but I don't care. We're hidden, at least for now. The infected emerge from the trees a moment later. There are fewer of them than I thought, maybe 8 or 10. They spread out across the clearing, their movements slow and erratic. One of them walks right past the truck, its head tilted like it's listening. I hold my breath. Kiara does the same. Neither of us moves. The infected lingers for a moment, then keeps walking. The others follow, drifting toward the far side of the clearing. One by one, they disappear back into the trees. We wait. 5 minutes. 10. The clearing stays empty. I think they're gone, Kiara whispers. Yeah, we should move. Not yet. Josh, not yet. She doesn't argue, just leans back against the side of the truck, her chest heaving. I do the same, and we sit there in silence, listening to the forest. The wind rustles through the trees. Somewhere in the distance a branch cracks, but there's no shuffling, no footsteps. That was too close, Kiara says after a while. Yeah, we can't keep doing this. I know. Then what do we do? I don't have an answer, because the truth is, I don't know. We've been running for hours, and we're no closer to safety than we were this morning. The cabin's gone, the gas station's overrun, and out here in the open, we're just targets waiting to be found. We keep moving, I say finally. To where? I don't know, but staying here isn't an option. She's quiet for a moment. Then, what if there's nowhere to go? There is. How do you know? Because we're still here. She looks at me, and something in her expression shifts. Not quite a smile, but close. You really believe that? I have to. She nods, and we sit there for a while longer, not speaking. The sun's dropping lower now, casting long shadows across the clearing. In another hour, it'll be dark. We should go, I say. Yeah. We climb out of the truck, and Kiara checks the clearing one more time. Still empty. We move toward the far side, where the trees thin out into what looks like another path. Think this leads somewhere? She asks. Only one way to find out. We step onto the path, and for the first time all day, I let myself believe we might actually make it through this. Not because I think we will, but because I need to. Behind us, the clearing fades into shadow, and ahead, the path stretches into the unknown. We walk. Chapter 11. The Bridge of Glass. The highway bridge stretches ahead like a trap waiting to snap shut. I stop at the edge where asphalt meets concrete, where the shoulder gives way to the span crossing whatever river used to run beneath. Used to. The water's gone now, just a dry gulch full of shadows and rusted shopping carts. But the bridge itself is a minefield of shattered windshields and side mirrors, every surface catching light like 1,000 tiny betrayals. Kiara's breathing changes behind me. Not panic yet. Close, though. We can go around, she says. I scan the tree line on either side. Dense. No clear sight lines. And her ankle's still tender from yesterday. She's trying not to show it, but I notice the way she shifts weight when she thinks I'm not looking. A round takes hours, I say, and puts us in the trees after dark. She doesn't answer. Just stares at the bridge, at all that glass catching the afternoon sun, every shard a potential trigger, every reflection a thing that doesn't count as seeing. I light a cigarette, buy myself a few seconds to think. The smoke tastes like burned coffee grounds and bad decisions. Kiara watches me, doing that thing where she pretends she's checking our six, but she's actually reading my face for tells. You're thinking it's impossible, she says. I'm thinking it's a nightmare. Those are different things. They are. She's right. Impossible means don't try. Nightmare means try anyway, and maybe don't sleep after. I take another drag, studying the wreckage. Most of the cars are clustered toward the middle span. Some ancient pileup from when people still drove places. The glass field is densest there. A carpet of fragments that probably crunched under tires once upon a time. Now it just sits there, waiting to wake up everything frozen nearby the second a reflection catches movement. Stay close, I say, like uncomfortably close. How close are we talking? I need to see what you're seeing, which means I need your shoulder basically touching mine. She moves in without arguing. Her presence is solid next to me, warm in a way that has nothing to do with temperature. I can smell the smoke on her jacket, the faint salt sweat smell that everyone carries now. Ready? I ask. No. Yeah, me neither. We step onto the bridge together. The first 20 feet aren't bad. Concrete's mostly clear, just some pebbled safety glass that we step over carefully. An SUV blocks the left lane, hood crumpled against the guardrail, driver's door hanging open. I glance inside as we pass. Empty. No blood. That's almost worse somehow. Means whoever was driving either walked away or got pulled out. Kiara's hand finds my elbow, not grabbing, just maintaining contact, the same way you'd touch a wall walking through a dark room. 30 feet. 40. The glass gets thicker. I spot the first infected about 50 feet ahead, standing perfectly still between two sedans, facing away from us, thank God. If it turned around while we were looking at it through one of these car mirrors, don't think about it, Kiara mutters. Wasn't. You were. You do this thing with your jaw when you're thinking worst-case scenarios. That's just my face. No, it's not. We shuffle forward. The glass crunches under our boots despite our best efforts. Tiny sounds that seem huge in the stillness. I keep my eyes moving, checking every reflective surface, every mirror still attached to a frame. Kiara does the same. We're overlapping our sight lines, covering each other's blind spots. And it's working, sort of. The kind of working that feels like holding your breath underwater, sustainable until it very suddenly isn't. Another infected comes into view. This one's closer, maybe 30 feet, standing next to a minivan with its sliding door torn off. It's wearing what used to be a postal uniform. The thing that always gets me isn't how they look. That's bad enough, but how perfectly still they stand when someone's watching. Like store mannequins, like they're not even breathing. They're not, probably. Or if they are, it's something else. Something that doesn't need oxygen the way we remember needing it. Two more on the right, Kiara says quietly. By the pickup. I see them, both frozen mid-step like someone hit pause on a video. One of them is a kid, can't be more than 12. I look away before I can think too hard about that. The glass gets worse. We're at the densest part now, where the pileup must have been spectacular. Fragments everywhere, some as big as dinner plates, most smaller, every piece a potential mirror. Every mirror a thing that doesn't freeze them. Kiara's breathing is faster now, short controlled breaths through her nose. Her hand tightens on my elbow. Okay, I say, keeping my voice level. Okay, look at me. She does. Her eyes are wide, pupils blown. We're halfway across, I tell her. That's the worst of it behind us. That's a lie. Yeah, but it's a good one. Her mouth twitches. Not quite a smile, but close enough. You're the worst at motivational speeches. I'm aware. She takes a breath, lets it out slow. Okay, what's the move? I scan ahead. The far side of the bridge is maybe 60 feet. Less glass there, more open concrete. We can make it if we're careful, if nothing reflects, if we don't rush. Same as before, I say. Close formation. Keep checking our six. Don't look at anything shiny unless you're ready to run. Cool. Love that plan. Very reassuring. I'm not here to reassure you. Then what are you here for? The question catches me off guard. She's not joking now. Her voice has that edge it gets when she's actually asking something, when she needs a real answer. I don't have one. Or I do, but it's the kind of answer that feels too heavy to say out loud in the middle of a glass field surrounded by frozen infected. So I just shrug and start walking. She follows. Of course she does. The infected postal worker is closer now. We have to pass within 15 feet of it, threading between a Camry and a truck bed full of moldy furniture. I keep my eyes on it as we move, watching for any shift, any sign that it's registered our presence through some reflection I haven't spotted. It doesn't move. We slide past, boots crunching on glass that sounds like breaking bones. 50 feet to go. 45. Kiara makes a sound, small, caught in her throat. I freeze. What? Side mirror. Passenger side of the Camry. She stops. Swallows. It's angled right at us. I see it. The mirror's intact, pointed back toward the bridge behind us. Toward the infected we already passed. If any of them move, if one of them takes a single step, we keep going, I say. Can't change it now. Josh, we keep going. She doesn't argue. We move faster, still careful but with purpose now. The glass thins out. 30 feet. 20. I can see where the bridge meets solid ground, where the trees start again on the far side. Behind us, something scrapes. Kiara freezes. I don't. I grab her hand and pull, forcing her to move, even as every instinct in her body is screaming to turn around and look. Because if we look, if we confirm what we both know is happening, the scraping sound comes again, closer. We're running now, boots pounding concrete, glass shattering under our weight. I risk a glance back and see them. 3 infected, unfrozen and moving, their reflections dancing in a dozen broken mirrors as they sprint toward us with that horrible, wrong-jointed gait. Don't look, I shout, dragging Kiara forward. Eyes front. She stumbles. I catch her, haul her upright, and we're off the bridge, hitting dirt and grass and tree cover. The infected follow, but they're slower in the underbrush, confused by the sudden change in terrain. We put distance between us and them, crashing through low branches until the sounds of pursuit fade. We stop in a clearing, both gasping. Kiara bends over, hands on knees, sucking air. I scan the trees, listening. Nothing, just wind and leaves and our own ragged breathing. That was, Kiara starts. Yeah. I know. She straightens up, looks at me. Her face is flushed, hair stuck to her forehead with sweat, and she's smiling. Actually smiling, like we just got away with something impossible. You pulled me, she says. What? On the bridge. When I froze, you pulled me. You would have done the same. Yeah. She's still smiling. Yeah, I would have. We stand there for a second, just breathing, just existing in the space between disaster and survival. Then Kiara laughs, sharp and surprised, like the sound escaped before she could stop it. What? I ask. Nothing, just... She shakes her head. You make a terrible hero. Good. Heroes die first. Is that why you keep me around? To go first? Obviously. She laughs again, and I realize I'm smiling too. It's the kind of moment that feels stolen, like we're not supposed to have it, like the world should have ended 100 yards back on that bridge but didn't, and now we're just standing here making jokes about it. Come on, I say, dropping the cigarette I forgot I was still holding. Let's get some distance before they remember which way we went. We start walking, parallel to the road, but far enough in the trees to stay hidden. The sun's lower now, painting everything in amber. Kiara falls into step beside me, not touching but close. The way we've learned to move, the way that keeps us both alive. Hey, she says after a minute. Yeah? Thanks. For earlier, for not letting me freeze. I don't know what to say to that, so I just nod. She seems to accept it. We walk in silence for a while, picking our way through the undergrowth. Eventually the trees thin out and we see buildings ahead. Low commercial structures, parking lots full of weeds. An old shopping center maybe. Suburban sprawl that nobody sprawls in anymore. Kiara spots it first. Is that a mall? I follow her gaze. She's right. The building ahead has that unmistakable profile. Big box retail with a parking structure attached. Most of the windows are shattered, but the structure looks intact. Yeah, I say. Think there's anything left inside? Only one way to find out. We head toward it, moving carefully through the overgrown parking lot. The sun catches something ahead, a flash of light, multiple flashes, like a whole wall of mirrors reflecting the dying day. Kiara sees it too. She goes very still beside me. That's a lot of glass, she says quietly. I squint at the building. The entire ground floor entrance is floor-to-ceiling windows, or was. Now it's floor-to-ceiling broken glass, shards hanging in frames like teeth. And inside I can see shapes, dark shapes standing motionless among the abandoned storefronts. We should go around, Kiara says, but I'm already seeing the layout in my head. The parking structure would give us high ground, a place to see for miles. And if there are supplies still inside the mall, if there's anything useful left, we need supplies, I say. We need to not die. Those aren't mutually exclusive. She looks at me, that expression she gets when she's deciding whether to trust my judgment or call me on my bullshit. Then she sighs. You're going in there anyway, aren't you? Yeah. Even if I say it's a terrible idea, especially then, means I'm right on brand. She almost smiles, almost. Then her face goes serious again, eyes on all that glass, all those reflections waiting to betray us. Just, she pauses, don't do anything stupid. Define stupid. I'll know it when I see it. We approach the entrance together, boots crunching on glass and old leaves. The shapes inside don't move. Not yet, but they will. Reflections always make them move. I glance at Kiara. She's watching them too, her hand drifting to the knife on her belt. Ready? I ask. No. Yeah, me neither. We step through the shattered entrance into the mall, and somewhere in the darkness ahead, something shifts. Chapter 12. Echoes in the Mall. The smell hits me first. Mildew and rot and something chemical, like cleaning products, left to ferment in the dark. The mall's interior is a cave of broken glass and mannequins, everything draped in that greenish light that filters through grime-covered skylights. Kiara moves in close behind me. Not touching, but I can feel her there, breathing, present. This is a bad idea, she whispers. You said that already. It bears repeating. I scan the main corridor. Storefronts line both sides. Clothing stores, a phone kiosk, something that used to sell pretzels, judging by the faded sign. Most of the security gates are down, but bent, pried open, or just rusted, stuck halfway. Mannequins stand in window displays, wearing 2-year-old fashions that nobody will ever come back in style. 3 of them are in the corridor itself, just standing there. 2 wearing retail uniforms, 1 in jeans and a jacket, like it stopped mid-shop and never started again. Except mannequins don't stand like that. Weight on one leg, head tilted, listening. And they definitely don't have that gray mottled skin. Infected, Kiara breathes. Yeah, stay still. We freeze. The 3 ahead of us don't move. Can't move. We're looking right at them, which means they're locked in place, frozen by the rules that govern whatever they are now. But the second we look away, the second our gaze breaks or we see them in reflection instead of direct sight, we need a path through, I say quietly. Kiara's eyes dart left and right, checking the storefronts. Clothing store. Left side. Looks like it goes deep. I see it. The security gates bent upward, creating a gap we can duck under. Inside, racks of clothes create a maze. Not ideal for sightlines, but better than the open corridor with its mirrors and glass cases. Go, I say. I'll watch them. She moves. I keep my eyes locked on the 3 infected, tracking them in my peripheral as Kiara slides toward the storefront. One of them used to be young, college age maybe, t-shirt and cargo shorts like he was just running errands. The other 2 are older, harder to place. The retail uniforms are generic enough they could be anyone. Kiara reaches the gate. Josh. Right behind you. I start backing up, keeping the infected in view. They don't move. Can't move. I'm watching them. Therefore they're frozen. Therefore we're safe. That's the rule. That's what keeps us alive. Kiara ducks under the gate. I follow, eyes still on the corridor, and then I'm inside the store and the infected are out of sight. Something moves. Not the 3 in the corridor. Something else, deeper in the store, between racks of moldy sundresses and clearance swim trunks, a shape shifting in the dimness. Back against the wall, I hiss. I hiss. We press ourselves against the nearest solid surface, a fitting room partition that smells like old carpet in desperation. I strain to see into the store's depths, trying to separate mannequins from the real thing, trying to spot what moved, there, near the back wall. A figure standing next to a 3-way mirror, one of those fancy full-length setups they use so you can see yourself from all angles. The figure isn't moving now. But it was. I saw it. Is that? Kiara starts. Don't know yet. We watch it. Wait for another flicker of movement, some sign of what it is. Mannequin or infected. Living or frozen. The 3-way mirror catches my reflection. Shows me standing there, tense, one hand on my knife. Shows Kiara beside me, smaller than I always think she is, eyes wide in the gloom. Shows the figure in the back, and in the reflection, the figure is walking toward us. Josh, Kiara says, voice tight. I see it. That's not how it works. That's not. I know. But I'm watching the reflection, and the figure is definitely moving in the mirror, taking slow, deliberate steps through the racks of clothes, which should be impossible. Reflections don't count. Reflections don't freeze them. Reflections just show what's happening in real space without triggering the rule. Except the figure isn't moving in real space, just in the mirror, like it's a separate thing entirely, an echo acting independently from its source. New rule, I say. Fantastic. I love new rules. Don't look at reflections, only direct sight. Little late for that advice. She's right. We're both staring at the three-way mirror now, watching the reflected figure get closer. And the real figure, the actual physical thing standing by the back wall, is still frozen. Still locked in place by our direct gaze, even though we're not actually looking at it anymore. We're looking at glass. The reflected figure reaches the mirror's edge, steps out of frame, gone. I whip my head toward the back wall, searching for the real one. It's not there. The spot where it was standing is empty, just a bare patch of carpet and an overturned display. Where'd it go? Kiara whispers. I scan the store. Nothing moves, but it's in here somewhere. Has to be. Things don't just disappear, even in a world where they only move when you're not watching. A soft scraping sound to our right, between the swimwear racks. We both turn, but there's nothing there. Just empty space and hangers swaying slightly like something brushed past them. This is wrong, Kiara says. This is all wrong. She's not wrong. Everything about this feels off, like the rules we've learned are degrading, mutating into something worse. Something that doesn't make sense anymore. We're leaving, I say. Finally, a good idea. We edge toward the security gate, backs to the wall, trying to maintain sight lines on the entire store at once. It's impossible. Too many blind spots, too many shadows. Something moves in my peripheral. I spin, but there's nothing there. Just another mannequin in a sundress, one arm extended like it's reaching for something that isn't there anymore. Except I don't remember seeing that mannequin before. Kiara, I say carefully. The mannequin in the yellow dress. Was it there a second ago? Aye. She stops, stares at it. I don't know. I can't remember. We back toward the gate, faster now. The scraping sound comes again, closer this time, and I realize with a sick certainty that we're not alone in here, that whatever moved in the mirror is still here, still hunting, and we have no idea what the rules are anymore. We're almost to the gate when I see it. In a small wall mirror near the entrance, cracked but still reflective. A figure right behind us, close enough to touch. I grab Kiara and dive, pulling us both under the security gate and out into the corridor. We hit the floor hard, rolling, coming up fast with weapons drawn. The corridor is empty. The three infected from before are gone, just disappeared like they were never there. This is really bad, Kiara says, breathing hard. Yeah, like significantly worse than the bridge. I'm aware. We stand there in the middle of the mall corridor, surrounded by broken storefronts and glass cases and 1,000 reflective surfaces that could hide anything. The greenish skylight makes everything look underwater, like we're drowning slowly in bad decisions. Kiara's hand finds mine. Squeezes once. We need to get out of here. Working on it. But the truth is I don't know which way is out anymore. The mall's layout is a maze, every corridor looking like the last, every exit blocked or boarded or just leading to more corridors. We picked a random direction when we came in, and now I can't remember if we went left or right, up or down. A sound behind us. Not scraping this time, clicking, like nails on tile. We turn together and see it. Not an infected, not a person. Just a mannequin standing in the middle of the corridor, arms at its sides, head tilted at an angle that's almost curious. Except mannequins don't move on their own. And this one definitely wasn't there 5 seconds ago. That's not possible, Kiara whispers. Add it to the list. The mannequin's head tilts further. The movement is smooth, mechanical, like someone's operating it with wires. but there are no wires, just empty air and that awful greenish light. Is it watching us? Kiara asks. Doesn't have eyes. That's not what I mean. I know what she means. The mannequin's blank face is pointed directly at us, tracking our movement even though it has nothing to track with. And something about that is worse than any infected we've faced. At least those used to be human. This is something else, something wronger. We back away slowly. The mannequin doesn't follow, just stands there, head cocked like it's listening to something we can't hear. New plan, I say. We run. Where? Literally anywhere else. We bolt. Boots pounding tile, echo bouncing off empty storefronts. Behind us I hear that clicking sound again, faster now, keeping pace. I don't look back. Looking back is how you die in places like this. A store appears on our left, some kind of electronics place with smashed display cases and exposed wiring. Kiara veers toward it without asking, trusting that I'll follow. I do. We crash through the entrance and immediately duck behind a counter, both of us breathing hard. The clicking stops. We wait, listening. The mall's ambient sounds close in, dripping water somewhere, the creak of settling structure, wind through broken skylights, but no clicking, no footsteps, nothing chasing us. Okay, Kiara says quietly. Okay, what the fuck was that? Don't know. Josh, that mannequin moved. I know, mannequins don't move. I know. She's spiraling. I can hear it in her voice, that edge of panic she gets when things stop making sense. When the rules we've relied on start breaking down, and she realizes we're not actually in control of anything, we're just barely surviving moment to moment through luck and timing. I reach over and grab her shoulder. She flinches, then focuses on me. Listen, I say, I don't know what's happening either, but we're still alive. That's what matters. We stay calm, we keep moving, we get out. And if we can't get out, then we keep trying until we can. It's a nothing answer. Motivational poster bullshit, but it works somehow. Kiara's breathing slows, her eyes clear. She nods once, sharp. Okay, she says. Okay, which way? I peer over the counter, scanning the mall corridor visible through the storefront. The mannequin's gone, or moved. Hard to tell which. The corridor looks clear, but that doesn't mean anything anymore. There, I say, pointing to an illuminated exit sign visible past a jewelry kiosk. Emergency exit. Probably leads to a loading dock or parking structure. Probably. Better than staying here. Is it though? Fair question. But we don't have better options, so I take her hand and we move, staying low, using whatever cover the store provides. We slip back into the corridor and head for the exit sign, moving fast but trying not to make noise. The clicking doesn't start again. Nothing moves in our peripheral. The whole mall feels abandoned suddenly, like whatever was hunting us lost interest or found different prey. We're halfway to the exit when I spot the mirror wall. It's one of those architectural features malls love, an entire wall covered in mirrors to make the space feel bigger. And it's directly in our path, reflecting the corridor behind us in perfect detail, including the dozen infected standing there. Kiara sees them at the same time. She goes rigid, hands squeezing mine hard enough to hurt. Don't turn around, I whisper. They're right behind us. I know. Don't turn around. Because if we turn around, if we look at them directly instead of in reflection, the rule resets. They freeze. But right now they're moving freely because we're only seeing them in mirror. And the second we give up that advantage by trying to freeze them properly, they'll be on us. We're trapped between rules. Damned if we look, dead if we don't. Walk backward, I say. Slowly. Toward the exit. Don't take your eyes off the reflection. We start moving in reverse, watching the mirror show the infected crowd closing in. They're slow, deliberate, like they know we're trapped, like they're savoring it. The exit is 20 feet behind us. 15. 10. An infected at the front of the crowd, business suit, missing one shoe, tilts its head the way the mannequin did, like it's curious about something. 5 feet to the exit. The infected in the business suit raises one hand, pointing directly at us in the reflection. The others freeze, all of them going perfectly still at once. "What's happening?" Kiara breathes. "I don't." The business suit infected steps forward, just one step. And in the reflection, I see its mouth open. It speaks. Not words, not sounds a human throat could make, but something scrapes out of it, a grinding metal-on-concrete noise that resolves into something almost like syllables. Kiara makes a small, terrified sound. "Go," I say. "Go, go, go!" We hit the exit door at a dead run, crash through into a concrete stairwell, and the door slams behind us. I grab Kiara and pull her down the stairs, taking them two at a time, not stopping until we burst out into daylight. The parking structure, second level, empty except for a few rusted shells and about 1,000 dead leaves. We collapse against the nearest pillar, both gasping. Kiara's shaking, full-body tremors she's trying to control. I'm not much better. "It spoke," she says. "No." "Josh, it spoke. It didn't speak. It just made noise." "That wasn't noise. That was—" She stops, shakes her head violently like she's trying to dislodge the memory. "That shouldn't be possible." "Yeah, add it to the list." She laughs, high and sharp and wrong-sounding. "What list?" "There is no list. There's no rules anymore. There's just—" She gestures vaguely at the mall behind us. Whatever that was, I don't have an answer for her. Can't even pretend I do. So I just sit there, watching the parking structure's exits, making sure nothing followed us out. After a while, Kiara stops shaking. She pulls out a cigarette, last one in the pack, and lights it with trembling hands. Takes a drag and offers it to me. I take it, grateful for the familiar burn. "We need supplies," she says finally. "Not from there." "Yeah, definitely not from there." We finish the cigarette in silence, passing it back and forth like a peace offering to whatever gods govern apocalypse survival. When it's done, Kiara crushes it under her boot and stands. "So," she says, "where to?" I look around the parking structure, trying to orient myself. The sun's low now, maybe an hour of good light left. Not enough to get far, but enough to find shelter that isn't full of speaking infected and animate mannequins. "There," I say, pointing to a residential area visible past the parking structure. "Suburbs. Should be houses we can fortify." "Should be." Yeah, we start walking, leaving the mall behind us. Neither of us looks back. Looking back is how you die in places like this. And besides, I don't want to see if anything's following. Chapter 13. The Dead Don't Pose. The houses are identical. Same beige siding, same trampled flower beds, same abandoned cars and driveways growing moss on their windshields. Suburban sprawl that nobody sprawls in anymore. We stick to the middle of the street, where we can see in all directions. Kiara's limping worse now. Won't admit it, but I notice the way she favors her left side, how she stops to check something every few blocks so she can rest without saying she needs to. "That one," she says, pointing to a two-story at the end of a cul-de-sac. "Corner lot, fence intact, good sight lines." She's not wrong. The house looks defensible. Chain link on three sides, clear view of approaching streets, upstairs windows that would let us see for blocks. Only problem is the front door's wide open, swinging slightly in the breeze. Could be nothing, I say. Could be everything. Optimist. Realist. We approach carefully, checking windows for movement. Nothing visible. The front lawn is overgrown, dandelions gone to seed, grass waist high. A plastic slide in the backyard has fallen over, kid's bike rusting against the garage. The kind of details that used to mean something. I go in first, Kiara watching my back. The entryway smells like mildew and something else, meat left in the sun. Not overwhelming, but present. I breathe through my mouth and check the corners. Living room clear, kitchen clear. Dining room has a table set for dinner that nobody ate. Plates still arranged neatly, forks positioned correctly, like whoever lived here was pretending things were normal right up until they weren't. Upstairs, Kiara whispers behind me. I nod. We take the stairs slowly, avoiding the squeaky third step, by instinct, even though noise shouldn't matter with infected. They don't hunt by sound, only by sight, or lack of sight, or reflection, or whatever the rules are today. The upstairs hallway has 3 doors, 2 closed, one open, showing a bathroom with blue tile and a shower curtain covered in cartoon fish. I check the open room first. Master bedroom, unmade bed, clothes scattered like someone left in a hurry. Window overlooks the street. Good. Second room is a kid's room. Race car bed, posters of superheroes that nobody's coming to save anyone anymore. Empty. I don't look too hard at the details. Don't need those in my head. Third door opens to a home office. Desk, bookshelf, window facing the backyard. And in the corner next to a filing cabinet, something standing. I freeze. Kiara bumps into me from behind, sees what I'm seeing. It's a mannequin, dress form, the kind people use for sewing. Headless torso on a metal stand, draped in half-finished fabric, just sitting there, completely normal, except for the fact that we're in a suburban house 40 miles from the nearest store that would sell dress forms. Why is that here? Kiara whispers. Home project. Sewing. I don't know. Josh, it's fine. It's just a dress form, not even a full mannequin. But I'm backing out of the room anyway, pulling her with me, because after the mall, I don't trust anything that looks human-shaped and doesn't breathe. We clear the rest of the upstairs, closet, bathroom, linen cupboard, all empty. The house is ours if we want it. Water's off, but we have enough in our bottles. Food's a problem, but that's always a problem. We can make it work for a night, maybe 2 if we're lucky. I'll check the garage, I say. Might be supplies. I'll barricade the downstairs. We split up. I head back down through the kitchen to the door leading to the garage. It's unlocked, which is either good luck or the kind of luck that gets you killed. Hard to tell which until you're dead or not. The garage is dim, lit only by thin light through a grimy window. Shelves line the walls, tools, paint cans, boxes labeled Xmas Deco and summer clothes. A riding mower sits in the center, covered in dust. Workbench in the back with a pegboard holding screwdrivers and wrenches in neat rows. And standing next to the workbench, perfectly still, is a mannequin. Full body this time. Female form, no clothes, that generic pleasant face they all have. One arm raised like it's waving or reaching. Hard to tell. I stare at it. It doesn't move. Obviously, it's a mannequin. They don't move. Except the one in the mall moved or seemed to move, or we hallucinated it moving because we were panicking and the rules don't make sense anymore. I take a step closer. The mannequin stays still. I take another step. Still nothing. Where the hell did you come from? I mutter. The mannequin doesn't answer, obviously, but I'm suddenly very aware that I'm alone in a garage with something that looks human-shaped, and I can't remember if I checked behind me when I came in. I turn. The doorway back to the kitchen is clear. Nothing there. I'm being paranoid. The mall messed with my head, and now I'm seeing threats where there aren't any. Except when I turn back around, the mannequin's arm is lower. Not by much, just a few degrees, like it dropped slightly while I wasn't looking. My hand goes to my knife. Kiara, I call out, not loud. Kiara, garage. No answer. She's probably still working on the front door barricade, windows closed, can't hear me. I back toward the door, keeping my eyes on the mannequin. It doesn't move, doesn't do anything, just stands there with its pleasant face and its slightly lower arm. I'm almost to the doorway when I see it. In the grimy window behind the mannequin. A reflection of the garage, backwards and dim, and in the reflection there are 3 mannequins. I spin around. The garage behind me is empty, no additional mannequins, just the space I already cleared, boxes and mower, and nothing else. But in the window's reflection, clear as anything, 3 figures stand between me and the door. All of them motionless, all of them with that same pleasant face. Not real, I say out loud. Reflections lie, you're not real. I step backward toward the door, keeping my eyes straight ahead, refusing to look at the window again. If I don't look, it doesn't exist. That's the rule. That's how we survive. My shoulder hits the door frame. I'm through. I'm out. Something grabs my arm. I scream, actually scream, embarrassing strangled sound I'd make fun of Kiara for, and lash out with the knife. It hits nothing, cuts through air, and I stumble backward into the kitchen. Kiara's standing there, hand raised like she's reaching for me. "Whoa," she says. "Hey, it's me. It's just me." I'm breathing hard, knife still out, adrenaline making my hands shake. Kiara's watching me with that expression she gets when she's trying to figure out if I'm okay or about to lose it completely. I start. "Stop, try again. In the garage." There's, "What?" I point. She looks past me through the open door, scanning the garage. I don't turn around. Can't make myself look again. "I don't see anything," she says. "There's a mannequin next to the workbench." She squints, steps past me, cautious hand on her own weapon. I watch her enter the garage, see her eyes find the mannequin by the workbench. "Yeah," she says. So there were 3, in the reflection. "Josh, I know how it sounds, but I saw them, in the window. 3 mannequins between me and the door." She looks at the window, back at me. Something crosses her face, not disbelief exactly. More like recognition, like she's remembering the mall, the clicking sound, all the things that shouldn't be possible but were. "Okay," she says quietly. "Okay, new rule. No mannequins." "What? No mannequins. We don't trust them. We don't stay near them. We treat them like infected." "They're not infected." "I know, but we treat them like they are. Better paranoid than dead." She's right. Doesn't matter if the mannequins are actually dangerous or if we're just losing our minds. End result's the same. We avoid them. We stay alive. Kiara steps back into the kitchen, pulls the garage door closed, and shoves a chair under the handle. Makeshift lock. Won't stop infected, but might slow down whatever else is out there. "Front door's barricaded," she says. "Windows covered. We should be good for the night." "Yeah, good." We stand there in the kitchen, both of us looking at the closed garage door like it might burst open any second. It doesn't. Everything's quiet. Just the house settling and wind through broken screens. "You okay?" Kiara asks. "Yeah, you?" "Lying? Obviously." "Then no. Not remotely." She laughs. Sharp, exhausted sound. I almost smile. Almost. We head upstairs, check the rooms one more time, plus everything's how we left it, except the dress form in the office seems to be facing a different direction. I don't mention it. Just close that door and wedge my pack against it so nothing can open it without noise. The master bedroom becomes our camp. We drag the mattress to the center of the room away from windows and set up a watch rotation. Kiara takes first shift while I try to sleep. Can't, obviously. Just lie there staring at the ceiling, listening to the house creak, wondering if every sound is something moving or just old wood settling. After an hour, I give up, sit up and find Kiara at the window, watching the street. The setting sun paints everything orange and red, like the world's on fire just past the horizon. "Can't sleep?" she asks without turning. "Can you?" "Nope." I join her at the window. The street's empty except for abandoned cars and a shopping cart on its side. Normal apocalypse scenery. Nothing moving, nothing watching. "The mall was wrong," Kiara says quietly. "All of it. The way they moved, the way that thing spoke. That's not how it works." Maybe the rules are changing. Or maybe we never understood the rules in the first place. Dark thought. True though. We've been surviving on assumptions. Infected freeze when seen. Reflections don't count. Stay together and you stay alive. But what if those weren't rules? What if they were just patterns we noticed and the actual rules are bigger and worse and we don't even know them yet? "Hey," I say because she's spiraling again. "We're still here. That's what matters." "Is it?" "Yeah." "How do you know?" "I don't. Can't." But she needs something better than honesty right now, so I reach over and squeeze her shoulder. She leans into it slightly, just a small shift in weight that means more than any words. We stand like that for a while, watching the sun die. When it's finally gone and the street's just shadows, Kiara speaks again. "In the garage, when you screamed." "I didn't scream." "You absolutely screamed. Tactical yell." "Sure." She's almost smiling. "Anyway, when you did that, I was coming to check on you because you'd been gone too long and I got worried." Worried I couldn't handle a garage? Worried you'd do something stupid without me there to stop you. Fair. And when I heard you yell, I didn't even think. Just ran, because... She stops. Tries again. Because the idea of something happening to you while I wasn't there. She doesn't finish. Doesn't need to. I get it. The same way she gets it when I pull her off bridges or refuse to leave her behind. We've passed some threshold where survival stopped being about ourselves and started being about each other, and neither of us knows how to talk about that, so we just don't. Well, I say finally, thanks for running. Yeah, thanks for screaming so I knew where to run to. Tactical yelling. Right, that. She smiles for real this time. Small, tired, genuine. I smile back because what else is there? Outside, something moves in the street. We both see it at the same time. A figure, dark against the darker shadows, walking slowly between the abandoned cars. No, not walking. Gliding. Like its feet aren't quite touching the ground. Kiara's hand finds mine, squeezes tight. We watch the figure cross the cul-de-sac, pass directly under a streetlight that still works somehow, and I get a clear look at its face. Smooth. Blank. Pleasant. A mannequin, walking down the middle of the street like it has somewhere to be. Tell me you're seeing this, Kiara whispers. Yeah. Tell me that's not possible. Can't. We watch it until it disappears around a corner, swallowed by the dark. Neither of us moves. Neither of us knows what to say. Eventually, Kiara speaks. We need to leave. First light. We need to get as far from here as possible. Yeah. This place is wrong, all of it. The mall, the mannequins, whatever that was. Something's wrong with this whole area. I know. She turns to look at me, still holding my hand. Promise me something. What? Promise me if things get really bad, if we end up surrounded or trapped, you won't try to be a hero. Wouldn't dream of it. Josh, I'm serious. If it comes down to it, we run. Together. We don't stay and fight. We don't sacrifice ourselves for each other. We just run and keep running until we can't anymore. It's a lie. We both know it. If things get bad enough, if one of us has to choose between running alone or staying to give the other a chance, but she needs to hear me agree, needs the comfort of the lie even if we both know it's not true. Okay, I say, we run. Together. Promise. I promise. She nods, satisfied, lets go of my hand and returns to watching the window. I stay beside her and we don't talk about the mannequin or the promise or what we'll actually do when things get bad. We just watch the street and wait for dawn and hope like hell we make it that long. Chapter 14, The Whisperer. Dawn comes gray and cold, fog rolling in off whatever weather system's moving through. We're packed and ready before the sun's properly up, checking our supplies one more time before we hit the street. Kiara's at the window, watching the fog turn everything into silhouettes. Can't see 10 feet, she says. Good. How is that good? Means nothing can see us either. Or it means we won't see them coming until they're on top of us. Optimist. I hate you. No, you don't. She doesn't argue, which is as close to agreement as I'll get. We head downstairs, remove the barricades, slip out into the fog-thick morning. The street's empty. No mannequins. No infected. Just abandoned cars and the wet concrete smell of fog. We stick to the middle of the road, moving fast but quiet. The fog muffles sound, makes everything feel underwater. Kiara leads. She's better at navigating, some kind of internal compass I don't have. I just follow and watch our six. After 20 minutes, the houses thin out. Industrial buildings start appearing, warehouses, distribution centers, the kind of places that used to hum with forklifts and now just sit empty. We're paralleling a main road, staying off it but close enough to use it for orientation. That's when I hear the whistle. Sharp, 2 notes. Clear despite the fog. Coming from somewhere ahead and left. Kiara freezes. I do too. We both know what that means. Someone alive. Someone trying to signal. Could be friendly. Could be bait. No way to tell without getting closer. Could be other survivors, Kiara says quietly. Could be. You don't sound convinced. I'm not convinced of anything anymore. She glances at me, something unreadable in her expression. Then the whistle comes again, same 2 notes, definitely deliberate. "We should check it out," she says. "Why? Because if they're survivors, they might have supplies, information, know where it's safer. Or they might rob us, kill us, use us as bait for infected. You're fun at parties." "What parties?" The whistle again. Closer now. Whoever it is, they're moving toward us. Kiara's hand drifts to her knife. "Your call. Run or risk it." I hate that she's asking me. Hate that I have to choose between 2 bad options and live with whichever one kills us. But that's the world now. Nothing but bad options and the hope you pick the one that kills you slower. We approach carefully, I say. Any sign of trouble, we bail. No hesitation. Deal. We move toward the whistle's source, using a warehouse wall for cover. The building's huge, 3 stories of corrugated metal and broken windows. The whistle seems to be coming from inside. We find a service entrance, door hanging open. The interior is vast, empty space broken up by support columns and loading equipment. Fog seeped inside somehow, creating layers of gray that obscure depth. And standing in the middle of it, barely visible, is a person. Actual person. Not infected, not mannequin. They're wearing a long coat, hood up, hands visible and empty. Tall, slim build, impossible to tell more through the fog. "Hello," they call out, voice neutral, androgynous. "I saw you coming. Don't worry, I'm alone." That's exactly what someone not alone would say. Kiara and I exchange a look. She shrugs slightly. "Your call." I hate her sometimes. "Who are you?" I call back. "Just someone trying to survive. Same as you." "Why'd you signal us?" "Because I have information, and you look like you could use it." Wrong answer. Too convenient. Too set up. But they haven't attacked, haven't done anything threatening, just standing there, waiting. "What kind of information?" Kiara asks. The figure tilts its head. "About where you're going and why you shouldn't." That gets my attention. "What do you know about where we're going?" "You're heading east, toward the city. I can see it in how you moved, checking the sun position, using the main road as reference. But the city's not safe anymore. Hasn't been for weeks." "Nowhere's safe," I say. "True, but some places are less safe than others. The city's one of them." They start walking toward us, slow and deliberate. Kiara tenses beside me, but doesn't draw her weapon. Neither do I. Hostility invites hostility. Sometimes. The figure stops about 20 feet away, close enough to talk normally, but far enough that we could run if needed. They push back their hood, revealing a face that's maybe 40, hard to tell. Asian features, short dark hair, scar across one cheek, eyes that track everything. "I'm Marlowe," they say. "I scout for a group. We've been watching survivors pass through, trying to warn them before they reach the city." "Warn them of what?" Kiara asks. "Same thing that scared you yesterday. In the mall." My stomach drops. "How do you know about the mall?" "Because we've been tracking you since you crossed the bridge, making sure you weren't infected, making sure you weren't." They pause. "Never mind. Point is, we know what you saw. The mannequin's moving. The one that spoke." Kiara's hands on her knife now. "You've been watching us? For your safety, and ours." "That's not creepy at all," I mutter. Marlowe's mouth twitches, almost a smile. "I understand your hesitation, but listen, what you saw in the mall, that's happening everywhere around the city. The rules are breaking down or evolving. We're not sure which, but it's not safe to go further east." "So, what do you suggest?" I ask. "Come with me. Meet my group. We have a settlement. Fortified. Safe. Or as safe as anything gets now." There it is. The hook. The thing they actually want. Kiara looks at me. I can see the calculation in her eyes. "Is this real? Is it a trap? Do we have enough supplies to refuse even if it is a trap?" "What's the catch?" I ask Marlowe. "No catch. We help survivors. That's what we do. Nobody helps survivors for free." "True." Marlowe's expression doesn't change. "The price is simple. You follow our rules, you contribute, and you don't endanger the group with sentiment or attachment." Something in how they say attachment sets me on edge, like it's a dirty word. "What does that mean?" Kiara asks. It means survival is individual. You look out for yourself, help others when it's convenient, but never at your own expense. Attachment, caring too much about another person, that gets people killed, makes them hesitate, makes them stupid. I glance at Kiara. She's staring at Marlo with something between anger and confusion. That's your rule? She says. Don't care about anyone? Don't care too much. There's a difference. Sounds like the same thing to me. Marlo shrugs. Believe what you want. But I've seen what happens to people who form attachments in this world. They die protecting each other. Better to stay independent, stay flexible, stay alive. Every word is like hearing my own voice from 6 months ago. Before Kiara. Before I learned that isolation isn't strength, it's just slow suicide. And Marlo's standing there preaching it like gospel, like they figured out the secret to survival and it's just not giving a shit about anyone. Thanks, I say. But we're good. Marlo's eyes narrow slightly. You sure? The city's not getting safer and supplies out here are thin. You won't last long on your own. We're not on our own, Kiara says. No? Marlo looks between us. You're together, traveling as a pair. That's the same thing as being alone, just with extra steps. How do you figure? Because eventually one of you will have to choose, save yourself or save them. And when that moment comes, most people freeze. They can't make the hard call. And then both of you die instead of just one. The worst part is they're not wrong. That's exactly the fear that keeps me up at night. That I'll freeze when it matters, same way I froze when my brother needed me. That Kiara will die because I couldn't make the hard call fast enough. But Marlo's solution isn't actually a solution. It's just giving up on the idea that people can matter. And I've tried that. Spent months trying to not care. It doesn't work. You just end up alone and waiting to die. We'll take our chances, I say. Marlo studies me for a long moment. Then they nod, once sharp. Your choice. But when you hit the city and realize I was right, we're set up in the old factory district, north side. Ask for the overseers. They'll bring you to me. The overseers? Kiara asks. That's what we call ourselves, people who see clearly, who don't let emotion cloud judgment. Sounds cultish. Sounds like survival. Marlo pulls their hood back up, preparing to leave. Then they stop, turn back. One more thing, they say. The woman you're with, she's slowing you down. Injured ankle, diminished mobility. In a week, maybe less, she'll be a liability you can't afford. Might want to think about that. Kiara stiffens beside me. I feel my hand move toward my knife without conscious thought. Careful, I say, voice flat. Don't finish that sentence. Marlo raises both hands, placating. Just advice. Take it or leave it. But I've been doing this a long time. I know how these stories end. They walk away, disappearing into the fog before either of us can respond. We stand there in the warehouse entrance, both of us breathing hard, both of us processing what just happened. Fuck that person, Kiara says finally. Yeah. Seriously. Fuck everything about that. I know. And fuck their cult, and their philosophy, and their stupid code name. Agreed. She's shaking. Not from fear, from anger. The kind that comes when someone sees your vulnerability and uses it as a weapon. I'm not slowing you down, she says. I know. My ankle's fine. It's basically healed. Kiara, and even if it wasn't, I pull my weight. I watch your back. I've saved your life multiple times. I know. I'm not arguing. She stops, looks at me, really looks. You don't believe them, right? What they said about attachment being weakness? No, but you used to. Yeah, I used to, and I was wrong. How do you know you were wrong? Maybe they're right. Maybe caring about people just gets them killed. There it is, the real question, the thing she's been afraid to ask since the mall, since the bridge, since every close call reminded her that we're one mistake away from watching each other die. I don't have a good answer. Don't have proof that caring is worth it or that we'll survive because we stick together. All I have is the fact that I'm still alive, and so is she, and that seems significant somehow. I don't know, I say honestly. Maybe they're right. Maybe attachment is weakness, but I'd rather die caring about you than live another day not caring about anything. It comes out more honest than I meant, more raw. Kiara stares at me, something complicated crossing her face. Then she laughs. That's the most melodramatic thing you've ever said. Yeah, don't get used to it. Too late. We stand there, fog swirling around us, both of us aware we just had a moment and neither of us knowing what to do with it. So we do what we always do, pretend it didn't happen, and keep moving. Come on, Kiara says. Let's get out of here before they come back with their cult friends. We head deeper into the industrial zone, putting distance between us and Marlowe's creepy recruitment speech. The fog starts lifting as the sun climbs, revealing the landscape ahead, and in the distance, barely visible through the haze, I see it. Tall buildings, city skyline, exactly where we've been heading. Think they were lying? Kiara asks. About the city being dangerous? No, I think they were telling the truth. So we're walking into danger anyway. Yeah. Cool. Love that plan. Got a better one? She doesn't answer, because we both know we don't have better options. The city might be dangerous, but at least it's got resources. Buildings to fortify, supplies to scavenge. Out here we've got fog and warehouses and cult recruiters. We keep walking. The city grows larger on the horizon, inevitable as everything else. And somewhere behind us, quiet as smoke, I swear I hear that whistle again. 2 notes, mocking, like Marlowe's watching us make the wrong choice and waiting to say I told you so when it kills us. Chapter 15, City of Stillness. The city hits different in daylight. We're standing at the edge of downtown where suburban sprawl gives up and concrete takes over. Behind us, empty houses and industrial parks. Ahead, glass towers and streets that used to matter. The whole skyline looks fake somehow, like a movie set that's too clean to be real. Except it's not clean, not anymore. Windows are broken. Streets are littered with abandoned cars and garbage and things I don't look at too close. But the weird part, the part that makes my skin crawl, is how still everything is. Where are they? Kiara asks quietly. Good question. We've seen maybe 3 infected since we hit the city limit, and all of them were frozen in weird places. Middle of intersections, halfway up building steps, one pressed against a storefront window like it forgot what it was doing. But there should be hundreds. Thousands. Cities were death traps in the early days. Too many people packed too close. That's why survivors avoid them. This city's empty in a way that doesn't make sense. Maybe they migrated, I say. To where? Somewhere else. Following food sources, following, I don't know, whoever was left alive. That's a fun thought. I'm full of fun thoughts. We move deeper into downtown, sticking to the edges of buildings, maintaining sight lines. The silence is oppressive. No wind, no birds, no ambient sound. Just our footsteps and breathing. Like the whole city's holding its breath. We pass a coffee shop with its door hanging open. Inside, cups still sit on tables, half-drunk lattes long since evaporated. A newspaper on the counter shows a date from 2 years ago, early outbreak, when people still thought news mattered. This place is wrong, Kiara says. Everything about it feels wrong. Wrong how? Like it's waiting for something. She's not wrong. The city feels paused, like we walked into a photograph instead of a place. Nothing moves, nothing changes. Just static existence frozen at the moment everyone left or died or turned. We're passing a hotel, big chain place with a revolving door stuck half open, when I see it. A city block ahead, where Main Street intersects with something called Aurora Boulevard. Every infected in a 2-block radius is standing there. Just standing. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all perfectly still like statues in a garden. Holy shit, Kiara breathes. We approach carefully, staying behind a mail truck for cover. The infected are packed tight, forming an irregular crowd that fills the intersection. Young, old, every type of person represented. All of them frozen mid whatever they were doing, and not a single one is moving. Not even the tiny adjustments living things make. Just absolute stillness. Why are they clustered like this? Kiara asks. Don't know. Light, maybe? Something about the intersection? I scan the buildings around the crowd, looking for anything unusual. Then I see it. The buildings here are shorter, only 3 or 4 stories instead of the towers everywhere else, and between them, direct sunlight hits the street, unfiltered by tall structures or shadows. Bright, even daylight covering the whole intersection. It's the light, I say. No shadows, no reflections, just direct sun. That freezes them? Maybe, or maybe they freeze themselves, avoid areas where they can't move freely. So this is, what? A safe zone? The term feels dangerous as soon as she says it. Safe zones don't exist. Safe zones are how you end up dead because you got comfortable. But looking at this intersection, at all these frozen infected who apparently won't move as long as the light stays even, we should test it, Kiara says. Test how? I'll go in. You watch from here. If they move, you yell. Absolutely not. Josh, I'm not watching you walk into a crowd of infected just to test a theory. Then what do you suggest? I don't have a better answer. Just a bad feeling that testing this is how we die. But Kiara's already moving, skirting the edge of the crowd, one hand on her knife. I follow because what else am I going to do? Let her experiment alone? She steps into the sunlit intersection. Nothing happens. The infected stay frozen. She takes another step, now 5 feet from the nearest one. Woman in a pantsuit, briefcase still gripped in one dead hand. Still nothing. Kiara looks back at me, something like wonder on her face. Josh, I think. The sun shifts. Just a tiny change, a cloud edge crossing its face, enough to dim the light by maybe 10%. Every infected in the intersection twitches. Not moving yet. Just that tiny involuntary spasm, like sleepers about to wake up. Kiara sees it too. She backs toward me, slow and careful, boots scraping on asphalt. The cloud passes. Sunlight returns full strength. The infected go perfectly still again. Okay, Kiara says, voice shaky. Okay, so it's not a safe zone. It's just less dangerous as long as conditions stay perfect. Which they won't. Right? Obviously, because nothing stays perfect. We back away from the intersection, putting distance between us and the frozen crowd. When we're far enough that I can breathe again, I stop and lean against a storefront. This is what Marlowe meant, I say, about the city being dangerous. This, whatever this is. Infected clustering in specific light conditions, rules changing, or rules we never understood in the first place. Same dark thought from last night. Still true, still terrifying. We should find shelter, Kiara says, before the sun gets lower and all these frozen ones wake up. She's right. Late afternoon sun is already creating long shadows between buildings. In a few hours, this whole downtown area could transform from stillness to stampede. We spot a hotel across from the intersection, different one, smaller, sign reading Aurora Hotel and Suites in faded letters. The front entrance is barricaded, but there's a service door propped open with a concrete block. We slip inside. The lobby is dark after the bright street, our eyes taking time to adjust. Standard hotel setup, front desk, seating area, elevators that obviously don't work. Stairs in the back, no bodies visible, which is either good or deeply suspicious. Upper floors, Kiara suggests. Yeah, better vantage point. We take the stairs slow, checking each floor as we pass. Most of the rooms have been picked over, doors hanging open, supplies gone, that lived-in then abandoned feel of places people tried to fortify before giving up. 5th floor looks promising. Fewer open doors, less obvious looting. We pick a corner room, 514, facing the intersection below. Inside, 2 beds, a bathroom, 1 window with a view. Perfect. Kiara checks the bathroom while I scan the room for threats or supplies. She comes back holding 2 mini bottles of shampoo like they're treasure. These still good? Probably. Why? Because I haven't washed my hair in 3 weeks and I'm starting to feel more post-apocalyptic than necessary. There's a necessary amount? You know what I mean. I do. That weird thing where you still care about small comforts even when the world's ended. Still want clean hair and fresh clothes and moments that feel almost normal. Water's probably off, I say. Worth checking. She disappears into the bathroom again. I hear pipes groan, then actual water running. She appears in the doorway, grinning. We have water. Cold but actual water. Tank in the roof probably. Won't last long. Long enough for a shower. Kiara. I know. Luxury we can't afford. Waste of time, blah blah. I'm doing it anyway. You can keep watch. She's already stripping off her jacket, that determined set to her shoulders that means arguing is pointless. Fine. Let her have this. We're in a fortified room, doors locked, infected clustered outside in predictable patterns. If we can't take 20 minutes for basic hygiene, what's the point of surviving at all? Go, I say. I'll watch the window. She disappears into the bathroom. A minute later, I hear water running, then a satisfied sound that makes me smile despite everything. I settle by the window, watching the intersection below. The frozen infected haven't moved. Sun's lower now, creating more shadows, but the direct light still covers most of the intersection. We have maybe an hour before sunset. After that, we'll see. Behind me, Kiara's humming something in the shower. Barely audible through the wall, but present. Normal. The kind of sound that used to be everywhere and now is rare enough to notice. I pull out a cigarette, last one. Light it and take a drag, watching smoke curl toward the ceiling. The room smells like dust and old carpet, and very faintly like the shampoo Kiara found. Almost like a real hotel from before, if you ignore the boarded windows and loaded weapons on the dresser. The shower cuts off. Kiara emerges a few minutes later, hair wet and actually clean, wearing the same clothes but somehow looking different. Lighter. Like she shed weight that wasn't visible. Your turn, she says. I'm fine. Josh, you smell like dead bridge and mannequin sweat. Go shower. That's not a real smell. It absolutely is. Go. She takes my spot at the window before I can argue. Fine. Maybe she's right. Maybe I do smell like all the places we've been running from. The water's ice cold, but I don't care. I stand under it for probably too long, watching gray-brown water spiral down the drain, dirt and dried sweat and evidence of everywhere we've been. When I finally shut it off and get dressed, I feel almost human. The dangerous kind of almost human that makes you think maybe things aren't as bad as they are. Kiara's still at the window when I come out. Sun's almost gone now, painting everything orange and red. The frozen infected cast long shadows across the intersection. They're waking up, she says quietly. I join her at the window. She's right. The infected are starting to move. Tiny adjustments at first, then larger movements. Heads turning, weight shifting, like someone's slowly turning up the dial on their animation. The light's fading, I say. Yeah! Another 10 minutes and they'll be fully mobile. We watch them wake up, all those frozen statues returning to something like life. It's mesmerizing in a horrible way, like watching a time-lapse of decay in reverse. One of them, the woman in the pantsuit, turns her head toward our hotel. Stares directly at our window even though there's no way she can see us through the glare. She's looking at us, Kiara whispers. She can't see us. Then, why is she looking right at us? Good question. The woman keeps staring, head tilted at that curious angle they sometimes have. Then she raises one arm, points directly at our window, and opens her mouth. That sound comes out, the grinding metal on concrete noise from the mall. Syllables that aren't quite words. Other infected turn toward her pointing finger toward us. We need to go, I say. Where? It's almost dark. If we leave now... If we stay, they'll know where we are. Come on. We grab our gear and head for the door. Behind us, through the window, I see the woman still pointing. See the other infected clustering around her like she's giving directions. Like she's organizing them. We hit the stairwell at a run, boots echoing off concrete. Down 1 floor, 2, 3. Can't risk the lobby, too exposed, so we veer off at the 2nd floor looking for another exit. Service corridor, emergency exit, anything. There. Side door leading to what looks like an alley. We hit it hard and spill out into near darkness. The alley reeks of garbage and standing water. We run anyway, picking a direction at random. just trying to put distance between us and the hotel. Behind us, echoing through the city, I hear that sound again. Metal on concrete, almost words that aren't. And underneath it, getting closer, the shuffle of dozens of feet moving in sync. We run harder. The alley opens onto a side street. More frozen infected here, but they're waking up fast, the last of the daylight fading. We dodge between them, ducking around cars and debris, using every available shadow to stay hidden. There! Kiara points to a parking structure, entrance partially collapsed but passable. We sprint for it, hit the entrance, and climb. 3 levels up, 4, high enough to break line of sight. We collapse behind a concrete pillar, both gasping. Below us, the city wakes up completely, infected, filling the streets, moving with purpose now instead of wandering. And underneath all of it, barely audible, that grinding metal sound, coming from multiple directions, like they're talking to each other. What the fuck is happening? Kiara whispers. Evolution, or mutation, or we're losing our minds. Josh, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. But Marlo was right. This city isn't safe. It's a trap. We sit there in the darkness, listening to the city transform around us. The sounds change as full night hits. Not the random shambling we're used to, but something coordinated, organized. Kiara moves closer, not quite touching, but present. The frozen ones. The light, do you think? What? Do you think they were waiting for dark? Like they cluster in the light during the day because they know they can move better at night? It's a terrifying thought. Implies planning, strategy, intelligence we haven't seen before. Maybe, I say. That's not a maybe we can survive on. I know. She's quiet for a moment. Then, we need to get out of the city. First light, before they cluster again. Yeah, and we need to stay awake all night. Obviously. She laughs, quiet and tired. Remember when staying up all night was fun, like a party thing? No, me neither. We settle in for the long wait, backs against the pillar, watching the city move below us. Kiara pulls out a cigarette, somehow she still has some, must have been rationing, and lights it. Takes a drag and passes it to me. Hey, she says. Yeah? Earlier, what you said about rather dying caring about me than living not caring about anything. What about it? Did you mean it? I take a drag, buying time to think. But there's no good way to soften the truth, so I just tell it. Yeah, I meant it. She's quiet for a long time. Then she takes the cigarette back, and when she speaks, her voice is different. Softer. Good, because same. We finish the cigarette in silence, passing it back and forth like a promise. Below us, the city moves and waits. Above us, stars come out, more visible than they used to be without light pollution. Almost pretty, if you ignore everything else. Kiara's shoulder touches mine. Not deliberate, just drift. I don't move away, neither does she. And we sit like that, together, watching the city and waiting for dawn to give us another chance at survival. Chapter 16. Mirrors Fall. The city block is quieter than anywhere we've been in months. Josh and I stand in what used to be a plaza, surrounded by buildings so tall they block out most of the sky. The infected here, dozens of them, are completely frozen. No reflections, no movement, just statues scattered across cracked concrete. Josh lights a cigarette, hands it to me first. I take a drag, holding the smoke in my lungs longer than I should. The nicotine hits and my shoulders drop an inch. Didn't realize how tense I'd been until now. This is it, I say. He doesn't answer right away. Takes the cigarette back, exhales slow. Could be. You don't believe it. I didn't say that. But his voice has that edge. The one that means he's already mapping exit routes in his head. Already counting how many infected stand between us and the nearest alley. Can't blame him. 2 years of this will make you distrust anything that looks like safety. Still, the air here feels different. Lighter. The infected don't move when we walk past them. No jerky sprints, no frozen stares tracking us from the corner of our vision. Kiara, I turn. Josh is looking up at the buildings, specifically at the tower to our right, all glass and steel reflecting the overcast sky. What? When was the last time you saw a building that reflective? My stomach drops. We should move. Yeah, but we don't. Not immediately. Because moving means admitting this place isn't what we thought. Means giving up the idea that we found something real. A safe zone. The thing we've been chasing since we left the cabin. Josh finishes the cigarette, crushes it under his boot. Let's cut through the mall, less exposed. We're halfway across the plaza when the wind picks up. Not unusual, just a gust. The kind that makes you pull your jacket tighter. Then I hear it, a low groan, metal on metal, coming from above. Josh stops walking. I stop. We both look up at the same time. The glass tower's facade is shifting. Small movements at first, individual panels flexing in the wind, then bigger movements, sections pulling away from their frames. Run, Josh says. I'm already moving. Behind us, the sound gets louder, a grinding screech that makes my teeth hurt. I don't look back. Don't need to. The noise tells me everything. The facade is coming down. We're sprinting toward the mall entrance when the first panel hits the ground. The crash is so loud it feels like the earth splitting open. Then another, and another. Glass and steel raining down in a cascade that fills the entire plaza. I risk a glance over my shoulder. The infected that were frozen perfectly still just seconds ago are moving now. Not walking. Sprinting. Because every piece of reflective glass that hits the ground creates a new mirror. A new surface that doesn't count as direct sight. Hundreds of reflections, maybe thousands. Every single infected in the plaza is awake. Josh grabs my arm, yanks me through the mall entrance. We stumble into the darkness, and for a moment I can't see anything except the afterimage of falling glass burned into my vision. Don't stop, he says. We're running blind. My ankle, already weak from the sprain days ago, protests with every step. The mall is a maze of overturned displays and broken storefronts. I can hear the infected behind us. Their footsteps echo off the walls, multiplying, making it impossible to tell how many there are or how close. Josh pulls us left, then right. He's navigating by instinct, by the mental map he always keeps running in his head. I just hold onto his arm and follow. We burst through a service door into what looks like a maintenance corridor. Josh slams it shut, leans against it. Help me, he says. I grab a metal shelf nearby. Together we drag it in front of the door. Lore. It won't hold long. Already I can hear the infected on the other side. Pounding. Testing. My legs give out. I slide down the wall, breathing hard. The pain in my ankle is white hot now. Josh crouches next to me. His face is covered in dust from the plaza. Makes him look older, tired in a way that goes deeper than just lack of sleep. You okay? He asks. I nod. Can't speak yet. My throat is raw from running. The pounding on the door gets louder. Josh stands, walks to the end of the corridor. There's another door there, this one leading deeper into the mall's back areas. He tries the handle. Locked. Of course, he mutters. He kicks it. Once. Twice. On the third kick, the frame splinters and the door swings open. More darkness. More corridors. At least it's away from the infected. Josh helps me up. My ankle screams, but I bite down on it. We move forward into the maze of service hallways, leaving the pounding behind us. After what feels like hours, but is probably only minutes, we find another door. This one opens into a storage room. Empty shelves, dust everywhere, no windows, no reflections. Josh closes the door, wedges it shut with a broken piece of shelving. We sit in the darkness listening. The infected are still moving. I can hear them through the walls. Distant but constant, like a river of sound that never stops. This was supposed to be it, I say. Josh doesn't answer. The safe zone, the city of stillness. Remember? That's what they called it. I remember. So what happened? He's quiet for a long time. Then, the safe zone was never safe. It was just slow, and we mistook slow for stable. I want to argue, want to tell him he's wrong. But the sound of the infected is everywhere now, filling the mall, filling the city. All those frozen infected, weeks, maybe months of them standing perfectly still, are awake now, moving, hunting, because we believed in safety that didn't exist. Josh shifts in the darkness. I hear the click of his lighter. The brief flare illuminates his face for a second. He's not looking at me. He's staring at the door. "We need to move again," he says, "soon, before they figure out where we are." I know. And we need to stop looking for safe zones. The way he says it flat, final, makes something crack inside me. Not anger, something worse. Disappointment so heavy it feels like drowning. "Then what are we looking for?" I ask. He doesn't answer. The lighter goes out and we're back in darkness. Outside, the sound of the infected grows louder. Chapter 17. Shadows and Shards. We've been moving through the mall's service corridors for what feels like hours. Time gets weird when you can't see daylight. Josh leads. I follow. My ankle is past pain now, just a dull throb that I've learned to ignore. The corridors all look the same. Gray walls, flickering emergency lights that died years ago. Our footsteps echo too loud in the silence. Josh stops at an intersection. Holds up his hand. I freeze. Ahead, through the darkness, I can hear them. Not the chaotic sounds from before. This is different. Methodical. Like they're searching. "Back," Josh whispers. We retreat the way we came. Take a different turn, then another. The mall is a labyrinth and we're rats trying to find the exit. My ankle gives out. I don't mean to. One second I'm walking, the next I'm on the ground. The pain is sudden and sharp, makes me gasp before I can stop myself. Josh is next to me instantly. "What happened?" "Ankle. I try to stand. Can't. It's bad." He crouches down, checks it with careful hands. Even in the darkness, I can tell it's swollen. Worse than before. "Can you walk?" "I don't know." The sound of the infected is getting closer. Not running. Walking. Slow and steady. Like they have all the time in the world, because they do. Josh helps me up. I put weight on the ankle and nearly scream. "It's not happening. I can't walk on it." "Josh?" "Lean on me. You can't carry me and watch for them at the same time. I'm not leaving you." The way he says it, no hesitation, no debate, almost makes me angry. Because he should leave. It's the smart play, the survival play. He knows it, and I know it. "You should go," I say. "No." "Josh," I said no. He wraps my arm around his shoulders, takes most of my weight. We start moving again, but it's slower now. Much slower. Every step is a negotiation between his strength and my pain. The infected are closer. I can hear individual footsteps now. The scrape of their feet on concrete. We reach another door. Josh tries the handle. Locked. "Of course," he mutters. He kicks it. The sound echoes through the corridor. The infected respond. Their footsteps speed up. They hurt us. Josh kicks again. The door holds. "Come on," he says, more to himself than to me. Third kick. The door splinters and swings open. We stumble through into what looks like a loading dock. No roof, just open sky above. The walls are concrete blocks stacked high, and everywhere scattered across the ground is broken glass. Not windows. Not panels. Just shards. Thousands of them, covering the entire area like a field of teeth. Josh sees it the same time I do. No, but there's nowhere else to go. Behind us, the infected are almost at the door. "We have to cross it," I say. "If you fall, I won't fall." He looks at me. Even in the dim light, I can see the calculation in his eyes, weighing options that don't exist. Then he nods. We step into the glass field. Every footstep is a risk. The shards shift under our weight. Some of them are big enough to catch our reflections. And that means the infected, the ones that were moving slow and methodical, are about to get a lot faster. Josh keeps his eyes forward, scanning, watching for movement in every piece of glass we pass. My ankle screams. I bite down on the pain. Can't make noise, can't distract him. A shard to our left catches the light. I see an infected's reflection in it, mid-sprint, coming from the loading dock entrance we just left. "Left," I say. Josh adjusts, keeps us moving right. The infected blurs past in the reflection but doesn't reach us. The shard's angle was wrong. More reflections, more infected. They're everywhere now. The whole horde from the plaza has found us. Josh is breathing hard. Not from exertion, from concentration. He's tracking a dozen reflections at once, plotting paths between them that keep us out of direct sight lines. We're halfway across when my ankle collapses completely. I go down. Can't stop it. My hand hits the ground first, then my knee, right into a cluster of glass shards. The pain is immediate, sharp and bright. But worse than that is the sound. The shards shifting under me, changing angles, creating new reflections. Josh hauls me up. His face is tight, controlled. Don't look down, he says. Josh, do not look down. He's right. If I look down, I'll see the blood, the glass, the reflections showing dozens of infected converging on our position. We move faster. Josh is practically carrying me now. My feet barely touch the ground. An infected lunges from our right. Josh sees it in a shard ahead, pivots. We stumble left and the thing misses us by inches. The edge of the glass field is close, maybe 10 yards, but there are too many reflections now. Too many angles. Josh can't track them all. There, I say, pointing. A path, narrow, between two large shards that are angled away from us. Josh takes it. We're moving on instinct now. No time to think. 5 yards. 4. 3. An infected appears in front of us. Not in a reflection, actually there. Frozen because Josh's eyes locked onto it. But that means Josh isn't watching the reflections behind us. I hear them coming. Multiple footsteps. Close. Josh. I know. He makes a choice. Looks away from the frozen infected in front of us. It starts moving immediately, lunging toward us. But Josh is watching the reflections behind us now. Counting them. Plotting. Then he does something I don't expect. He shoves me forward. Hard. I stumble out of the glass field onto solid concrete, and Josh turns back. Toward the infected. Toward the reflections. No, I say. But he's already moving. He grabs a large shard of glass, uses it like a shield. The reflections in it show infected on all sides. He can see them all at once. He's backing toward me, step by step, using the shard to maintain sight on everything behind him. The infected from in front, the one we looked away from, is sprinting now. Josh sees it in the shard, times it. He drops the shard right as the infected reaches him. It crunches under the thing's feet. Josh rolls left. The infected trips on the broken glass. Falls. Josh is back on his feet. Running. He clears the edge of the glass field and collapses next to me. We're both breathing hard. My hands are shaking. Are you okay? I ask. He nods. Can't speak yet. Behind us, the infected are still coming, but slower now. They're navigating the glass field same as we did. Every step careful. Every reflection a new threat. We need to move, Josh says. I try to stand. My ankle won't hold me. The adrenaline is wearing off and the pain is coming back double. I can't. Josh looks at me, then at the alley ahead, then back at the infected. He doesn't say anything, just wraps my arm around his shoulders again, takes my weight. We move into the alley, away from the glass field, away from the infected. My vision is blurring. From pain or exhaustion, I don't know. Stay with me, Josh says. I'm here. I know. Just stay. The alley narrows. Gets darker. Gets darker. I can't see where we're going anymore. Just trust that Josh knows. The sound of the infected fades. Not gone. Just distant. For now. Chapter 18. Eyes on me. The alley opens into what used to be a parking garage. 3 levels. Half collapsed. Cars scattered everywhere like toys. Josh lowers me against a concrete pillar. My ankle is on fire. I can feel it swelling inside my boot. Let me see, he says. It's fine. Kiara, I let him check. He's careful, methodical, but even his gentle touch makes me wince. It's bad, he says. I know. You need to stay off it. Great. We'll just explain that to the infected. He doesn't smile, doesn't even acknowledge the attempt at humor, just sits back on his heels and stares at the ground. What are you thinking? I ask. That we're trapped. We're not trapped. You can't walk. The infected are everywhere, and it's going to be dark soon. He's right. Through the gaps in the garage's broken ceiling, I can see the sky. The light is fading. Maybe an hour until full darkness. So what do? I ask. Josh stands, walks to the edge of the pillar, looks out at the parking garage. The infected are here. Not many, maybe a dozen, but they're spread out. Frozen in various positions between the cars, some standing, some crouched, all perfectly still. We wait, he says. Let your ankle rest. Then we move when it's dark. That's suicide. You got a better idea? I don't. And we both know it. Josh comes back, sits next to me, close enough that our shoulders touch. I'm sorry, I say. For what? Slowing us down. You're not slowing us down. Josh, you're not. He looks at me. His eyes are tired. We're in this together. That's how it works now. Something in his voice makes my throat tight. Not the words, the way he says them, like he's trying to convince himself as much as me. We sit in silence, listening to the infected move through the garage. Their footsteps echo off the concrete in random patterns. No rhythm, no purpose, just wandering. Tell me about your group, Josh says. I stiffen. Why? Because we have time, and I want to know. I don't want to talk about them. Haven't talked about them since it happened, but Josh is looking at me with that expression, the one that's patient and stubborn at the same time. There were 6 of us, I say, at the start. Me, 2 guys from my apartment building, a woman who worked at the coffee shop on my street, her daughter, and a kid we found hiding in a pharmacy. What happened? I fell asleep. The words come out flat, automatic. We had a system, watches, everyone took turns, but I was exhausted, hadn't slept in 3 days, so I told myself I'd just close my eyes for a minute. Josh doesn't say anything, just waits. When I woke up, they were all gone, not dead, just gone. The door was open. Their gear was still there, like they'd walked out in the middle of the night and never came back. Did you look for them? For weeks. Found the kid eventually, in a grocery store. He was... I stop. Can't finish. Josh's hand finds mine, holds it. It wasn't your fault, he says. I was supposed to be watching. Kiara, I was supposed to keep everyone safe, and I fell asleep. My voice cracks on the last word. I hate that. Hate showing this much. But Josh doesn't pull away, doesn't tell me to stop. He just holds my hand. We sit there until the sky turns purple. The infected in the garage are moving more now, responding to sounds we can't hear. Or maybe just restless. We should go, Josh says. I still can't walk. I know, that's why you're going to talk me through it. I look at him. What? You tell me what you see. I'll be your hands, you'll be my eyes. It's insane. We both know it, but there's no other option. Josh helps me stand. I lean against the pillar. My ankle refuses to support any weight, but at least I'm upright. Okay, he says. How many infected can you see? I scan the garage. Count them. 12. No, 13. One behind the blue sedan. Where's the closest one? 20 feet, near the entrance ramp. Josh crouches, picks up a piece of concrete rubble. What are you doing? I ask. Making noise. Watch for movement. He throws the rubble. It hits a car hood with a loud clang. 3 of the infected shift their heads toward the sound, but they don't unfreeze completely because I'm still looking at them. 3 moved, I say, but they're still frozen. Good. That means they can't see us yet. He moves forward, slow, toward the entrance ramp. I watch the infected, call out positions as he gets closer to them. 1 on your left, 5 feet. Josh adjusts, steps around it. Another ahead, 10 feet. It's facing you. He freezes. I keep my eyes locked on the infected. It doesn't move. Okay, I say, you can go around, right side. This continues, Josh moving in careful steps, me directing him through the maze of frozen infected. It's like a terrible dance where one wrong move ends everything. We're almost at the ramp when Josh has to pick me up. What are you doing? I ask. You can't hop. It'll make too much noise. He lifts me. Bridle carry. My ankle throbs, but at least the pressure is off. This is stupid, I say. Yeah, if they see us, they won't, because you're going to keep watching them. He's right. It's the only way this works. I keep my eyes on the infected while Josh carries me. He trusts me to see. I trust him to move. We make it to the ramp, start going down. The infected thin out as we descend. By the time we reach the ground level, there are only a handful left. Josh sets me down near the exit. My legs are shaking, not from fear, from relief that we made it this far. Almost out, he says. The exit opens onto a street, dark now. No streetlights, just shadows and the distant sound of more infected. Josh helps me walk. We're slow, vulnerable, but we're moving. A few blocks away, I see lights, not electric, firelight, coming from what looks like an old warehouse. There, I say. Josh sees it too. Could be dangerous. Could be shelter. We're arguing about it when I hear voices, not infected, human voices. Multiple people. Getting closer. Josh pulls me into a doorway. We press against the wall, hidden. The voices get louder. I count at least 3 people, maybe 4. They're talking in low tones, can't make out the words. Then I see them, walking down the middle of the street, armed, organized. Not survivors, something else. One of them stops, looks toward our doorway. I hold my breath. Josh's hand finds mine, squeezes. The person stares for a long moment, then turns away, keeps walking with the group. We wait until they're gone, until the street is empty again. Who were they? I whisper. I don't know, but we need to avoid them. We leave the doorway, move in the opposite direction from the lights, from the voices. My ankle is getting worse. Each step feels like broken glass grinding inside the joint. Kiara, I'm fine. You're not. I can make it. Josh stops walking, turns to face me. You don't have to lie to me. The way he says it, simple, honest, breaks something inside me. All the fear and pain and exhaustion I've been holding back comes flooding up. I'm terrified, I say. I know. I'm terrified you're going to leave me behind, or that I'm going to slow you down enough that we both... I can't finish. Josh cups my face with his hands, forces me to look at him. Listen to me, he says. I'm not leaving you. I'm not going anywhere without you. We're doing this together, or we're not doing it at all. Josh, together. That's the deal. Okay? I nod. Can't speak. He pulls me close. We stand there in the middle of the empty street, holding each other while the darkness settles around us, and for the first time since the glass field, I believe we might actually make it. Chapter 19. The Overseers Arrive. The people with the lights find us an hour later. We're in an alley behind what used to be a pharmacy. Josh is trying to find something for my ankle, anything to reduce the swelling. I'm sitting on a crate keeping watch. My vision is starting to blur from exhaustion. Then I hear the footsteps. Multiple sets, moving with purpose. Josh, I say. He's already heard them. Moves to the alley entrance. Peers around the corner. How many? I ask. 6, maybe 7. Are they infected? No. They're carrying torches and weapons. The footsteps get closer, then stop. A voice calls out. Male. Calm. We know you're there. We saw you enter the alley. Josh and I look at each other. No point hiding now. We're armed, Josh calls back. So are we. But we're not here to fight. Then what do you want? To help. We have shelter, medical supplies, food. You look like you need all 3. It's too good, too convenient. Every instinct I have is screaming that this is a trap. But my ankle is destroyed. We have no food, no water, and the city is crawling with infected. Josh, I whisper. We don't have a choice. He knows. I can see it in his face. The calculation, the risk assessment. We're out of options. Come out slow, the voice says, hands visible. Josh helps me stand. We walk to the alley entrance together. My hands are up. His are supporting me. The group is waiting. 7 people, all armed with makeshift weapons, metal pipes, sharpened wood, 1 actual gun. They're wearing matching gray clothing, clean, well-maintained, not survivor gear. The man in front is older, 40s maybe. Gray hair pulled back, eyes that miss nothing. I'm Marlowe, he says. These are the Overseers. Never heard of you, Josh says. Most haven't. We keep to ourselves, but we saw what happened at the plaza. The glass tower. We've been tracking the horde since it's scattered. He looks at my ankle. Your friend needs medical attention. We can provide it. No cost. What's the catch? I ask. Marlowe smiles. It doesn't reach his eyes. No catch. Just hospitality. We believe in helping survivors, even ones who travel in pairs. The way he says pairs with just a hint of something off makes my skin crawl. Josh feels it too. We appreciate the offer, but we can manage. With a destroyed ankle, in a city full of infected, I don't think so. Marlowe gestures to his group. They spread out, not threatening, just positioning, creating a loose circle around the alley entrance. You misunderstand, Marlowe says. This isn't optional. You're coming with us for your own safety. Josh's hand moves toward his knife. I wouldn't, Marlowe says. We outnumber you, and your friend can't run. Don't make this difficult. The math is simple. We can't fight, can't run, can't hide. Josh's shoulders drop. Submission. Smart choice, Marlowe says. Two of the overseers move forward. They take Josh's knife, his pack. Search him for other weapons. Then they turn to me. Don't touch her, Josh says. Marlowe raises a hand. No one will harm her. We're not savages, but we do need to ensure everyone's safety. They take my knife, the small blade I keep in my boot. Then they help me walk. Or rather, they half carry me while Josh watches with murder in his eyes. We're led through the streets. The overseers move efficiently. They know the city, know where the infected congregate. We avoid them easily. After 20 minutes, we reach the warehouse I saw earlier, the one with the lights. Inside, it's clean. Organized. Rows of sleeping areas sectioned off with curtains, a communal cooking space, storage areas stocked with supplies, and people, maybe 30 of them, all wearing the same gray clothing, all watching us with the same expression, curiosity mixed with something else. Pity, maybe. Marlowe leads us to a back room, medical supplies everywhere. A woman is waiting. She looks at my ankle with professional detachment. Severe sprain, she says. Maybe a hairline fracture. I'll wrap it. Keep weight off for at least a week. A week? I say. We can't stay. You'll stay as long as needed, Marlowe interrupts. Until your friend heals, until you're both strong enough to survive out there. The way he says it sounds generous, but it feels like a prison sentence. The woman wraps my ankle, gives me something for the pain. Pills I don't recognize but swallow anyway because the throbbing is unbearable. When she's done, Marlowe gestures to Josh. Come with me. We need to talk. I'm staying with her, Josh says. She's safe here, I promise. But you and I need to discuss some things. Alone. Josh looks at me. I nod. What choice do we have? He follows Marlowe out of the medical room. The door closes behind them. I'm alone with the medical woman. She's cleaning up supplies, not looking at me. What is this place? I ask. Safety. For those who understand how to maintain it. What does that mean? She finally looks at me. It means we survive by removing weakness. Isolation is strength. Attachment is infection. The words hit like ice water. You separate people. We help people understand that relying on others is what gets you killed. Better to be alone and strong than paired and vulnerable. That's insane, she shrugs. You'll see. After a few days here, you'll understand. Most do. She leaves, locks the door behind her. I try the handle. Locked from outside. My heart is racing. The pain pills are starting to kick in, making everything fuzzy. I need to find Josh. Need to get out of here. But my ankle won't hold me, and the door won't open. I sink onto the medical cot, force myself to breathe, to think. The overseers aren't helping us. They're converting us, breaking down the bond Josh and I spent weeks building. And Marlowe took Josh first, because Josh is the weak point. The one who spent years believing isolation was survival. The one whose old worldview matches exactly what Marlowe is selling. The medication pulls me under. I fight it, try to stay awake, but my body has other ideas. The last thought I have before darkness takes me is, Josh wouldn't leave me. He wouldn't. Would he? Chapter 20. Choose your dead. I wake up disoriented. The medical room is darker now. No windows, so I can't tell if it's been hours or days. My ankle still throbs, but the sharp edge of pain is gone. Whatever they gave me worked. I sit up. The door is still locked, but I can hear voices outside. Multiple people talking in low tones. Then I hear Josh. His voice is different, quieter, uncertain. I press my ear to the door. Makes sense, Josh is saying. I've thought that for years. Relying on people just gets them killed. Marlowe responds. I can't hear his words, but the tone is approving, encouraging. Kiara's strong, Josh continues. She can survive on her own, maybe better without me dragging her down. No. I pound on the door. Josh! Josh, don't listen to him. The voices stop. Footsteps approach. The lock turns. The door opens. Marlowe stands there. Josh is behind him. Won't meet my eyes. How's the ankle? Marlowe asks. Where's Josh going? I demand. Nowhere. We've just been talking, discussing philosophy. You mean you've been feeding him bullshit about isolation? Marlowe smiles. Strong language for someone who can barely walk. Tell me, has your attachment to Josh made you stronger, or has it made you a liability? I look past him at Josh. Tell him he's wrong. Josh finally looks at me. His face is unreadable. Maybe he's not. The words hit like a physical blow. Josh, think about it, Kiara. Every time one of us gets hurt, the other one becomes vulnerable. At the glass field, at the mall, we're constantly saving each other because we're constantly putting each other in danger. That's not true. It is true, and you know it. Marlowe puts a hand on Josh's shoulder. You're seeing clearly now. That's good. Hard truths are still truths. I want to scream. Want to grab Josh and shake him until the real him comes back. But I can barely stand. What happens now? I ask. You rest. Heal. When you're strong enough, we'll help you find supplies. Teach you how to survive alone. It's kinder than letting you stay dependent. You're separating us. We're freeing you both. Marlowe starts to close the door. Josh doesn't move, doesn't say goodbye. Josh! I yell. The door shuts, locks again. I'm alone. For hours I sit there, trying to process what just happened. Josh turned on me, chose Marlowe's philosophy over everything we built together. Or did he? I replay the conversation in my head. His voice, the words he chose. Something was off. The way he spoke, too measured, too careful, like he was performing for Marlowe's benefit. Josh spent years believing isolation was survival, but he changed. I watched him change. Watched him choose connection over safety. Choose me over the easy path. He wouldn't throw that away because some stranger validated his old fears, which means he's lying, playing along, waiting for an opening. I need to give him that opening. My ankle is wrapped tight. I test it. Bad idea. The pain flares white hot, but I can put weight on it. Barely. If I use the wall for support, I search the medical room, find bandages, antiseptic, nothing useful as a weapon. Then I see the cabinet, medical supplies, including a surgical scalpel. I pocket it. The door is still locked, but the lock is simple. Old building, old hardware. I find a metal strip in the medical waste, bend it, work it into the lock. It takes 20 minutes, but eventually I hear the click. The door opens. The hallway is empty. I can hear voices from the main area. The overseer's gathering for something. Meal maybe, or a meeting. I move along the wall. My ankle screams, but I ignore it. I need to find Josh. Need to get us both out before Marlowe realizes what's happening. If I find him in a side room, alone, sitting on a cot with his head in his hands. Josh, I whisper. He looks up. The performance drops. His face cracks open with relief. Kiara, we're leaving. Now. They have guards, and your ankle. I don't care. We're not staying here. He stands. Moves to me. I wasn't going to leave you. I was trying to buy time. Figure out their routine. I know. You do? I know you. And I know that isolation bullshit isn't you anymore. Not after everything we've been through. Something in his face softens. Yeah, it's not. We hear footsteps in the hallway, coming closer. Josh grabs my hand. Back exit, through the storage area. We move fast. Too fast for my ankle. I'm biting down on the pain, but it's slowing us. The footsteps behind us speed up. Someone's noticed we're missing. We reach the storage area. Josh pushes through crates and supplies, finds the back door. Locked. Of course, he mutters. Behind us, voices. Multiple overseers. They've found the medical room empty. Josh kicks the door. Once. Twice. On the third kick it gives, we're in an alley. Dark, wet from recent rain. And behind us, Marlowe's voice. Stop! We run. My ankle protests every step, but adrenaline carries me through. Josh has his arm around my waist, practically dragging me. The overseers are behind us. I can hear them. Multiple sets of feet pounding concrete. We turn left, then right. Josh is navigating blind, just putting distance between us and them. We reach a chain link fence. Josh boosts me over. I land badly on the other side. My ankle gives out completely. Josh vaults the fence, lands next to me, pulls me to my feet. Come on, almost there. Almost where? Anywhere but here. We're crossing an empty lot when I see them ahead. More overseers, cutting off our escape route. And behind us, Marlowe's group closing in. We're surrounded. Marlowe walks forward, calm, patient, like he has all the time in the world. This is pointless, he says. You can't run. She can't walk. And the city is full of infected. Where exactly do you think you're going? Josh doesn't answer. He's scanning for exits, finding none. Come back, Marlowe says. We'll forget this happened. You can still learn, still survive. We don't need you, Josh says. You need each other, and that's the same as needing nothing at all, because eventually one of you will fail and the other will die trying to save them. Marlowe points at me. She's already failing. Look at her. Can barely stand, and you're willing to die for that? For someone who makes you weaker? Josh looks at me, then back at Marlowe. Yeah, he says, I am. Marlowe's face hardens. Then you've chosen your dead. He gestures to his people. They start moving forward. Josh pulls me close. We're back to back. No weapons, no way out. This is it. Then I hear something. In the distance, a low rumble. The infected. Lots of them, drawn by the noise we've been making. Marlowe hears it too. His confidence wavers. The rumble gets louder, closer. Then they appear. Dozens of infected, pouring into the lot from every direction. Moving fast because the overseer's torches are creating reflections everywhere. Chaos erupts. The overseers scatter. Some try to fight. Some run. Marlowe is shouting orders, but no one's listening. Josh grabs my hand. Now! We run. Through the confusion. Through the panic. Behind us, I hear Marlowe scream. Don't know if the infected got him. Don't care. We make it to a side street. Keep running. My ankle is beyond pain now. Just numb. The sounds of the overseers fade. The infected spread out, hunting easier prey. We collapse behind a rusted car, both breathing hard. We made it, I say. Josh laughs. It's half hysterical. Yeah. You didn't leave me. I told you I wouldn't. I know, but hearing you say those things to Marlowe, I meant what I said after. That isolation bullshit, not me anymore. I'm in this, with you, whatever that means. I lean against him, exhausted, terrified, but also, strangely, hopeful, because Josh chose us over his old fears, chose connection over survival for self, and now we're free, alone again in an infected city with no supplies and my destroyed ankle, but free. Chapter 21, Eyes in the Dark. The factory smells like rust and something else, something organic that's been rotting in the dark for months. I can taste metal in the air. My arms are shaking from carrying Kiara through 3 blocks of broken glass and reflected nightmares, and now we're inside this corpse of a building where every surface wants to kill us. Put me down, Kiara says. You can't walk. I can sit. Put me down. I lower her against a support beam, and her ankle's swollen bad, purple spreading up past where her boot ends. She doesn't make a sound when it touches ground, but her jaw goes tight in that way that means she's biting down on something sharp. The factory floor stretches out in front of us. Assembly line equipment, conveyor belts frozen mid-operation. And tools. Christ, so many tools. Wrenches hanging from pegboards, metal panels reflecting ambient light from somewhere I can't identify. A row of welding masks with their dark visors catching every angle. We can't stay here, I say. We can't leave. She's already scanning the room, marking each reflective surface with her eyes. Overseers were half a mile back, maybe less. I listen. Nothing but the building settling and our breathing. How many did you count? 4, maybe 5. She shifts, winces. Marlowe wasn't with them. Good. Marlowe I could handle. The staff Marlowe and his philosophy and his speech about purity, that's just words. But the ones who follow him, the ones who've bought in completely, they're the kind of believers who don't negotiate. I move to the nearest reflective panel, some kind of polished steel sheeting, and drag my thumb across it. Comes away black. Industrial grime, thick as paint. Kiara. Yeah? You remember that trick your group used? In the subway? She goes still. Doesn't talk about her group much. Doesn't talk about the subway at all. The soot thing, I say, making surfaces dull. That wasn't soot. Her voice is careful. It was, we used char from fires, rubbed it on anything that could reflect. Same principle. Same principle. She's watching me now instead of the room. You thinking what I'm thinking? Depends. You thinking we coat every reflective surface in here with whatever grime we can scrape up? I'm thinking that's going to take time we don't have. Then we work fast. She doesn't argue. That's how I know she agrees. I start with the welding masks because they're closest. Drag my palms across the factory floor, decades of dust and oil and decomposed something, and smear it across each visor until the reflection disappears into matte black. It's not perfect. Under direct light, you'd still catch a glimmer. But in this half-dark, with infected, moving on instinct, it might be enough. Kiara's doing the same from her position against the beam. Can't stand, but she can reach, pulling down tools from a nearby rack and dulling each surface with methodical precision. Wrench, pliers, screwdriver handles. Her movements are economic, no wasted energy. Everything deliberate. How's the ankle? I ask. Still attached. It's not what I asked. It's what you're getting. Fair enough. We work in silence for a while. The rhythm settles in. Me covering ground to hack her covering tools. It's the same pattern we've been building for weeks now. She watches, I move. I watch, she moves. Overlap. Always overlap. Josh? Yeah. Window. 2 o'clock. I freeze. Follow her sightline. There's a window 15 feet up, mostly boarded, but with gaps. And in one of those gaps, catching light I still can't source, there's a sliver of glass. Just a fragment. But it's angled down toward the factory floor in a way that makes my skin crawl. You see it? She asks. I see it. Can you reach? I scan the area. There's a ladder, but it's too exposed. Getting up there means my back to the room, means Kiara alone with all these surfaces we haven't dulled yet. Not safely, I say. Then we leave it. If something comes through that window, we deal with it. She's already moving on, hand reaching for another tool. We can't fix everything. You taught me that. Did I? Can't remember teaching her much of anything. Feels more like she's been dragging me along, keeping me alive through sheer force of will and better instincts. I keep working, more panels, more surfaces. The grime under my nails is thick enough to feel permanent. Your group, I say. In the subway. How long did the char trick work? She stops. Doesn't look at me. 3 days. What happened on day 4? Rain came through a grate, washed half of it off. Her voice is flat, factual. We didn't notice until morning. By then, she doesn't finish, doesn't need to. I'm sorry, I say. Don't. Kiara, I said don't. She's gripping a hammer now, smearing its handle with more force than necessary. You don't get to apologize for things that aren't your fault. That's not how this works. How does it work? You keep moving, keep trying, keep your eyes open. She looks at me then, really looks at me. That's it. That's the whole thing. Something shifts in my chest, something that feels uncomfortably close to understanding. Okay, I say. Okay. We keep working. My hands are black now, Kiara's too. We look like we've been digging graves. Maybe we have been, in a way, burying reflections, putting glass to rest. Last section, Kiara says, gesturing toward the far wall, those panels by the loading bay. I move toward them. They're bigger than the others. Industrial mirrors, maybe for inspecting underneath equipment, the kind of surface that would wake a dozen infected at once. I'm halfway there when I hear it. Footsteps, not shuffling, not the uneven drag of infected. These are measured, purposeful, human. Josh, I hear it. We both go still. The footsteps are outside, circling the building, more than one set. 3, maybe 4. The overseers. Kiara's hand is on her knife. My hand is on nothing because my gun is empty and has been since the bridge. All I have is a piece of rebar I picked up 6 blocks ago and haven't let go of since. The footsteps stop. Then, a voice. Muffled through the walls but distinct. They came this way. You sure? Blood trail. Fresh. Kiara looks at her ankle. There's a dark smear on the concrete where she was sitting. Not much, but enough. Josh, she whispers, the panels. She's right. We're exposed. If they come in now, if they have flashlights, those undulled panels will light up like beacons, and anything reflected in them will I move. Fast. Scraping my palms raw against the concrete to gather more grime, more darkness, more anything to coat these last surfaces. The first panel goes dark. Second panel, my hands are cramping, but I keep going because stopping means movement inside. The voice is closer now, right outside the loading bay door. Third panel. Fourth. Kiara's watching the door and me in alternating glances, her eyes doing double duty, keeping us alive through pure attention. You want to go in? Marlo said bring them back. Marlo says a lot of things. Fifth panel. Almost done. Just one more and the loading bay door rattles, someone's testing it, looking for a way in. Sixth panel. Done. I slide back toward Kiara, rebar in hand, just as the rattling stops. Silence. Then footsteps again, moving away, circling to another entrance. They're trying the main door, Kiara breathes. The main door. The one we came through, the one we couldn't lock because the mechanisms rusted solid. I look at the door, look at Kiara, look at all these surfaces we've spent the last, 20 minutes dulling into safety. Can you move? I ask. If I have to. You're going to have to. She nods, grips the support beam, starts pulling herself up, and I'm there before she can put weight on the bad ankle, arm around her waist, taking most of her weight onto my shoulder. Where? She asks. Good question. The factory floor is open. No real cover, no rooms, just equipment and space, and all that empty air between us and whoever's about to come through that door. Then I see it. Under the main assembly line, a gap, narrow but deep, maintenance access maybe, dark enough to hide in if we're quiet. There, I say. We move. Not fast. Can't be fast with Kiara's ankle, but steady. Measured. I keep my eyes on the door. She keeps hers on the room. We're halfway to the gap when I hear the door creak. Not opening. Just testing. Someone's pushing against it. 5 more feet. The door creaks again. Louder. 3 feet. And then we're there. Sliding under the assembly line into that dark maintenance gap. It smells like grease and mouse droppings, but it's dark and it's cover, and right now that's everything. Kiara's breathing hard. Pain or fear or both. I'm pressed against her in the tight space, both of us barely fitting, and I can feel her pulse against my arm where I'm still supporting her weight. The door opens. Footsteps. 2 sets, maybe 3. They spread out across the factory floor. I can see boots from under the assembly line. Work boots. Military grade. Anything? A woman's voice. Blood trail ends here. A man. Older. They're close. Could have kept moving. Gone through. Could have. The boots move. Closer to our position. I tighten my grip on the rebar. Kiara's knife is out, catching what little light filters down here. One set of boots stops, right next to the assembly line, right next to us. I can see the tread, steel-toed, the kind that could kick through a skull if aimed right. Check under, the woman's voice says. The boots shift. Knees start to bend. Kiara's grip on my arm goes vice tight. The person starts to crouch, and then a sound. Distant. Outside. Metal on metal. Loud. The boots snap upright. What was that? East side. All 3 sets of boots move, fast, toward the sound, toward whatever made it, away from us. We don't move. Don't breathe more than necessary. We wait in that dark gap under machinery that hasn't run in years, while the overseers investigate whatever distraction just bought us another few minutes of life. Eventually the boots come back. Slower this time. Nothing. Just debris. They're not here. Then where? Next building. Or the one after. The older voice again. We'll find them. Marlo's not going to be happy. Marlo can adjust his expectations. The boots move toward the door. Out. Gone. We wait 10 more minutes, then 20, making sure they're really gone, making sure it's not a trick. Finally, Kiara exhales. That was close, she says. Too close. Think they'll come back? Eventually. I help her shift position slightly. They know we're in this area. They'll comb through. So we move. At night, when they can't track blood. She nods. settles back against the machinery. Josh. Yeah, thank you for the soot thing. You're the one who knew about it, but you remembered I knew. That she's looking at me in the dark. I can feel it more than see it. You listened when I told you about the subway. I don't know what to say to that. So I just sit there, pressed against her in this cramped space under a dead assembly line, and let the silence do the talking. After a while, she says, "We make a good team." Yeah, I say. We do. It's the first time I've admitted it out loud. The first time I've stopped fighting the truth of it. We stay there until the light coming through the high windows changes, until we're sure the overseers have moved on to search other buildings, until Kiara's breathing evens out and some of the tension leaves her shoulders. Ready? I ask. As I'll ever be. I help her out from under the machinery. The factory is quiet now. All those dulled surfaces sitting in the dark like sleeping animals. The overseers are gone, but they're out there and they know we're close. Kiara tests her ankle. Grimaces. How far you think we can get before they pick up the trail again? Far enough. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. She almost smiles at that. Almost. We move toward the far exit, not the way we came in, but a side door half hidden behind more equipment. Outside, I can hear the wind picking up and the sound of something large dragging across the ground just outside our fortified position. Chapter 22, Blink. The wind doesn't stop. That's the thing that gets under your skin after a while. Not that it's there, but that it never quits. Just keeps pushing against the factory walls in these long, sustained gusts that make everything creak like the building's trying to remember how to breathe. We've been holed up for 6 hours, maybe 7. Hard to track time when you're counting it in shifts of who's watching what corner. Kiara's sitting with her back against a support column, ankle elevated on a crate I dragged over. The swelling's worse. Purple spreading into black at the edges. She hasn't mentioned it, and I haven't asked because what would be the point? We both know what it means. You should sleep, she says. You first. Can't. Can't or won't. She doesn't answer, just keeps her eyes on the darkened factory floor, scanning the same sections over and over. Her hand taps against her thigh. 1, 2, 3, pause. 1, 2, 3, pause. It's that nervous habit she gets when she's thinking too hard about something she doesn't want to think about. I light a cigarette. Down to 4 left. After that, it's going to be cold turkey and withdrawal shakes while trying to keep infected at bay. Perfect timing. What are you thinking about, I ask. Nothing. Kiara, I said nothing. Right. The same nothing she's been thinking about since we got here. Since I told her we needed to rest. Since I made her sit down and admit that no, she couldn't walk on that ankle, not anymore. Not without doing damage that might not heal. The smoke tastes stale. Everything tastes stale. My group, she says suddenly. In the subway. I told you it was 3 days before the char washed off. Yeah. That's not the whole story. I wait. She'll get there or she won't. We knew it was washing off, she continues. The rain came through on day 3. We saw it happening, saw the char running down the walls in these black streaks, and we had more. We'd stockpiled it, kept it dry in plastic bins. But you didn't reapply it. We were going to. In the morning. She's still tapping. Faster now. I said we should do it right then. Middle of the night, rain still coming down, but I said we should do it anyway, just to be safe. What did they say? They said I was being paranoid, said morning was fine, said I needed to sleep. She finally looks at me. So I slept, and there it is, the thing she's been carrying. They died on your watch, I say. They died because I listened, because I let them talk me into waiting, because She cuts off, swallows hard. I woke up and they were all gone. Every single one, just gone. And I was still there, still breathing, still alive. The wind pushes against the walls again, something metallic rattles. That's why you don't sleep, I say. That's why I can't. She turns back to the darkness. Every time I close my eyes, I see them, see their faces right before they told me to stop worrying. And I think, If I just stayed awake, if I just done it myself, you'd be dead too. Maybe. Not maybe. Definitely. I take another drag. You think you could have saved them? Alone? In the dark? Such with infected already moving? I could have tried. You would have died trying. At least I would have tried. I don't have an answer for that. It's the same logic I've been running on for years. The same stupid, self-destructive math that says dying with people is somehow better than living without them. Except it's not. It's just dying. I'm scared, Kiara says quietly. Of what? That you'll stop caring. That one day you'll wake up and decide it's easier alone. That I'll close my eyes and when I open them you'll be... She stops. Shakes her head. Forget it. No. Say it. You'll be gone, like everyone else. The cigarettes burn down to filter. I stub it out against the concrete. I'm not going anywhere, I say. You don't know that. Yeah, I do. She looks at me, really looks at me. Those dark eyes picking me apart in that way she does when she's trying to figure out if I'm lying. How, she asks, because leaving means dying, and dying means I failed. And I stop, try again. I'm more afraid of failing you than I am of dying. It comes out wrong, too raw, too honest. But it's the truth and I'm tired of pretending it's not. Kiara goes still. Her hand stops tapping. Josh. I mean it. I lean forward, elbows on knees. You asked me earlier why I carried you instead of leaving you behind. You want the real answer? It's not because it was the right thing to do. It's not because I'm some good person. It's because the thought of you not being here makes me want to. I stop again. The words are too big, too complicated. I can't lose you. I won't. She's quiet for a long time. Long enough that I think maybe I've said too much. Crossed some line we'd both been pretending didn't exist. Then she reaches out, takes my hand. Her fingers are cold and rough and shaking slightly. I'm not going anywhere either, she says. Your ankle will heal, or it won't. Either way, I'm staying. She squeezes my hand. You don't get to make decisions for me. You don't get to leave me behind for my own good. We're in this, both of us. Until we're not. Until we're not, I repeat. It's not a promise. Promises don't mean anything in a world where the dead move when you're not looking. But it's something, an understanding, a line drawn between us and everything else. I squeeze back. Outside, something scrapes against the building. Long, deliberate, the sound of metal on brick. We both tense. Kiara's hand goes to her knife. Mine goes to the rebar. You see anything? She whispers. I scan the factory floor, all those dulled surfaces sitting quiet in the shadows. Nothing moving, nothing reflected, no. You sure? As sure as I can be. The scraping continues. This moves along the wall, then stops. Silence. Infected? Kiara asks, or overseers? Great. Love our options. I almost smile at that. Almost. We wait. 5 minutes. 10. The scraping doesn't start again, but neither of us relaxes. Can't afford to. Not when every shadow could be hiding something that wants us dead. Josh? Yeah, if something happens, nothing's gonna happen. But if it does, Kiara, stop. She stops, but I can see it in her face, that same look she had in the subway, that same certainty that this is it, that this is where it ends. Nothing is going to happen, I say again, because we're careful, because we watch, because we don't give up. People give up all the time. We're not people, we're us. I shift position, keeping my eyes on the room, and we're getting out of here, together. Understood? She nods. Doesn't look convinced, but she nods. The factory settles around us. All that machinery we'll never see run again. All that potential frozen in rust and dust. Tell me something, Kiara says after a while. Like what? Something true. Something you've never told anyone. I think about that. There's a lot I've never told anyone. Most of it I've worked hard to never tell anyone. My brother, I say finally. The one I told you about, he didn't die because I wasn't watching. He died because I was too busy watching. I don't understand. There were 3 infected. He was pinned. I could have pulled him out, but I was watching the infected, making sure they didn't move, making sure I didn't blink. My throat is tight. I watched him die because I was too focused on following the rules, on surviving, on not making a mistake. Kiara doesn't say anything, just listens. I told myself it was the right choice, I continue, that saving myself meant I could help others, that one life isn't worth two lives. All that logical bullshit we tell ourselves when we're too scared to admit we just wanted to live. And now I know it was all lies. I didn't save myself so I could help others. I saved myself because I was a coward, because I put my survival over his life. And I've been running from that ever since. The words hang in the air between us. Heavy, irreversible. You're not a coward, Kiara says quietly. You don't know that. Yeah, I do. She's looking at me with something that might be understanding, might be forgiveness. A coward would have left me on that bridge. A coward would have run when the horde came. A coward wouldn't be sitting here telling me he's more afraid of failing me than dying. Maybe I'm just a different kind of coward. Or maybe you're just a person who made a choice and has been punishing himself ever since. I don't know what to say to that. So I just sit there holding her hand in the dark while the wind keeps trying to tear the building apart. Thank you, I say eventually. For what? For not letting me get away with my bullshit, she smiles. Actually smiles. Someone's got to keep you honest. Yeah, someone does. We sit in silence for a while longer, not the uncomfortable kind, just quiet. The kind of quiet where you don't have to fill every second with noise. Then Kiara shifts, winces. Ankle? I ask. It's fine. That's not an answer. It's swollen. It hurts. I can't put weight on it without wanting to scream. She looks at me. Better? Honest at least. Honesty's overrated. You just told me to be honest? That's different. How? Because you needed to hear it. I just need to survive it. I want to argue, want to tell her that we're the same, that she doesn't get to hold herself to different standards, but she's already turned back to watching the room, and I know that look. That's the look that says subject closed. Move on. So I move on. The night stretches out. We take turns sleeping, or trying to. Kiara goes first because I insist, and she's too exhausted to fight me on it. She's asleep in minutes, her breathing evening out, her hand still holding the knife. I watch the factory, watch the shadows, watch for any sign that we're not alone. Nothing moves, but I can hear it. Just outside, that same scraping, that same deliberate sound of something large dragging across the ground just outside our fortified position. Chapter 21. Eyes in the dark. The factory smells like rust and something else, something organic that's been rotting in the dark for months. I can taste metal in the air. My arms are shaking from carrying Kiara through 3 blocks of broken glass and reflected nightmares. And now we're inside this corpse of a building where every surface wants to kill us. Put me down, Kiara says. You can't walk. I can sit. Put me down. I lower her against a support beam. Her ankles swollen bad, purple spreading up past where her boot ends. She doesn't make a sound when it touches ground, but her jaw goes tight in that way that means she's biting down on something sharp. The factory floor stretches out in front of us. Assembly line equipment, conveyor belts frozen mid-operation, and tools. Christ, so many tools. Wrenches hanging from pegboards, metal panels reflecting ambient light from somewhere I can't identify. A row of welding masks with their dark visors catching every angle. We can't stay here, I say. We can't leave. She's already scanning the room, marking each reflective surface with her eyes. Overseers were half a mile back, maybe less. I listen. Nothing but the building settling and our breathing. How many did you count? 4, maybe 5. She shifts, winces. Marlowe wasn't with them. Good. Marlowe I could handle. Marlowe and his philosophy and his speech about purity. That's just words. But the ones who follow him, the ones who've bought in completely, they're the kind of believers who don't negotiate. I move to the nearest reflective panel, some kind of polished steel sheeting, and drag my thumb across it. Comes away black, industrial grime, thick as paint. Kiara. Yeah? You remember that trick your group used? In the subway? She goes still. Doesn't talk about her group much. Doesn't talk about the subway at all. The soot thing, I say, making surfaces dull. That wasn't soot. Her voice is careful. It was, we used char from fires, rubbed it on anything that could reflect. Yeah, same principle. Same principle. She's watching me now instead of the room. You thinking what I'm thinking? Depends. You thinking we coat every reflective surface in here with whatever grime we can scrape up? I'm thinking that's going to take time we don't have. Then we work fast. She doesn't argue, that's how I know she agrees. I start with the welding masks because they're closest. Drag my palms across the factory floor, decades of dust and oil and decomposed something, and smear it across each visor until the reflection disappears into matte black. It's not perfect. Under direct light, you'd still catch a glimmer. But in this half-dark with infected moving on instinct, it might be enough. Kiara's doing the same from her position against the beam. Can't stand, but she can reach, pulling down tools from a nearby rack and dulling each surface with methodical precision. Wrench, pliers, screwdriver handles. Her movements are economic, no wasted energy, everything deliberate. How's the ankle? I ask. Still attached. That's not what I asked. It's what you're getting. Fair enough. We work in silence for a while. The rhythm settles in, me covering ground, her covering tools. It's the same pattern we've been building for weeks now. She watches, I move. I watch, she moves. Overlap. Always overlap. Josh. Yeah. Window. 2 o'clock. I freeze. Follow her sightline. There's a window 15 feet up, mostly boarded but with gaps, and in one of those gaps, catching light I still can't source, there's a sliver of glass, just a fragment, but it's angled down toward the factory floor in a way that makes my skin crawl. You see it? She asks. I see it. Can you reach? I scan the area. There's a ladder, but it's too exposed. Getting up there means my back to the room. Means Kiara alone with all these surfaces we haven't dulled yet. Not safely, I say. Then we leave it. If something comes through that window, we deal with it. She's already moving on, hand reaching for another tool. We can't fix everything. You taught me that. Did I? Can't remember teaching her much of anything. Feels more like she's been dragging me along, keeping me alive through sheer force of will and better instincts. I keep working. More panels, more surfaces. The grime under my nails is thick enough to feel permanent. Your group, I say. In the subway. How long did the char trick work? She stops, doesn't look at me. 3 days. What happened on day 4? Rain came through a grate, washed half of it off. Her voice is flat, factual. We didn't notice until morning. By then, she doesn't finish. Doesn't need to. I'm sorry, I say. Don't. Kiara, I said don't. She's gripping a hammer now, smearing its handle with more force than necessary. You don't get to apologize for things that aren't your fault. That's not how this works. How does it work? You keep moving. Keep trying. Keep your eyes open. She looks at me then. Really looks at me. That's it. That's the whole thing. Something shifts in my chest, something that feels uncomfortably close to understanding. Okay, I say. Okay. Okay. We keep working. My hands are black now. Kiara's too. We look like we've been digging graves. Maybe we have been in a way, burying reflections, putting glass to rest. Last section, Kiara says, gesturing toward the far wall. Those panels by the loading bay. I move toward them. They're bigger than the others. Industrial mirrors, maybe for inspecting underneath equipment. The kind of surface that would wake a dozen infected at once. I'm halfway there when I hear it. Footsteps. Not shuffling. Not the uneven drag of infected. These are measured, purposeful, human. Josh, I hear it. We both go still. The footsteps are outside, circling the building. More than one set. 3, maybe 4. The overseers. Kiara's hand is on her knife. My hand is on nothing because my gun is empty and has been since the bridge. All I have is a piece of rebar I picked up 6 blocks ago and haven't let go of since. The footsteps stop. Then a voice, muffled through the walls but distinct. They came this way. You sure? Blood trail. Fresh. Kiara looks at her ankle. There's a dark smear on the concrete where she was sitting. Not much, but enough. Josh, she whispers, the panels. She's right. We're exposed. If they come in now, if they have flashlights, those undulled panels will light up like beacons, and anything reflected in them will... I move. Fast. Scraping my palms raw against the concrete to gather more grime, more darkness, more anything to coat these last surfaces. The first panel goes dark. Second panel. My hands are cramping, but I keep going because stopping means movement. Inside. The voice is closer now, right outside the loading bay door. Third panel. Fourth. Kiara's watching the door and me in alternating glances, her eyes doing double duty, keeping us alive through pure attention. You want to go in? Marlowe said bring them back. Marlowe says a lot of things. Fifth panel. Almost done. Just one more and... The loading bay door rattles. Someone's testing it. Looking for a way in. Sixth panel. Done. I slide back toward Kiara, rebar in hand, just as the rattling stops. Silence. Then footsteps again, moving away, circling to another entrance. They're trying the main door, Kiara breathes. The main door. The one we came through. The one we couldn't lock because the mechanisms rusted solid. I look at the door, look at Kiara, look at all these surfaces we've spent the last... 20 minutes dulling into safety. Can you move? I ask. If I have to. You're gonna have to. She nods, grips the support beam, starts pulling herself up, and I'm there before she can put weight on the bad ankle, arm around her waist, taking most of her weight onto my shoulder. Where? She asks. Good question. The factory floor is open, no real cover, no rooms, just equipment and space and all that empty air between us and whoever's about to come through that door. Then I see it. Under the main assembly line. A gap. Narrow, but deep. Maintenance access, maybe. Dark enough to hide in if we're quiet. There. I say, we move. Not fast. Can't be fast with Kiara's ankle, but steady. Measured. I keep my eyes on the door. She keeps hers on the room. We're halfway to the gap when I hear the door creak. Not opening, just testing. Someone's pushing against it. 5 more feet. The door creaks again, louder. 3 feet. And then we're there, sliding under the assembly line into that dark maintenance gap. It smells like grease and mouse droppings, but it's dark and it's cover, and right now that's everything. Kiara's breathing hard, pain or fear or both. I'm pressed against her in the tight space, both of us barely fitting, and I can feel her pulse against my arm where I'm still supporting her weight. The door opens. Footsteps. 2 sets, maybe 3. They spread out across the factory floor. I can see boots from under the assembly line. Work boots, military grade. Anything? A woman's voice. Blood trail ends here. A man. Older. They're close. Could have kept moving, gone through. Could have. The boots move. Closer to our position. I tighten my grip on the rebar. Kiara's knife is out, catching what little light filters down here. One set of boots stops, right next to the assembly line. Right next to us. I can see the tread. Steel-toed. The kind that could kick through a skull if aimed right. Check under, the woman's voice says. The boots shift. Knees start to bend. Kiara's grip on my arm goes vice tight. The person starts to crouch. And then a sound. Distant. Outside. Metal on metal. Loud. The boots snap upright. What was that? East side. All 3 sets of boots move. Fast. Toward the sound. Toward whatever made it. Away from us. We don't move. Don't breathe more than necessary. We wait in that dark gap under machinery that hasn't run in years, while the overseers investigate whatever distraction just bought us another few minutes of life. Eventually the boots come back, slower this time. Nothing, just debris. They're not here. Then where? Next building, or the one after, the older voice again. We'll find them. Marlowe's not going to be happy. Marlowe can adjust his expectations. The boots move toward the door. Out. Gone. We wait 10 more minutes. Then 20, making sure they're really gone, making sure it's not a trick. Finally, Kiara exhales. That was close, she says. Too close. Think they'll come back? Eventually. I help her shift positions slightly. They know we're in this area. They'll comb through. So we move. At night, when they can't track blood. She nods, settles back against the machinery. Josh. Yeah? Thank you. For the soot thing. You're the one who knew about it. But you remembered I knew. She's looking at me in the dark. I can feel it more than see it. You listened. When I told you about the subway. I don't know what to say to that. So I just sit there, pressed against her in this cramped space under a dead assembly line, and let the silence do the talking. After a while, she says, "We make a good team." Yeah, I say, we do. It's the first time I've admitted it out loud. The first time I've stopped fighting the truth of it. We stay there until the light coming through the high windows changes, until we're sure the overseers have moved on to search other buildings, until Kiara's breathing evens out and some of the tension leaves her shoulders. Ready? I ask. As I'll ever be. I help her out from under the machinery. The factory is quiet now. All those dulled surfaces sitting in the dark like sleeping animals. The overseers are gone, but they're out there and they know we're close. Kiara tests her ankle, grimaces. How far you think we can get before they pick up the trail again? Far enough. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. She almost smiles at that. Almost. We move toward the far exit, not the way we came in, but a side door half hidden behind more equipment. Outside, I can hear the wind picking up and the sound of something large dragging across the ground just outside our fortified position. Chapter 22. Blink. The wind doesn't stop. That's the thing that gets under your skin after a while. Not that it's there, but that it never quits. Just keeps pushing against the factory walls in these long, sustained gusts that make everything creak like the building's trying to remember how to breathe. We've been holed up for 6 hours, maybe 7. Hard to track time when you're counting it in shifts of who's watching what corner. Kiara's sitting with her back against a support column, ankle elevated on a crate I dragged over. The swelling's worse, purple spreading into black at the edges. She hasn't mentioned it, and I haven't asked because what would be the point? We both know what it means. You should sleep, she says. You first. Can't. Can't or won't. She doesn't answer, just keeps her eyes on the darkened factory floor, scanning the same sections over and over. Her hand taps against her thigh. 1, 2, 3. Pause. 1, 2, 3. Pause. It's that nervous habit she gets when she's thinking too hard about something she doesn't want to think about. I light a cigarette, down to 4 left. After that, it's going to be cold turkey and withdrawal shakes while trying to keep infected at bay. Perfect timing. What are you thinking about, I ask. Nothing. Kiara? I said nothing. Right. The same nothing she's been thinking about since we got here. Since I told her we needed to rest. Since I made her sit down and admit that no, she couldn't walk on that ankle. Not anymore. Not without doing damage that might not heal. The smoke tastes stale. Everything tastes stale. My group, she says suddenly. In the subway. I told you it was 3 days before the char washed off. Yeah, that's not the whole story. I wait. She'll get there or she won't. We knew it was washing off, she continues. The rain came through on day 3. We saw it happening. Saw the char running down the walls in these black streaks, and we had more. We'd stockpiled it, kept it dry in plastic bins. But you didn't reapply it. We were going to. In the morning. She's still tapping. Faster now. I said we should do it right then. Middle of the night, rain still coming down, but I said we should do it anyway, just to be safe. What did they say? They said I was being paranoid, said morning was fine, said I needed to sleep. She finally looks at me. So I slept. And there it is. The thing she's been carrying. They died on your watch, I say. They died because I listened, because I let them talk me into waiting, because She cuts off, swallows hard. I woke up and they were all gone. Every single one. Just gone. And I was still there, still breathing, still alive. The wind pushes against the walls again, something metallic rattles. That's why you don't sleep, I say. That's why I can't. She turns back to the darkness. Every time I close my eyes, I see them, see their faces right before they told me to stop worrying. And I think if I'd just stayed awake, if I'd just done it myself, you'd be dead too. Maybe. Not maybe. Definitely. I take another drag. You think you could have saved them? Alone in the dark, with infected already moving? I could have tried. You would have died trying. At least I would have tried. I don't have an answer for that. It's the same logic I've been running on for years, the same stupid self-destructive math that says dying with people is somehow better than living without them. Except it's not. It's just dying. I'm scared, Kiara says quietly. Of what? That you'll stop caring. That one day you'll wake up and decide it's easier alone. That I'll close my eyes and when I open them you'll be... She stops, shakes her head. Forget it. No, say it. You'll be gone, like everyone else. The cigarettes burn down to filter. I stub it out against the concrete. I'm not going anywhere, I say. You don't know that. Yeah, I do. She looks at me, really looks at me. Those dark eyes picking me apart in that way she does when she's trying to figure out if I'm lying. How? She asks, because leaving means dying, and dying means I failed, and I stop. Try again. I'm more afraid of failing you than I am of dying. It comes out wrong, too raw, too honest, but it's the truth and I'm tired of pretending it's not. Kiara goes still. Her hand stops tapping. Josh, I mean it. I lean forward, elbows on knees. You asked me earlier why I carried you instead of leaving you behind. You want the real answer? It's not because it was the right thing to do. It's not because I'm some good person. It's because the thought of you not being here makes me want to. I stop again. The words are too big, too complicated. I can't lose you. I won't. She's quiet for a long time. Long enough that I think maybe I've said too much. Crossed some line we'd both been pretending didn't exist. Then she reaches out, takes my hand. Her fingers are cold and rough and shaking slightly. I'm not going anywhere either, she says. Your ankle will heal, or it won't. Either way, I'm staying. She squeezes my hand. You don't get to make decisions for me. You don't get to leave me behind for my own good. We're in this, both of us, until we're not. Until we're not, I repeat. It's not a promise. Promises don't mean anything in a world where the dead move when you're not looking. But it's something, an understanding, a line drawn between us and everything else. I squeeze back. Outside, something scrapes against the building. Long, deliberate, the sound of metal on brick. We both tense. Kiara's hand goes to her knife. Mine goes to the rebar. You see anything? She whispers. I scan the factory floor, all those dulled surfaces sitting quiet in the shadows. Nothing moving, nothing reflected. No. You sure? As sure as I can be. The scraping continues, moves along the wall, then stops. Silence. Infected? Kiara asks, or overseers? Great, love our options. I almost smile at that. Almost. We wait. 5 minutes. 10. The scraping doesn't start again, but neither of us relaxes. Can't afford to. Not when every shadow could be hiding something that wants us dead. Josh. Yeah, if something happens, nothing's gonna happen. But if it does, Kiara, stop. She stops, but I can see it in her face, that same look she had in the subway, that same certainty that this is it, that this is where it ends. Nothing is going to happen, I say again, because we're careful, because we watch, because we don't give up. People give up all the time. We're not people, we're us. I shift position, keeping my eyes on the room, and we're getting out of here. Together. Understood? She nods, doesn't look convinced, but she nods. The factory settles around us. All that machinery we'll never see run again. All that potential frozen in rust and dust. Tell me something, Kiara says after a while. Like what? Something true. Something you've never told anyone. I think about that. There's a lot I've never told anyone. Most of it I've worked hard to never tell anyone. My brother, I say finally. The one I told you about. He didn't die because I wasn't watching. He died because I was too busy watching. I don't understand. There were 3 infected. He was pinned. I could have pulled him out, but I was watching the infected, making sure they didn't move, making sure I didn't blink. My throat is tight. I watched him die because I was too focused on following the rules, on surviving, on not making a mistake. Kiara doesn't say anything. Rith just listens. I told myself it was the right choice, I continue. That saving myself meant I could help others. That one life isn't worth two lives. All that logical bullshit we tell ourselves when we're too scared to admit we just wanted to live. And now? Now I know it was all lies. I didn't save myself so I could help others. I saved myself because I was a coward, because I put my survival over his life, and I've been running from that ever since. The words hang in the air between us. Heavy, irreversible. You're not a coward, Kiara says quietly. You don't know that. Yeah, I do. She's looking at me with something that might be understanding, might be forgiveness. A coward would have left me on that bridge. A coward would have run when the horde came. A coward wouldn't be sitting here telling me he's more afraid of failing me than dying. Maybe I'm just a different kind of coward. Or maybe you're just a person who made a choice and has been punishing himself ever since. I don't know what to say to that, so I just sit there holding her hand in the dark while the wind keeps trying to tear the building apart. Thank you, I say eventually. For what? For not letting me get away with my bullshit. She smiles, actually smiles. Someone's got to keep you honest. Yeah, someone does. We sit in silence for a while longer. Not the uncomfortable kind, just quiet. The kind of quiet where you don't have to fill every second with noise. Then Kiara shifts, winces. Ankle? I ask. It's fine. That's not an answer. It's swollen. It hurts. I can't put weight on it without wanting to scream. She looks at me. Better? Honest, at least. Honesty's overrated. You just told me to be honest. That's different. How? Because you needed to hear it. I just need to survive it. I want to argue, want to tell her that we're the same, that she doesn't get to hold herself to different standards. But she's already turned back to watching the room, and I know that look. That's the look that says subject closed. Move on. So, I move on. The night stretches out. We take turns sleeping, or trying to. Kiara goes first because I insist, and she's too exhausted to fight me on it. She's asleep in minutes, her breathing evening out, her hands still holding the knife. I watch the factory, watch the shadows, watch for any sign that we're not alone. Nothing moves, but I can hear it, just outside. That same scraping, that same deliberate sound of something large dragging across the ground just outside our fortified position. Chapter 23, The Mirror Field. The junkyard starts where the industrial zone ends. We can see it from the factory's loading dock. This massive sprawl of rusted cars and twisted metal stretching out like a graveyard for machines. Everything's piled wrong. Hoods facing down, doors hanging open, chrome catching what little light filters through the cloud cover. Chrome. Everywhere. No, Kiara says. Yeah, we can't cross that. We have to. I'm scanning for another route, but there isn't one. North is overseer territory. South puts us back toward the horde. East is the river, and we've got no way across. Junkyard's the only way through. It's a mirror field. Every surface, I know. She's right. Every bumper, every window fragment, every polished surface is going to reflect. And reflections mean infected can move. Means we'll be crossing hostile ground with zero margin for error. How's the ankle? I ask. Still attached. Can you move? She tests it. Grimaces. I can hobble. Not good enough. Not for what we're about to do. But I don't say that because what would be the point? Stay close, I say. Watch my six. I'll watch yours. That's the plan? Stay close and hope? You got a better one? She doesn't answer. Just adjusts her grip on the knife and starts hobbling toward the junkyard's edge. The ground changes from concrete to gravel to broken asphalt to dirt packed hard with rust stains. We're moving slow. Kiara's putting weight on the bad ankle every third step, and I can see the pain spike across her face each time. She's not going to make it, not all the way across, but she's going to try. because that's who she is. The first car is a sedan, blue paint mostly gone to oxidation. The driver's side mirror is intact. I can see myself in it, dirty, exhausted, holding a piece of rebar like it's going to save me. And behind my reflection, something moves. Contact, Kiara says. I spin. There's an infected 10 feet back, frozen mid-step. Must have been following us from the factory, waiting for a moment we weren't watching. How long? I ask. Just picked it up. I keep my eyes on it while Kiara checks the surrounding area. The infected is male, was male. Hard to tell anymore. Clothes torn, skin gray, that vacant look they all get. Clear right, Kiara says. Clear left. Moving. We sidestep around the sedan. The infected stays frozen. Good. As long as we maintain eye contact. The mirror catches movement. I see it in my peripheral vision. The infected's reflection, sprinting in the polished surface. But when I look directly at the infected itself, it's still frozen. The mirror's showing it moving, I say. That's not possible. Look, she looks. I watch her face cycle through confusion to understanding to dread. Reflections don't freeze them, she says. Reflections don't count as watching. Which means every mirror here is showing them in motion. We just can't trust what we're seeing. We keep moving, deeper into the junkyard. More cars, more mirrors, more surfaces. I'm trying to map safe zones in my head, spots where we can stand without being surrounded by reflections. But there aren't any. Every angle has at least 3 or 4 surfaces catching light. Josh, I see it. There's an infected ahead. This one's female. She's standing between 2 cars, perfectly still, eyes fixed on nothing. But in the car windows behind her, I can see her reflection running. 3 different versions of her, all moving in different directions. Which one's real? Kiara asks. The frozen one. You sure? We circle wide. Give her distance. Keep our eyes on the actual body, not the reflected versions. It works until we pass a minivan with all its windows intact. In the glass, I see a dozen infected, running, converging on our position. I spin. Check the actual junkyard. Nothing. Just rusted cars and stillness. Kiara. I see them. In the reflections. Her voice is tight. They're not real. How do you know? I don't. We're 20 feet into the junkyard now. Maybe 30. It feels like miles. My eyes are starting to hurt. All this scanning, all this checking and double checking, trying to separate what's real from what's reflected. It's like walking through a funhouse where everything wants you dead. Break, Kiara says. We can't stop. Just for a second, please. I look back. She's pale, sweating despite the cold. The ankle's worse. I can see it even through the boot now, swollen up past the lacing. Okay, 30 seconds. She leans against a rusted pickup truck, closes her eyes, just for a moment, just to reset. And that's when I see it, in the truck side mirror, a reflection of infected. Not 1 or 2, dozens, all frozen in mid-run, all positioned around us in a perfect circle. Kiara, don't move. What? Don't move. She opens her eyes, sees where I'm looking, goes absolutely still. We're surrounded. The actual infected are there. I can see them now, really see them once I know where to look. They've been following us the whole time, using the reflections to mask their approach, using our distraction against us. How many? Kiara whispers. 10, maybe 15. Can we? I don't know. The infected are frozen, but only because we're looking. The moment we turn away, the moment we blink, they'll move. And with this many in this terrain, there's nowhere to run. Ideas? I say. None that don't end with us dead. Then we need better ideas. A car hood slams somewhere to our left. We both jump, but none of the infected move. They can't. We're watching them. The sound was just wind. Just the junkyard settling. But it gives me an idea. The reflections, I say, they're showing the infected in motion, like snapshots of where they'll be if we stop watching. So we use that. Watch the reflections to see their trajectories. Plan our route based on where they're trying to go. That's insane. You got something better? She doesn't. I start moving, slow, keeping my eyes on the actual infected while using the mirrors to track their intended paths. It's like playing chess with death. Every step calculated, every angle measured. Kiara follows. She's limping bad now, but she's keeping pace. Her eyes are doing double duty, watching our 6 while I watch forward. We make it 10 feet, then 20, threading through gaps in the circle, using the infected's frozen positions against them. A bumper catches sun. Suddenly I can see 50 infected in the reflection. 100, all of them running, all of them converging. Josh. I see it. We adjust course. Angle toward a gap in the reflections. It's working. It's actually Kiara's foot catches on something. She goes down hard. The knife skitters across rust-stained dirt. And I lose sight of 3 infected. They move. I hear it more than see it, that wet shuffling sound of dead feet finding purchase. They're closing distance. Fast. I grab Kiara's arm, haul her up. She's gasping in pain but moving, hobbling forward while I backpedal, eyes scanning for the ones I lost. There. 2 o'clock. Female infected, closer now, still frozen because I'm watching. But the moment I look away, another sound. Behind us. 6 o'clock, Kiara says through gritted teeth. I risk a glance. Male infected, close enough to touch. Frozen mid-lunge, we're hemmed in, infected on all sides, and can barely walk. And Kiara can barely say. I'm listening. You're going to watch behind. I'm going to carry you and watch front. We move as one. You can't carry me and fight. Then I guess I'll have to not fight. I don't give her time to argue. Just hook one arm under her legs, the other around her back, and lift. She's lighter than I expected, or maybe adrenaline is doing the heavy lifting. Ready? I ask. No. Me neither. Go. We move. It's awkward and slow, and every step feels like it might be our last. But we're moving. Kiara's eyes on our 6, mine on our 12, her calling out threats, me adjusting course. 3 behind, closing. Copy, 2 ahead, holding. 6 o'clock converging. I see them, adjusting. It's the same rhythm we've been building, the same synchronization, but amplified, desperate. Like we're one organism trying to stay alive. A car window shatters under my foot. I don't know how, don't care. Just know that suddenly there are new reflections, new angles, new infected showing in motion. Josh, I see it. We're running now. Well, I'm running. Kiara's along for the ride. But we're moving faster than we should be able to. Faster than makes sense. The junkyard is endless. Just more cars, more chrome, more opportunities to die. My arms are screaming, my legs are shaking, but I don't stop. Can't stop. Stopping means light ahead, not sunlight, something else, something orange and warm and definitely not natural. You see that? Kiara asks. Yeah. What is it? Don't know. Don't care. It's not here. We angle toward it. The infected follow in our peripheral vision, always frozen when we look, always moving when we don't, always there. The light gets brighter, closer. I can see what it is now. Fire. Someone started a fire in an old oil drum, and around the fire there are people, living people, the overseers. Josh, I know. We're caught, behind us, infected. Ahead of us, overseers. Nowhere else to go. I look at Kiara. She looks at me. What do we do? She asks. We keep moving, I say, because that's all we've ever done, all we'll ever do, until we can't anymore. I adjust my grip. Kiara tightens her arms around my neck, and we run toward the fire. Behind us, the infected stay frozen in a perfect circle around the spot where we just were. And in every reflective surface, in every mirror and window and polished piece of chrome, they're running, always running, never stopping. The junkyard stretches out behind us. Ahead, the overseers are standing. They've seen us. They're pointing. And in the car hood to my right, I can see both our reflections, me carrying Kiara, her head on my shoulder, and behind us, the reflections of 100 infected, all sprinting in perfect unison toward the exact spot we're about to be. Chapter 24. Don't you dare look away. Kiara's slipping. Not physically, my grip's solid. But I can feel her attention fracturing, the way her body's tensing in my arms, the shallow breaths that mean pain's getting past whatever wall she's built against it. Stay with me, I say. I'm here. I need you here. Not wherever you're going. I'm here. She's not. But we don't have time to argue because the overseers are moving toward us and behind us. The junkyard is a maze of frozen, infected, and mobile reflections, and I'm carrying a woman who can't walk through terrain that shouldn't be survivable. 3 o'clock, Kiara says. Overseer. Weapon. I adjust course. Angle away from the fire. The overseer is male, maybe 30, carrying something that might be a rifle. He's shouting something I can't hear over the wind and my own pulse hammering in my ears. More at 9, Kiara adds. No weapons visible. Can we circle back? Into the infected? Right. Bad idea. Only idea. My foot catches on something. Broken glass, bottle cap, piece of car. Doesn't matter. I stumble. Catch myself. Kiara gasps against my neck. You okay? Fantastic. Kiara. Eyes forward. Keep moving. The overseer with the rifle is closer now. Close enough I can see his face. Young. Scared. Not the hardened believer type. Just someone trying to survive. He raises the weapon. Points it at us. Stop, he shouts. Right there. I don't stop. I said stop, I yell back. Infected behind us. He looks past us. Sees what's there, or what's not there. Because from his angle, with the sun behind us, he's probably only seeing the reflections. Only seeing movement in the chrome. There's nothing. Look closer. He does. And his face goes white. Holy. The rifle drops slightly. He's backing up, toward the fire, toward his people. We're almost there. Almost to the fire. Almost to whatever comes next. And then Kiara screams. Not loud, not dramatic. Just this sharp intake of breath followed by a sound that's pure pain with no filter. I look down. Her ankles shifted, bent wrong, the boot's doing nothing anymore. I'm okay. She gasps. She's not, and we both know it. But we're past the rifle guy now. Past the fire. Into the space beyond where the junkyard opens into something else. Something darker. A canyon of car frames stacked 3 high on both sides. A corridor of chrome and rust. Josh? Kiara's voice is weak. Put me down. No, I'm slowing you down. You should. I'm not having this argument. Josh, I stop walking. Not because I want to, because I have to. My arms are done. My legs are shaking. And Kiara's right. Carrying her through this next section is going to get us both ended. But I can't leave her. Won't. So I do the only thing I can think of. I set her down. Gently. Against a car frame that's been crushed flat, and I position myself between her and everything else. What are you doing? She asks. Thinking. Josh. Shut up. Let me think. The corridor is maybe 60 feet long, car frames on both sides making walls of reflective surfaces. At the end I can see daylight. Real daylight. Not filtered through clouds. Between here and there are infected. I can see them in the mirrors, running. Always running. Their reflections showing what they'll do the moment we stop watching. I can't carry you through that, I say. I know. But I can clear a path. If I move fast enough. I'm calculating angles, trajectories, how many infected I can freeze with one sight line. If I use my body to block the reflections. What? The mirrors. I block them. The infected can't move, or at least they're confused. Might buy us seconds. That's suicide. You got a better plan? She looks at the corridor, at the infected shapes visible in every reflective surface, at the daylight beyond. No, she says quietly. Then that's the plan. I take off my jacket, hand it to her. What's this for? Cover your head. When I tell you to move, you move. Don't look at the mirrors. Don't look at anything. Just crawl, fast as you can. Josh, can you do that? My ankle. Can you do that? She nods, takes the jacket. Her hands are shaking. I turn toward the corridor. The first car frame is 5 feet away. Its windows are intact. I can see 4 infected reflected in the glass, all frozen in mid-sprint. I take a breath, center myself. Then I run at the car and throw myself at the window. The glass explodes. I feel it bite into my shoulder. My face, sharp pain followed by the warm rush of blood. But the window's dark now, covered in my body, not reflecting anymore. Move, I shout. Behind me, I hear Kiara scrambling, the sound of her dragging herself across dirt. I pull back, blood running down my arm, another car frame ahead, another window, another mirror. I run, throw myself, more glass, more pain. Keep moving. Kiara's halfway through the corridor now. I can hear her breathing, harsh, Desperate. Another frame, another window. I'm not thinking anymore. Just moving. Just breaking surfaces with my body because that's what needs to happen. The glass is everywhere. In my skin, in my hair. I can taste copper. Almost there, Kiara shouts. One more frame. The last one. Its windows are the biggest. The most intact. I run at it full speed. Don't slow. Don't hesitate. The impact is bad. Something in my shoulder goes wrong. Not broken. Worse, like a joint deciding it doesn't want to be a joint anymore. But the window's dark, and Kiara's through. Josh! I pull myself away from the car frame. My right arm isn't working right. Hanging at a bad angle. Blood's running from somewhere near my eye. Can't tell where exactly. I stumble forward through the corridor into the daylight. Kiara's there, on the ground. Jacket still over her head. She pulls it off, looks at me. Oh God, I'm fine. You're not fine. She's crawling toward me. Sit down. We need to move. You need medical attention. Don't have medical attention. Have you? And you can't walk, so we're even. She stares at me, then starts laughing. Not happy laughing. The kind that happens when everything's so wrong you can't process it anymore. We're even, she repeats. Sure, that makes sense. I try to smile. My face doesn't cooperate. Something's wrong with the muscles there. Cut too deep, maybe. Behind us I hear voices, the overseers. They're in the corridor now, following. Can you stand? I ask Kiara. Can you see? Can you stand? She tries. Gets halfway up before the ankle gives out. She falls. I catch her with my good arm. We both nearly go down. This is bad, she says. Yeah, really bad. I know. She looks at me, at my face, my arm, all the blood. Why did you do that? She asks. Do what? The windows, your body. Why? Because you needed a path. I'm not worth. Don't. I cut her off. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Josh, you're worth more than me. More than this. More than any of it. I can barely keep my eyes open. Everything's going gray at the edges. So don't you dare look away. You hear me? Don't you dare. She's crying. When did she start crying? I won't, she says. I won't look away. Promise. I promise. The voices behind us are closer. I can hear specific words now. Orders, coordinates. They're organizing, coming for us. We have to move, I say. You can't walk. Neither can you. So what do? I look around. We're in an open space now, the junkyard's edge. Beyond it, I can see trees. Actual trees, not the dead ones from the forest. Living trees with leaves and everything. And mist. Thick mist rolling between the trunks. There, I say. That's too far. It's all we've got. I help her up, or she helps me up. Hard to tell. We lean into each other, two broken people making one semi-functional unit. We start moving toward the trees. My right arm is useless. Kiara's right leg is useless, so we use what works. Her left leg. My left arm, her right arm around my waist, my left arm around her shoulders. Step, drag, step, drag. Behind us, the overseers are emerging from the corridor. I hear shouting. Someone saying, there they are. We're not going to make it. Too slow. Too broken. Too gunshot. The sound cracks across the open space. I feel the round pass close enough to create pressure against my ear. Down, I say. We drop, both of us. Hit the ground hard. Kiara cries out. I bite down on something that might be my tongue. Another shot. This one hits metal somewhere to our left. Sparks. Crawl, Kiara says. What? We crawl. They can't track us if we're low. Mist will help. She's right. The mist is thick here, ground level thick. If we stay low, we start crawling, her pulling with her arms, me pushing with my legs, moving like wounded animals toward the tree line. More shots, random, searching. They've lost visual. The mist swallows us. We're in it now, can't see more than a few feet. Can only hear our own breathing and the distant shouts of overseers trying to find us. Keep going, I say. I am. Don't stop. I won't. We crawl, and crawl, and crawl. Eventually the shouting fades. Eventually we're deep enough in the trees that the junkyard is just a memory. Eventually we stop, because we can't do more than eventually. I collapse onto my back, stare up at branches filtering light, my shoulders on fire. My face is wet with blood or sweat or both. Kiara's next to me, panting, covered in dirt. We made it, she says. Yeah, you're bleeding everywhere. You're bleeding too. Not everywhere. Fair point. She reaches over, takes my good hand, squeezes. Thank you, she says. For what? For not leaving me in the car frames. I'll never leave you. Even if I ask you to, especially then. She squeezes tighter. I was so scared. Me too. I thought when you hit those windows, I thought you were going to die and I was going to have to watch and... She stops, breathes. I can't do this without you. You won't have to. Promise? I promise. We lie there, two broken people in the mist under living trees, holding hands because it's all we can do. Because it's everything. Eventually, Kiara says, we need to bandage you. Eventually. Josh, just 5 more minutes. Let me have 5 more minutes. She doesn't argue, just lies there next to me while the mist rolls past and somewhere far away the overseers are searching and the infected are frozen in their circle of chrome and the world keeps turning whether we're ready or not. My hand in hers, her hand in mine. 5 more minutes, then we'll figure out the rest. Chapter 25, Marlowe's Truth. The cabin appears like a promise we shouldn't trust. Too intact, too quiet, wedged between trees that still have bark instead of that molted gray that infected leave in their wake. But we don't have options. I'm bleeding through the shirt Kiara tore up as bandages. She can't put weight on her ankle at all now. We need shelter, or we need to pick a spot to die in. This is shelter. I kick the door open, rebar ready in my left hand because my right arm still isn't cooperating. Empty. Furniture covered in dust. No reflective surfaces. Someone's been here before and knew the rules. Clear? Kiara asks from outside. Clear. She hobbles in. I catch her before she falls. We make it to a couch that smells like mildew and time. Both collapse. For maybe 10 minutes we just sit, breathing, existing, not dying. Then Kiara says, your face. What about it? Half of it's missing. Not missing, just rearranged. She reaches up, her fingers find the cuts from the car window. I flinch. Can't help it. Sorry, she says. It's fine. It's not fine. None of this is... The door opens. We both move, or try to. Kiara's knife is out. My rebar comes up. But we're slow. Too slow. Too damaged. Marlowe walks in with 3 of his overseers behind him. He's not carrying a weapon. Doesn't need to. His people have enough for everyone. Josh, he says, like we're old friends. Like he hasn't been hunting us. You look terrible. I don't answer. Just keep the rebar between him and Kiara. Put that down, Marlowe continues. We're not here to fight. Then why are you here? To talk like reasonable people. He gestures to his overseers. They spread out, blocking the door, the window, any exit. You've been running. From us, from the infected, from yourselves. I want to offer you another option. We're fine, Kiara says. Are you? Marlowe looks at her ankle, at my face, at the blood on both of us. You look fine, like a pair that's thriving. What do you want, I ask. What I've always wanted. To save people. He moves closer. His overseers tense but don't raise weapons. This world has one rule, Josh, one truth. The infected move when you stop watching. You know this. You live this. But you're living it wrong. How's that? You think partnership is the answer. That 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1. That connection makes you stronger. He shakes his head. But look at you. She's slowing you down. You're protecting her instead of surviving. And for what? So you can both die together instead of one of you living? We're both living, Kiara snaps. For now. But how long? Another day? Another week? Marlowe looks at her. Your ankle's ruined. You can't run. Can barely walk. You're liability. And Josh is killing himself trying to pretend you're not. I'm not listening to this, I say. Then listen to this. Marlowe's voice changes, gets quieter, more personal. I had someone once, a wife, before all of this. When the infected came, I tried to protect her, tried to keep her close, tried to do what you're doing, survive together. He pauses, looking at something we can't see. She slowed me down, got hurt. I had to carry her, just like you. Had to make choices about her safety instead of our survival. And you know what happened? Neither of us answers. She died anyway. bled out from an injury I couldn't treat, and I almost died with her, because I was too busy holding her hand to watch the shadows, too busy loving her to survive. The cabin is quiet. Even the overseers look uncomfortable. Love is the infection, Marlowe says, not the virus, not the dead. Love, attachment, the belief that you need someone else, that's what gets people killed, not the infected. You're wrong, Kiara says. Am I? Look at yourself. Look at Josh. You're both barely functional, both dying by inches. And for what? For each other? For a bond that's going to get you both killed anyway? Better than dying alone, I say. Is it? Is it really? Marlowe leans forward. Or is that just what you tell yourself to justify the fear? The fear of being alone, the fear of admitting that maybe, just maybe, you'd be better off without her. I don't answer. Can't answer. Because somewhere deep down, in a place I don't want to acknowledge, his words are finding purchase. I see it in you, Marlowe continues. That doubt, that little voice that says, I could move faster alone, I could survive if I didn't have to worry about her. Don't you? No. Liar. Kiara's looking at me now. I can feel her eyes. Josh, she says. I don't think that, I tell her. But you have thought it, Marlowe says. Haven't you? In those moments when she falls, when she slows, when she needs you, and you know it might cost you both. You've thought it. I have. God help me, I have. That's human, Marlowe says gently. That's survival instinct. That's your body trying to keep you alive, and you're fighting it. Fighting your own nature because of some idea that love is worth dying for. It is, Kiara says. Her voice is shaking. How do you know? Have you tested it? Have you survived because of love or despite it? Marlowe looks at her. Your group died while you slept. Josh's brother died while he watched. You're both carrying ghosts, both trying to prove that this time, attachment won't end in death. But it will. It always does. You're just afraid, Kiara says suddenly. What? You're just afraid of needing someone, of being vulnerable, of admitting that maybe your wife died because you didn't know how to partner, not because partnership is wrong. She's sitting up straighter, despite the pain. You couldn't save her, so you've decided no one can save anyone. That everyone's better off alone. But that's not truth. That's just your trauma talking. Marlowe's face goes still. Hard. You don't know anything about my trauma, he says. I know you're using it to justify hurting people. I know you're here trying to break Josh because you can't stand seeing someone succeed where you failed. Kiara's crying now, but her voice is steady. I know you're lying to yourself and to us, and to everyone you've convinced that isolation is strength. Isolation is death, slow death. You're just too scared to admit it. The cabin goes silent. Marlowe is staring at Kiara like she said something obscene. His overseers are shifting uncomfortably. Then Marlowe smiles. Not friendly, not warm. You have fire, he says. I'll give you that. But fire doesn't keep you alive. Only cold calculation does. He looks at his overseers, nods. They move. Fast. Two of them grab me. I try to fight, but my body doesn't cooperate. The third goes for Kiara. She slashes with the knife, but they're ready for it. Disarm her in seconds. What are you doing? I shout. Proving a point. Marlowe stands. You say partnership is survival. That connection makes you stronger. Let's test that theory. Marlowe. We're going to separate you. Put you in different rooms. See how long you each last without the other watching your back. He's walking toward the door. If you're right, if partnership is really the answer, you'll both be fine. You'll survive. You'll prove me wrong. And if we're not, Kiara asks, then one of you dies and the other learns that I was right all along. He pauses at the threshold. Love is the infection, and I'm going to cure you both of it. The overseers drag us apart. I'm fighting, screaming her name. But they're strong and I'm broken, and Kiara's screaming back but getting further away. The last thing I see before they shove me into a side room is her face, terrified, reaching for me. Then the door closes, and I'm alone. The room is small, no windows, one door, no reflective surfaces, and no Kiara. I try the door, locked from outside. Obviously. Try the walls. Solid. Old but solid. Sit down. Think. There has to be a way out. There has to be something moves in the corner. I freeze. Look, there's an infected there. Male. Frozen. Staring at nothing. How long has it been there? How long have I not been watching? I keep my eyes on it, heart hammering. Where's Kiara? Is she dealing with this too? Is she... The infected hasn't moved. Good. As long as I keep looking, but I can't keep looking forever. Eventually I have to blink. Eventually I have to sleep. Eventually, the door opens. Marlowe walks in, alone, unarmed. How are you doing, he asks. Where's Kiara? Safe. For now. He looks at the infected. Interesting, isn't it? How quickly danger becomes personal when you're alone, when there's no one to watch your back. Let me out. Why? So you can go to her? So you can prove that you need her? That's exactly what I'm trying to cure you of. This isn't about cure. This is about control. Maybe. Or maybe it's about teaching you a truth you're too stubborn to learn on your own. Marlowe sits, right next to the frozen infected. Casual. You can leave this room whenever you want. Door's not really locked. I lied. But if you leave, if you go to her, the infected in her room moves, and she dies. My blood goes cold. What? There's an infected in her room too. Same rules. Long as someone's watching, it stays frozen. But if you come for her, if you break concentration, if you prove that your attachment is more important than survival, he shrugs. Well, then Marlowe was right, and she pays the price. You're insane. I'm pragmatic. There's a difference. He stands. So here's your choice, Josh. Stay in this room. Keep watching your infected. Live alone, but live. Or try to save her. Risk both your lives and prove that love is worth dying for. He walks to the door, pauses. Choose wisely. You don't get many chances in this world, and you've already wasted most of yours. Then he's gone. Door closing, locking. For real this time. I'm alone with the infected, staring at it, thinking about Kiara in another room, thinking about Marlowe's words, thinking about choice. Chapter 26. Eyes forward. The infected in the corner hasn't moved in 20 minutes. Or maybe it's been 2 hours. Time does weird things when you're trapped in a room with something that wants to eat you, and the only thing stopping it is your attention span. I'm thinking about Kiara, about her in another room with another infected, about Marlowe's ultimatum, stay and live alone or try to save her and risk both our deaths. It's not a real choice. There's only ever been one choice. I stand, slowly, keeping eyes on the infected. It stays frozen. Good. I move toward the door, sideways, maintaining line of sight. The infected is still there, still frozen, still watching nothing while I watch it. My hand finds the doorknob. Tests it. Locked. Of course it's locked. Marlowe lied at that part. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe the lie is layers deep and I'm supposed to figure out which parts are true. Doesn't matter. I need to get to Kiara. I scan the room, looking for options. The walls are solid. The door is locked. The infected is frozen. And somewhere Marlowe is probably watching this, waiting to see what I do. Then I see it. Small window. High up. Boarded. But the boards are old, rotted. I look at the infected, look at the window, look back at the infected. This is going to be bad. I move fast. 3 steps to the wall. Jump. Grab the window frame. My shoulder screams where the glass cut it earlier, but I hold on, pull myself up. The boards crack under my weight. Behind me I hear movement. The infected. It's not frozen anymore. I kick at the boards. Once, twice. They splinter. Give. The infected is close. I can hear its breathing, that wet rasp. One more kick. The boards explode outward. Daylight floods in. I pull myself through, glass and splinters tearing at me, but I'm through. Outside, on the ground, and running. The cabin has 2 rooms visible from outside. I head for the one I wasn't in. The door's closed. I hit it shoulder first, my bad shoulder. The pain is white hot, but the door gives. Inside, Kiara's on the ground, back against the far wall, knife out, and an infected 3 feet from her, frozen because she's watching it. But barely. Her eyes are glazed, exhausted. How long has she been holding its attention? Kiara? Kiara? Josh? She doesn't look away from the infected, can't look away. What are you? Leaving, both of us, now. There's an infected, I see it. If I look away, then I'll look. That's how this works. I move into the room, position myself so I can see both the infected and the doorway. Kiara's still watching it, but I can see the relief in her shoulders. Someone else is here. She's not alone. Can you stand? I ask. Barely. That'll have to do. On 3. Josh. 1. I can't. 3. She moves. I grab her, pull her toward the door while keeping eyes on the infected. It stays frozen. Good. We're at the threshold when I hear the voice. Leaving so soon? Marlowe. Behind us. In the cabin's main room. I turn. The infected in Kiara's room is still frozen. I can see it in my peripheral. But Marlowe's there, and he's holding something. A mirror, angled toward us. You know what reflections do, he says. You know the rule. In the mirror, I can see the infected, running, coming for us. Josh! Kiara's voice is tight. I see it. We need to. Marlowe throws the mirror. It shatters between us and the infected. Suddenly, there are dozens of reflections, dozens of angles, and in each one the infected is moving, sprinting, closing distance. Run, I say. We run. Or Kiara hobbles and I support her, and together we make something like running. Out the door, into daylight. Behind us I hear glass breaking. Marlowe shouting something. We don't stop. Can't stop. The cabin is in a clearing, trees on all sides. We head for the thickest cluster, the most cover. I'm half carrying Kiara now, her ankles given up entirely. Just dragging behind her like dead weight. Josh, don't talk. Save energy. I can't. You can. You are. We hit the tree line, branches catching our clothes, roots trying to trip us. But we're in. We're moving. We're gunshot. Wood splinters next to my head. I drop, pull Kiara down with me. More shots, close but not hitting. Marlowe's overseers, they've spread out, trying to box us in. Crawl, I say. We crawl under bushes, over roots. Kiara's whimpering with each movement, but she's moving. That's what matters. Behind us I hear voices, coordinating, searching. They're close. Check the north side. Nothing here. We keep crawling deeper into the trees. The ground slopes down, gets muddy, then wet. A stream, small but flowing. In, I say. What? Get in the water. Josh, masks our trail. Do it. We slide into the stream. It's freezing. Kiara gasps, but we're in. We're moving downstream, using the current. The voices fade, still there but distant. Still searching but not finding. We float for maybe 10 minutes. Then I grab an overhanging root, pull us onto the bank. We collapse in mud. For a while we just lie there, breathing, wet, covered in filth. Then Kiara starts laughing. What? I ask. This, us, all of it. She's still laughing, that edge of breakdown sound. Marlowe tried to prove love is death, and we just ran away, together, like idiots. We're not idiots. We're something. We're alive. For now. For now counts. She rolls over, looks at me. You came for me. Of course I came for you. Marlowe said if you came, if you chose me over survival, I'd die. Marlowe's a liar. But what if he wasn't? What if coming for me killed me? She's serious now. No more laughing. Would you have come anyway? I think about that, about the choice, about what it means. Yeah, I say. I would have. Why? Because surviving without you isn't surviving. It's just existing. Going through motions. I did that for years after my brother. I'm not doing it again. Even if it gets you killed, especially then. She reaches over, takes my hand, squeezes. You're an idiot, she says. Probably. Definitely, she's crying, but you're my idiot. Yeah, I am. We lie in the mud by the stream, holding hands, listening for overseers we hope won't find us, planning our next move, our next survival, our next day. Eventually I say, we need to keep moving. I know. Your ankle? I'll manage. Kiara, I'll manage. She sits up, winces. Where do we go? Good question. We're running out of places to run to. The junkyard is behind us. The overseers are everywhere. And the infected don't stop just because we're tired. Forward, I say. That's not a direction. It's the only one we've got. She almost smiles. Almost. I help her stand. She leans heavy on me. We start walking, following the stream because at least it's going somewhere. Behind us, I hear shouting. The overseers have found the stream. They're following our trail. Faster, I say. Trying. We move, as fast as Kiara's ruined ankle allows, as fast as my damaged shoulder permits, together, always together. The stream widens, deepens, turns into something that might be called a river if you're generous. And ahead, through the trees, I see something. Structures, buildings, old and rusted but standing. There, I say. What is it? Don't know. Don't care. It's shelter. We angle toward it. The shouts behind us are getting closer. They've gained ground while we were slow. We hit the first building. Factory maybe, warehouse, windows all boarded, door hanging open. Inside it's dark and filled with equipment I don't recognize. Assembly lines, conveyor belts, and tools. Hundreds of tools hanging on walls, scattered on workbenches, and every single surface is reflective. Oh no, Kiara says. Yeah, we're in a mirror field. Again. Except this time we're injured and exhausted and being hunted. The overseers are almost here. I can hear them just outside. I look at Kiara. She looks at me. What do we do? She asks. We use it, I say. The reflections, we use them. How? Marlowe wanted to prove connection is death. Let's show him it's survival. I don't explain more. Don't have time. The overseers are at the door. Marlowe walks in first, sees us, smiles. End of the line, he says. Maybe, I say, or maybe it's just the beginning. Then I grab a wrench from the nearest workbench and throw it at a wall of mirrors. They explode, and everything starts moving. Chapter 27, Together or Never. The mirrors shatter like ice, each surface fragmenting into 100 smaller reflections, and in every single piece infected appear. Running, sprinting toward positions they'll occupy the moment no one's watching. Marlowe's face goes white. What did you do? Change the rules, I say. The infected aren't real. Not yet. They're just reflections showing potential movement. But Marlowe doesn't know that. His overseers don't know that. And in their panic, they start shooting at mirrors, at shadows, at movement that exists only in glass. Stop! Marlowe shouts. Stop shooting! But they don't stop. They're terrified. They've spent so long believing isolation is safety that being surrounded, even by reflected threats, breaks them. A bullet hits a window. More glass, more reflections. The factory floor becomes a kaleidoscope of possible death. We need to move, I tell Kiara. Where? Away from them. We start moving, using the chaos, using the overseer's panic against them. They're shooting at nothing, wasting ammunition, creating more reflections with every shattered surface. Marlowe sees us going, raises his hand, not a gun, just his hand, and shouts, "Josh, stop!" I don't stop. You're proving me right. You're running, using her as an excuse. I'm not running from her, I shout back. I'm running with her. There's a difference. A bullet winds past my ear, not aimed at us, just wild, panicked. We're halfway across the factory floor when I see real infected, not reflections, actual bodies. 3 of them. They've been frozen in here since before we arrived. And now, with all this noise, they're awake, moving toward the sound, toward the overseers. Contact, one of Marlowe's people screams. The overseers turn, face real threats instead of imagined ones, but they're scattered, uncoordinated, each person watching different angles because they don't know how to work together. One goes down, infected on him before he can react. He doesn't scream long. Marlowe is backing toward the door, his philosophy crumbling around him, his belief that isolation is strength dying in real time. "Josh!" he yells. "Help!" I stop, look at him, look at the infected moving toward him. I could watch, could freeze them, could save him, or I could keep moving, could choose Kiara over revenge, could prove that connection means making choices. "Josh." Kiara's looking at me. We have to go. She's right, we do. But Marlowe is there, the man who tried to break us, who tried to prove love is infection, who's watching me now with something that might be understanding in his eyes. "I was wrong," he says, quietly, just to me. "About you, about her, about all of it." "Yeah," I say, "you were. So prove it, show me connection is survival, save me." I look at the infected, 3 of them now, close to Marlowe. Then I look at Kiara, at her ruined ankle, at her exhausted face, at the exit behind us. "I'm not leaving her to save you," I say. I'm not asking you to. I'm asking you to watch. Just for a second, just long enough for me to... The infected lunges. Marlowe dodges. Barely. Josh, Kiara grabs my arm. We have to go now. She's right. Staying means dying. Staying means choosing Marlowe over us, over everything we've built. But leaving him feels like proving him right. Like connection means choosing who lives and who dies and sometimes choosing wrong. I'm sorry, I say to Marlowe. Then I turn and I run. Kiara and I hit the exit. Behind us I hear screaming. Gunshots. The wet sounds of infected finding flesh. We don't look back. Can't look back. Looking back means stopping, and stopping means joining them. We're outside, the factory behind us, the forest ahead, and between us and the forest, more infected, dozens of them, drawn by the noise, moving toward the factory. Josh, I see them. They're not looking at us. Not yet. They're focused on the factory, on the sound, on the chaos. We can slip past, I say. How? Carefully. We move, slow, quiet, staying low, using trees for cover. The infected shuffle past us, some close enough to touch, but they're not watching, not looking, just following sound. We make it to the tree line, start moving deeper. Behind us, the screams from the factory fade, then stop. Marlowe's dead. His overseers are dead. The philosophy he tried to teach us died with him. But we're alive. Keep moving, I say. Where? Just forward. We walk. For hours, maybe. Hard to tell. The trees all look the same. The ground all feels the same. My body is one continuous scream of pain, and I'm pretty sure Kiara's is worse, but neither of us mentions it. Eventually she says, "You chose me." What? Back there, with Marlowe. You chose me over him. Of course I did. He's dead because of that choice. He's dead because he couldn't work with others, because he shot at reflections instead of threats, because he believed connection was weakness. I stop walking. Look at her. He was wrong, and I'm not going to feel guilty for proving it. But if we'd helped, we'd be dead too, or you would be, because I'd have divided my attention, split my focus, and in this world that gets you killed. I take her hand. I'm not splitting my focus, not anymore. It's you. It's always been you. She's crying again. When did she start crying? I'm sorry, she says. For what? For slowing you down, for needing you, for stop. I pull her close as our broken bodies allow. You're not slowing me down. You're keeping me alive. There's a difference. How? Because surviving alone isn't surviving. Marlowe proved that. He died alone, surrounded by people but alone, because he didn't know how to connect, didn't know how to trust. I lean my forehead against hers. You taught me that. You taught me that two people watching each other is better than one person watching everything. That trust is survival. Even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. We stand like that for a while. Two broken people holding each other up in a forest full of things that want to end us. Eventually we keep moving, because that's what we do. We move. We survive. We choose each other. The trees thin out. Ahead I see light, not from buildings, not from fire, just light. Diffused through something. You see that? Kiara asks. Yeah. What is it? Don't know. We move toward it. The light gets brighter, clearer, and then we're at the edge of the forest looking down into a valley. Fog, thick fog rolling through the lowest points. And in the fog, nothing. No infected. No movement. Just stillness. The fog, Kiara says, it's blocking the reflections. She's right. With fog this thick, there are no clear surfaces, no mirrors, no chrome, just white nothing. It's not a safe zone, I say, but it's safer. Yeah, it is. We start down into the valley, into the fog, into whatever comes next. Behind us, the forest is full of infected and overseers and everything we're running from. Ahead is fog and uncertainty and maybe a place where we can rest. Kiara's hand is in mine is in hers, and we're walking into white nothing together. The way we always have, the way we always will. Chapter 28, The Last Blink. The fog is thick enough to drink. I can taste it. Cold and metallic like the inside of a refrigerator left open too long. Kiara's grip on my hand is the only thing telling me she's still there. Can't see her. Can't see anything past a few feet. This is bad, she says. This is cover. Can't see infected if we can't see. Can't see reflections either. Fair point. The fog is so dense that chrome doesn't matter. Glass doesn't matter. The whole world's been reduced to what's directly in front of us. And even that's questionable. We're moving downslope. Carefully. Testing each step. My shoulder's locked up entirely now. Kiara's not putting weight on her ankle at all, just hopping on one leg while using me as a crutch. We're a disaster, but we're a moving disaster. Something looms out of the fog ahead. Large, angular. What is that? Kiara whispers. Building, maybe. We get closer. It's a car, rusted, doors open, empty. But it's been here a while, grass growing through the wheel wells. Someone left in a hurry, I say. Or didn't leave at all. We circle around it. More shapes in the fog, more cars, they're everywhere, a parking lot maybe, or a highway. Hard to tell when you can't see the ground. Josh? Yeah? If we can't see infected, if this fog is too thick, how do we know they're not right next to us? I don't have a good answer for that, so I don't answer. Just keep moving, keep hoping. The ground level's out, we're in the now, the fog is even thicker here, I can't see my own feet. Then Kiara stops. Listen. I listen. There's something, a sound, rhythmic, mechanical almost. What is that? Don't know. We move toward it. The sound gets louder, and then I see shapes, not infected, structures, buildings, low and long like industrial warehouses. The sound is coming from ahead, getting louder with each step. We round a corner and stop. There's a corridor, formed by buildings on both sides, and the building's walls, they're not brick or concrete, they're metal, polished metal. Industrial panels that even through the fog are catching light I can't source. And in those panels I can see reflected movement, dozens of infected, running, converging on the corridor, on us. Josh, I see them. Where are they? Where are the actual bodies? I scan the corridor, the fog, everything. Can't see them, just their reflections. They could be anywhere, I say. So what do? The reflected infected are getting closer. In the metal panels, they're sprinting, but where are the actual bodies? Are they in the fog? Are they behind us? A hand grabs my shoulder. I spin, rebar up, ready to... It's not an infected, it's a person, living person. Male, maybe 40, covered in soot, eyes wide. Don't go that way, he gasps. The corridor's a trap, infected funnel through. They use the reflections to navigate. You go in there, you're dead. Who are you? Doesn't matter. You need to. Behind him I see movement. In the fog, shapes emerging, infected, real infected. 3 of them. Behind you, Kiara shouts. The man spins, sees them, doesn't freeze, just runs. Past us, into the corridor, into the trap he just warned us about. The infected follow him, and suddenly the corridor is full. Real bodies mixing with reflected movement. The infected are running because the man is running. And in the metal panels, their reflections are everywhere. I lose track of which are real, which are reflected. The man is screaming. The infected are converging, and the whole corridor has become a nightmare of overlapping movement. We have to help him, Kiara says. How? I don't know, but we can't just... The man goes down. The infected are on him. He's still screaming. I pull Kiara back, away from the corridor, away from the trap. We can't save him, I say. We didn't try. We would have died trying, so we just leave him. We survive. I'm pulling her away. That's what we do. We survive. The screaming stops. Kiara's crying. I'm trying not to. We're both moving, faster now, away from the corridor, away from the trap, away from the guilt. This world, Kiara says, I hate this world. Yeah, me too. We move through the fog. No destination, just movement. The industrial zone spreads around us, more buildings, more corridors, more potential traps. We need a plan, I say, besides don't die. Besides that, I'm fresh out. Me too. Then I see it. Ahead, through the fog, a building different from the others, smaller, windows boarded but with gaps, and on the door, spray painted in red, a symbol I don't recognize. What's that? Kiara asks. Don't know. We get closer. The symbol is simple. Circle with 2 lines through it. Could mean anything. Could mean nothing. I test the door. Unlocked, pushes open easy. Inside is dark, but not empty. There's furniture, supplies, someone's been living here. Hello. No answer. We move inside. Careful, watching for movement, for threats, for anything. The main room is set up like a base. Cots against the walls, supplies stacked in corners, a table in the center with maps spread out. Someone's been studying the area, Kiara says. I look at the maps, they're hand-drawn, showing the industrial zone, marking safe paths, danger zones, and in the center, marked with an X, the corridor we just escaped. They knew, I say, about the trap, about the reflections. Then why did that guy run through it? Panic, maybe, or no choice. On the table there's a journal. I open it. The handwriting is cramped, desperate. Entry after entry about survival, about watching, about the rules. Last entry says, the fog is temporary. When it lifts, the reflections return. Only option is constant movement or accepting death. Encouraging. We can stay here, Kiara says. Rest. Figure out our next move. For how long? As long as we need. I want to argue, want to say staying anywhere is dangerous, but I look at her ankle, at my shoulder, at both of us barely standing. Okay, I say. We rest, but we take shifts, one of us watching. Always. Agreed. She hobbles to a cot, sits, lies down. She's asleep in seconds. I stay up, watching the door, watching the windows, watching everything. Outside the fog is still thick. The industrial zone is still dangerous, and somewhere in the mist, infected are moving. Always moving, but in here, for now, we're safe. Or as safe as we can be. I look at Kiara. She's curled on her side, knife still in her hand, even asleep. Her breathing is even, calm. For the first time in days, she looks peaceful. I realize I'm smiling. Not happy exactly, just content. She's alive. I'm alive. We're together. That's enough. Hours pass. The fog outside thickens, then thins. Then thickens again. I watch it cycle. Watch the light change. Watch shadows move. Eventually, Kiara wakes. Looks at me. Your turn, she says. I'm fine. You're exhausted. Sleep. Kiara, that's an order. I want to argue, but my body is already shutting down. I move to another cot. Lie down. She's there immediately, sitting next to me, hand on my good shoulder. I'll watch, she says. You sleep. I've got you. And I believe her. For the first time in my life, I believe someone when they say they'll keep me safe. I close my eyes. Sleep takes me. When I wake, it's dark. The windows are barely showing light. Kiara's still sitting there, still watching. How long, I ask. Few hours. You needed it. I sit up. Everything hurts worse than before. That's what happens when you rest. All the adrenaline fades and the real damage shows up. We should keep moving, I say. Where? Out of the industrial zone, find somewhere with less metal, less reflections. The fog valley, from the maps. I look at the hand-drawn maps again. There's a marking, valley to the west, notes next to it. Fog persists, reflections minimal, possible long-term. That's our target, I say. It's miles away. Then we better start moving. We gather what supplies we can carry. Not much. Some water, some food. Kiara takes the journal. I take the maps. Outside the fog is beginning to lift. I can see further now. 20 feet, 30. And in that increased visibility I can see infected, scattered throughout the industrial zone, frozen, watching nothing. We move quiet, I say. We move careful, and we don't stop until we're out. Together? Kiara asks. Together. We start moving. Through the industrial zone, past corridors and buildings and traps marked on our stolen map. Past infected, we freeze with our attention. Past reflections that show us running, even when we're standing still. It takes hours, but we make progress. The buildings thin out, the metal gives way to concrete, then concrete gives way to dirt, then dirt gives way to grass, and then we're at the valley's edge, looking down into fog that never completely lifts, into safety that's not safe, but safer. This is it, Kiara says. Yeah. What do we do? I look at her ruined ankle and determined face, at the knife she's still holding, at the person who's kept me alive through everything. We build something, I say. We use what we've learned. We make this place work. And if it doesn't, then we keep moving, like we always do. She takes my hand. Squeezes. Together, she says, together. We start down into the valley, into the fog, into whatever comes next. Behind us, the industrial zone is silent. The infected are frozen. The reflections are still. And somewhere Marlowe's words are echoing, love is the infection. But he was wrong. Love is survival. And we're going to prove it. Chapter 29. The world changes. The valley fog is different from the industrial zone. Less oppressive, more like we're walking through clouds that got too heavy and fell. Kiara's using me as a crutch still, but her breathing is easier. Less labored, like the air down here does something better for lungs than what we've been breathing. You feel that? She asks. What? The ground. It's stable. She's right. No concrete cracking underfoot. No rust flakes, just earth and grass and things that grew here before the world ended. We're moving slow, following what might be an old road, or might just be where the grass grows shorter. Hard to tell. The fog makes everything uncertain. But there's no chrome, no mirrors, no polished surfaces waiting to betray us, just mist and stillness and the sound of our own movement. This could work, I say. Don't jinx it. I'm not. I look around, try to see through the fog. This could actually work. We keep walking. The valley widens. More grass, some trees, small ones. Not the dead giants from before, but living saplings. Growing, surviving. Then I see a structure, low and old. Made from wood that's weathered but holding. A cabin, maybe. Or a barn. There, I say. We angle toward it. The structure resolves. It's a cabin, small, windows intact, door closed, and on the door, spray painted like the industrial base, a symbol. Different this time, circle with 3 lines. Someone's marking territory, Kiara says, or marking safe zones. Same thing, maybe. I test the door. Locked. But the lock is old, rusted. I put my shoulder into it, my good shoulder, and the mechanism gives. Inside is empty, but arranged, like someone lived here. Recently, there's a fireplace with old ash, a table with plates, cots with blankets, all neat, all organized. Where are they? Kiara asks. Dead or moved on. We search, looking for clues, for threats, for anything. There's a journal on the table, different handwriting from the industrial zone one, neater, more controlled. I open it. The last entry is dated 3 weeks ago. The fog is permanent here. Reflections are impossible. We've tested it. Built mirrors to confirm. The infected can see them, but they don't move. Not like in the zones. This is sustainable. This is real. We're staying. 3 weeks, Kiara says. They thought it was safe. Then something happened. Or nothing happened. Maybe they're still here, just out foraging. Maybe. But we both know that's not true. People don't leave journals behind, like Nienabulheta. Don't leave bases organized. They take what they can carry. Unless they can't carry anything anymore. We search outside, around the cabin, looking for bodies, for signs of struggle, for anything. Nothing. Just grass and fog and stillness. It doesn't make sense, Kiara says. What doesn't? If they died here, we'd find remains. If they left, we'd see tracks. But there's nothing. She's scanning the area. That habit she has. Always it's like they just vanished. People don't vanish. In this world, people do worse. She's right. We've seen it. People who walk into hordes, people who stop watching, people who decide surviving isn't worth it anymore. We should stay anyway, I say. Here. Why not? It's shelter. It's got fog, no reflections. That's more than we've had in weeks. What if whatever took them comes back? Then we deal with it. Together. She looks at me. Then at the cabin. Then back at me. Okay, she says. We stay. For now. We move back inside. Start organizing. It's strange doing domestic things, checking the fireplace, sorting supplies, arranging sleeping areas, like we're playing House in the Apocalypse. But it feels good. Feels normal. Feels like maybe we can have something beyond constant running. Kiara sits on one of the cots, elevates her ankle. I can see the swelling through the torn boot. Purple and black, worse than before. Let me look at that, I say. It's fine. It's not fine. Let me look. She sighs, starts unlacing the boot, winces with each pull. When it finally comes off, the ankle is disaster, swollen to twice its size, discolored. hot to touch. This needs medical attention, I say. We don't have medical attention. We need to stabilize it, keep it elevated, ice if we can find it. There's no ice, Josh. There's barely running water. Then we make do, like we always do. I find cloth in one of the cabinets, tear it into strips, fashion something like a splint using sticks from outside. It's not professional, not even good, but it's something. Kiara doesn't complain while I work, just watches me. That look she gets when she's thinking too much. What? I ask. Nothing. Kiara. I'm just thinking about what Marlowe said, about attachment being the infection. She's quiet for a moment. He was wrong about everything, but sometimes I wonder if he was right about one thing. What's that? That caring about someone makes you vulnerable, makes you make choices you wouldn't make alone. Yeah, it does. That doesn't scare you? Terrifies me. I finish tying off the splint, but being alone terrifies me more. I tried that for years. After my brother, it's not surviving. It's just waiting to die. She nods, doesn't argue. This place, she says, if it's really safe, if the fog really blocks reflections, we could stay. We could build something. You want to? I don't know. Part of me does. Part of me thinks it's a trap, that the moment we stop moving, the moment we believe we're safe. She doesn't finish. The world ends again. Yeah, I sit next to her on the cot, our good sides pressed together. The world's already ended, I say. We're just living in what's left, and maybe that means we don't get safety, don't get normal, don't get to stop being afraid, but maybe, I take her hand, maybe we get each other, and that's enough. She leans her head against my shoulder. Is it? Has to be. It's all we've got. We sit like that for a while. Two broken people in a cabin in a fog valley in a world that wants them dead. It's not much, but it's ours. Eventually, Kiara says we should test it. Test what? The fog, the reflections. See if the journal was right, if this place really is different. She's right. We need to know, need to understand the rules here before we commit to staying. I help her up. We move outside. The fog is still thick, still constant, like it's always been here and always will be. I find a piece of chrome from the cabin, an old pan, hold it up, angle it to catch light. Nothing reflects. Or everything does, but it's so diffused through fog that you can't see detail. Can't see movement, can only see gray. Try moving, Kiara says. See if infected react to reflected motion. I move, wave my arms, jump. Stupid probably, but necessary. Nothing happens. No infected appear. No movement in the fog. They're not tracking reflections here, I say, or there are no infected here. That's not possible. They're everywhere. Then where are they? Good question. We've been here an hour, haven't seen a single infected, haven't heard any, just stillness and fog. Maybe the fog confuses them, I say. Maybe they can't navigate without visual reference. Or maybe whoever lived here cleared them out, made this place actually safe. I want to believe that. Want to believe we've found something real. But years of survival instincts say don't trust it. Don't believe in safe zones. Safe zones don't exist, but neither do valleys with permanent fog and no reflections. Yet here we are. We stay, I say. Test it for a few days. See if anything changes, if it holds, if this place really is different, we build. Build what? I don't know yet, but something. Something that's ours. Kiara nods, squeezes my hand. We go back inside. The cabin is getting dark. I start a fire in the fireplace. It takes a few tries. Everything's damp from fog, but eventually it catches. Orange light fills the room. Kiara's on her cot, staring at the fire. Not watching for threats, not scanning corners, just resting. Actually resting. Josh, she says. Yeah? Thank you. For what? For not leaving me. In the junkyard, in the corridor, in all of it. You could have moved faster alone, could have survived better without me. No, I couldn't have. How do you know? Because I tried, for years, and I was dying the whole time, just didn't know it. I poke at the fire. You saved me, not the other way around. We saved each other. Yeah, we did. The fire crackles. Outside the fog presses against windows, and somewhere far away the world is still ending. Still moving. Still trying to survive. But in here, for now, we're safe, or as safe as two broken people can be in a broken world. And that's enough. It has to be. Chapter 30, Eyes Open. Morning comes gray. The fog doesn't lift, just shifts from dark gray to light gray. Dawn without sun. I wake to Kiara already up, standing at the window, testing weight on her bad ankle. How's it feel? I ask. Better, a little. That's progress. That's lying to make myself feel better. But she's smiling. The splint helped. I join her at the window. Outside, the fog is doing its thing, being fog, hiding everything, making distance meaningless. I've been thinking, she says, about the journal, the people who were here, the ones who vanished. She turns to me. What if they're still here, not dead, not gone, just somewhere else in the valley? You think there are more people? I think this place is big enough to hide settlements, plural, and if the fog really is permanent, if this valley really does block reflections, others would have figured that out too. She's right. We can't be the first to discover this, can't be the only ones looking for safe zones. So we search, I say. We search. We gather what we can carry. Not much. Some food, water, the maps. I help Kiara with her boot. The ankle's still swollen but manageable. She can put weight on it now without screaming. That's progress. Outside, we pick a direction. North, because north is as good as any direction when you can't see landmarks. We walk for maybe an hour. The valley is bigger than I thought. More cabins appear through fog. Most are empty. Some show signs of habitation, recent habitation. Fires still warm, food not yet spoiled, but no people. Just evidence of people. They're avoiding us, Kiara says, or we're avoiding them. Same result. We keep searching. More cabins, more signs, and then voices. Faint, distant, but human. Definitely human. You hear that? I ask. Yeah. We move toward the sound. Careful, weapons ready. Not hostile but prepared. The voices get louder. Multiple people talking, laughing even. When was the last time I heard laughter? We round a cluster of trees and stop. There's a clearing, and in the clearing people, maybe 20 of them, building something. Structures from wood, organized, cooperative. One of them sees us, shouts, everyone stops, turns. We stand there, me and Kiara, two strangers covered in blood and dirt and broken things, staring at 20 people who look just as broken but somehow still building. A woman steps forward, maybe 50, gray hair, calm eyes. You're new, she says. Yeah, I say. You found us by accident or on purpose? Accident. She nods, looks us over, taking inventory. You're hurt, she says to Kiara. Both of you. We're fine, Kiara says. You're not, but you will be. The woman gestures toward the construction. We're building, creating something sustainable. The fog here blocks reflections, makes this valley different from the zones. You probably figured that out already. We did. So you'll stay? Help build? I look at Kiara. She looks at me. What are you building? I ask. Settlement. Real one. With structures and systems and rules that work. The woman's voice is steady. Certain. We've tested it for months. The fog is permanent. The infected can't navigate, and reflections don't trigger movement. This place is as close to safe as this world gets. Nothing's safe, I say. No. But some things are safer. She extends a hand. I'm Sarah, and you're welcome here, if you want to stay. I look at the people behind her to test they're watching us. Curious, but not hostile, waiting to see what we choose. What do you think? I ask Kiara. I think. She's looking at the settlement, at the people building, at the fog that hides and protects. I think maybe we stop running for a while. Just a while? Until we know it's real. I turn back to Sarah. We'll stay. Help build, but we watch, we test, we don't trust easily. Good, Sarah says. We don't trust easily either. That's why we're still alive. Alive. She leads us into the settlement, shows us around. The structures are simple but functional. Housing, storage, a communal area. They're using principles we've learned, angles of sight, overlapping watch, no reflective surfaces. It's not perfect, but it's something. You'll need medical attention, Sarah says to Kiara. We have someone who can help with the ankle. I'm fine. You're not fine. Let us help. Kiara looks at me. I nod. Okay, she says. Help. Sarah leads Kiara away, toward one of the structures, leaving me with the others. They go back to building. Some look at me, most don't, just return to work. A kid approaches, maybe 10, dirty face, serious eyes. "You're new," he says. "Yeah." "You know the rules?" "Which rules?" "The watching rules. Never look away. Always pair up. Keep eyes open." He's reciting them like scripture. "You know those rules?" "Yeah, I know them." "Good." He turns to leave, then stops. "My mom says the rules keep us safe. Is that true?" I think about that. About Marlowe, about the junkyard, about everything we've survived. The rules help, I say, but what really keeps you safe is the people watching with you. He nods, doesn't fully understand but accepts it. "What's your name?" I ask. "David." "David. I'm Josh, I know. Sarah told us, said you and your friend might stay. Are you?" "Maybe. Maybe. We'll see." "I hope you do. We need more watchers." He runs off. Back to whatever kids do in settlements built in fog. I stand there, looking at the structures being built, at the people working together, at this thing they're creating in a world that's supposed to be dead. Eventually, Kiara returns, ankle wrapped properly, splint replaced with something professional. "They had medical supplies," she says, "real supplies and someone who knows how to use them." "That's good." "Yeah, it is." She's quiet for a moment. "Josh, this place, these people, they're doing it. They're actually surviving, not just existing, surviving." "You want to stay? I want to try, see if it works." She takes my hand. "With you. I want to try with you." I look at her face that's been through everything, at her eyes that still watch, still scan, still protect. "Okay," I say, "we try." Over the next weeks we build, help construct structures, learn the settlement systems, meet the other survivors. Each one has a story like ours. Each one found this place by accident or design. Each one decided to stop running. The fog never lifts. The infected appear sometimes at the valley's edges, but never come in deep. Like they can't navigate without clear sight lines, without reflections to guide them. It's not perfect. We still watch, still pair up, still follow the rules. But it's different here, safer, more like living than surviving. One day I'm working on a structure, new housing for families, when David approaches again. "Josh?" he says. "Yeah? Can you teach me something?" "Depends what." "How to watch, like you do. Sarah says you're really good at it, that you kept someone safe for a long time by watching." I look across the settlement. Kiara's there, helping organize supplies. Her ankle's mostly healed. She's moving better, smiling more, living more. "Sure," I say to David, "I'll teach you." "What's the first lesson?" I think about that, about everything Kiara taught me, about what I learned. "First lesson is this," I say. "You never watch alone. You find someone you trust, and you watch each other. Because two pairs of eyes are better than one. And connection isn't weakness. It's survival." David nods, serious, taking it in. "Who do I watch with?" he asks. "Find someone, build trust, then watch together." "Like you and Kiara?" "Yeah, like that." He runs off, going to find someone, going to build something. Kiara joins me, leans against the structure I'm building. "Teaching the next generation?" she asks. "Trying to." "What'd you tell him?" "The truth. That we survive together. That connection is what keeps us alive." She smiles, takes my hand. "Marlowe would hate that." "Yeah, he would." We stand there, looking at the settlement, at the people building, at the fog that protects us, at the world we're creating in the ruins of the old one. "You think it'll last?" Kiara asks. "I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. That's not very reassuring." "It's honest," she laughs. Actually laughs. "Yeah, it is." Across the settlement, David has found another kid. They're practicing watching each other, taking turns looking away while the other keeps eyes open, learning the rules, learning to trust. "They're going to be okay," I say. "How do you know?" "Because they have each other, and they're learning young. They'll do better than we did. We did okay. We did more than okay. We survived, together." "Yeah," Kiara says, "we did." The fog rolls through the settlement. The sun, wherever it is behind the gray, keeps moving, and we keep building, keep watching, keep surviving, because that's what we do, that's who we are. Eyes open, always, together.